Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Salt Lake City Major. We are here live in Utah. My name is XR Troika. I'm joined here by Jesse. A little bit of an unusual duo to kick off the day, but we are ready to get stuck into things. We have got ahead of us a couple of weeks of fantastic Siege awaiting us, Jesse.
Yeah, we sure do, Ollie. Of course, the Salt Lake City Major, the first real big international tournament of the year here in our Siege calendar. So it's super exciting to be able to get things kicked off here in Salt Lake City. And of course, we've got some of the best teams from around the world starting in Phase 1 with some of the teams from APAC, from China. We've got some really exciting squads, some players who have never played an international tournament before, so lots to be excited about.
We've got a lot of players that have never played an international tournament before, given that we have the newcomers inside of the CNL region that are joining us here for the Salt Lake City Major. So it's really interesting to see how those guys are going to perform on that international level. It's going to be a big step up from what they used to. And then, of course, we've got all the usual thrills and spills from across the world. We've got great teams coming in from North America, from Brazil, and, of course, from Europe as well.
Yeah, it should be really exciting. And, of course, we're starting things off with Enterprise and Edward Gaming. So we've got lots of games to be played today. Here's the schedule for you. Starting off Enterprise Edward, then we'll move into Daystar versus Falcons, and then 4 Angry Men versus Shopify Rebellion. All of those games, best of 1 first-round matchups, and then 2 best of 3s. The winner of those BO3s will be qualified straight into Phase 2. And if you're sitting there thinking, wait, why are there only 3 first-round brackets? Well, of course, that's because Wolves were not able to make it to this event, and so their first-round game has just gone past. We'll take a look at the bracket here, and you'll see that their opponents, who they would have been playing Los, have gotten an immediate win, and they will be waiting in that first upper bracket final to play the winner of Edward Gaming versus Enterprise.
Yeah, not a bad day to be Los or a Los fan, I guess. You know, of course, they've got that default win straight through with the unfortunate situation there for Wolves. But, of course, that does then trickle down into the lower bracket as well, because they do drop into that lower. So whoever gets into lower bracket semi-1 will immediately advance straight into that lower bracket final. And as you say, Jesse, 2 teams qual today and 2 teams qual tomorrow. And then we're into stage 2 where we get into the thick of it, really. Some of the big boys come out to play then.
Yeah, exactly. It's all upper bracket today, all lower bracket tomorrow. So the stakes really do heat up on that second day. But still important matches today. You don't want to have to fall to that lower bracket. And then you end up meeting a Shopify Rebellion or a Falcons down in the lower bracket. And things get really scary for you. So I think we'd start talking about these teams. I'll even start talking about the rosters as they start to pop up. We'll start with Edward Gaming, our Chinese newcomers entering into an international tournament for the very first time, an elephant in the room.
Wait a second, Jesse. Wait a second. Wait just 1 minute. Now, I know that I don't cover Europe anymore. I moved over to North America, but I do still know the players and the teams. Noah, it seems, has snuck his way onto the Edward Gaming roster. Of course, one of the players having a little bit of a difficulty, direction. Not able to find the right direction to Salt Lake City. He wasn't able to make it here, unfortunately. No. So Noah is going to be a last-minute stand-in for that. Now, again, you've got to sort of contextualize that and take it with a little bit of a pinch of salt, haven't you? Because you've lost your best player, you've lost your best performer, but look at what you've gained. But then you've gained someone into a team that maybe doesn't speak so much Chinese, or you know, the synergy isn't quite going to be there, is it?
No, there was a great interview posted to Twitter from Jays Wills, Jonah, our interviewer here on site, and he was talking with Noah, and Noah said he knows a few words of Chinese, he knows some Mandarin, but really it's going to be on the captain, it's going to be on Mentalist to do a bit of translation work during the match to try to make things work with Noah coming into this team. It's a tall task, right? There are big shoes to fill if you're Noah, but this guy was just in an SI Grand Finals. If there's anyone in the world you could have had to fill in, Noah's the guy you want.
Yeah, you've not got a bad replacement there, really, have you? But it is going to temper our expectations a little bit on this Edward Gaming side of things. On the flip side, we have got Enterprise, 2 Mbappé, Brendo, Jigsaw, and Cairo. Now, a little bit more of a familiar team, a little bit more of a sort of familiar face. This is the regular 5 that we're dealing with here. So, you know, we can talk about these guys with a little bit more sort of seriousness about it coming out of that host region.
Yeah, of course. Shout out to our Australian and New Zealand fans joining us around 2 a.m. to watch their favorite team. It's a tough life sometimes being an APAC fan, but, you know, they always put in the work to show up and watch their boys. And this is a team I'm really excited about because not only do they have this core established roster of Australian Siege players, guys like Brendo who have been around the block, Jigsaw who's traveled internationally, but they've also brought in Mag just this season, Magnet, the former captain of Fnatic, to coach this team and stand behind the boys as they play their matches here in Salt Lake City. So there's a lot to be excited about, and this kind of feels like one of the best Australian rosters we've seen in a long time.
Mag's an old name as well, isn't it? You know, that's one that you'll remember from sort of back in the day, like maybe even as far back as like 2019, something like that. So it's certainly going to carry quite a lot of weight with it. We get a little bit of a glimpse there into the players and their setup as well. I don't believe we are too far off jumping into the game, but we need to know what map we're going to be headed to if we're going to want to try and do that. Of course, all of these games today, the first 3 games, should I say, are going to be best of 1, and then we're going to move on to the best of 3s later, which essentially qualify or drop you down into that lower bracket, so you get a little bit of a better chance of things. But best of 1s to start off the day, and it looks like, Jesse, we're going to be headed to Fortress.
Okay, I like that. Of course, the newest map coming into the map pool, so for a brand new team like Edward Gaming, I think it's fitting to kick off their international debut on a map like Fortress. Both these teams should be evenly matched. They played it twice throughout kickoff, a win and a loss apiece, so both of these teams relatively familiar, neither especially dominant or neither especially poor. We know how these teams like to play, and there will be some VODs available. You maybe expect a little bit more unfamiliarity on the Edward Gaming side, just because they do have Noah coming in as a stand-in, and he might not know all the setups, all the strats, but I don't think this was a crazy pick by any team. I don't think this one will be a surprise for these squads, so they should have done some preparations. I don't think either team will be caught off guard by this map in RBO1.
No, we've got Edward Gaming playing it once, and we've got Enterprise playing it twice inside a kickoff, so it's been there, hasn't it? And you've got to contextualize that as well, and remember, kickoff, it wasn't the most amount of games.
Of course.
So it only being 1 or 2, it's still fairly significant. And like you say, there's still going to be a little bit of tape out there. And obviously for the side of Edward Gaming, this is where they have chosen, for the side of Enterprise, this is where they've chosen to go with Nighthaven being available as that last ban. So Edward Gaming obviously feeling like they fancy their chances a little bit more over on Fortress.
Yeah, really going to be excited to see how this one goes in, especially because we have a couple of newer players and older players mixed in together, right?
Yeah, you've got some really, sort of oldies and some young ones, sort of all kicking around there, and even in some cases on the same team. But it looks like we are ready and set to get stuck into our first game here. The social vote is going to be favouring on that Edward Gaming side of things a little bit, as we can see there they just have a bit of an edge there with the fans at home. It looks like we're going to be headed on in. Fortress awaits us with Edward Gaming starting off on that defense.
Well, Ollie, this is what we've been waiting for. International Siege returns to your screen, and of course, Edward Gaming versus Enterprise get to kick us off. I'm really excited to see what the bans might be, because of course, down in the CNL, China, we've got a bit of a different meta kind of evolving. They haven't really played against international teams before to a great extent, so it's always interesting to see what they want to take off the board. They'll start with a Ying ban. I think super respectable to come out against the Aussies. Edward Gaming not going to have that tool available. And then a Clash ban as well. Usually paired with a Mira on Fortress. It's going to be paired with the Azami this time around. Often kind of the Bandit Kaid will be a good common ban here on the map too as well, but not being selected by Enterprise. And the Glaz, of course, the final one banned out. So very standard to come through from the attacker bans. A bit interesting on the defense.
It is a little bit for me as well. You mentioned that Mirror there, so important. You can count on one hand oftentimes the amount of times a Mirror is actually left available at the moment inside of top-level Siege. And especially when you start thinking about a map like Fortress, there are a lot of fantastic opportunities. I think about games, I think about bunks. So many little areas there where a Mirror window can really just block things off. But then throw it on the flip side and think, well, if they've got the Monty and the Monty can just stroll on up there, it often makes things a little bit more difficult, doesn't it? So if the Monty is available, then the Mirror may be holding a little bit less impact, hence the Azami coming out.
We've already got a little bit of trash talk. You couldn't see it, but while the lobby was getting set up, there was some chatter back and forth, both between the Enterprise guys and Noah as well, going for a bit of chatter. It should be spoken as well. Of course, Noah does have a little bit of experience kind of talking with some of these players on Edward Gaming. Mentalist, as we've mentioned, has played for English-speaking teams the majority of his career. So he speaks fluent English. There should be kind of that gap there that is being bridged a little bit by the captain. And then Nato as well, the coach, also speaking fluent English on the side of EDG. The rest of the players, it's a bit more mixed, some stronger than others, but none quite as confident as Mentalist. So going to be interested to see if Noah does kind of play a bit on an island when we get into the lobby. Sounds like we are just having a little bit of an issue getting things set up, so we'll be delayed momentarily, but shouldn't be too long before he can jump into the lobby.
you can imagine that that's quite freeing for Noah as well, can't you? Because obviously imagine going from like playing under Twister and playing under Team Secret, where it's not like the most regimented, it's not strict by any stretch, but there's definitely a job to do and there's definitely like a plan.
Yeah.
You're getting thrown into this and it's like the reins have just been, it's like the lead's been taken off. You just let your dog off in the park and you say, you know what, just go and have a run around, go and have some fun. Because that's how I imagine that they're going to end up playing this.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a great opportunity to just go out there and run about.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of disruption that you can cause, especially in a best of one, different when we get to a best of three, and different against differing levels of competition. You know, obviously your more structured teams are going to be able to deal with that a lot better, and your more experienced teams are certainly going to be able to deal with that a lot better. But at least for this game, at least, I think it's got potential really to just be quite exciting.
Well, something that the team has talked a little bit about, and something Noah talked about again in that interview with Jonah, was that there is a lot of pressure on this Edward Gaming team. Like, yes, they are the underdogs coming in, right? It's their first international event. Obviously, people don't expect them to go for a super deep run, but at the same time, you know, they're representing their country on one of the biggest moments, the kickoff. It's the first time we're ever seeing a Chinese team here at an international event. So there is still that pressure to perform on Edward Gaming's side. And one thing Noah said is, like, he just wants to lighten the mood a little bit on this roster. Like, they aren't playing with the best of circumstances. They're missing the best player in all of CNL. Like, this isn't ideally how they want to kick things off, but don't let that get you down, right? Don't let that crush the vibes. His goal, partly in joining this team, is to keep the mood kind of light, to have fun with it, to enable everybody to play their best game. Because at the end of the day, that's what it's really about. You have to be in good spirits to put your best foot forward. Absolutely.
And then it makes it more difficult for the side of Enterprise as well, because they've obviously known who they're going to be going up against, known what they're going to be prepping, known roughly, you know, these are the VODs we've watched. We've watched this team play. We know exactly how they're going to play. Bam, you throw a super sub in there and you think, ooh, hang on a minute, this is probably not going to be exactly the same, is it? It's probably just going to be a little bit different. It looks like we've got all of our players back in the lobby, though, so we do thank you for bearing with us during that, and hopefully we can get ourselves underway momentarily. Of course, we've already seen the bands go through, the Yinglaz, the Clash, and the Azami, and it's going to be Edward Gaming to start things off on that second floor, bathroom and command office.
Yeah, no surprises to start things off, Ollie. This is the most common bomb site for all teams internationally, so we will see the standard setup being played coming through from Edward Gaming. And, you know, it's always going to be exciting when these first round comes in and maybe the nerves start to get shoved off a little bit. Jigsaw, hold your breath. One way or another, this game is going to get started. We're going to end up playing at some point. But, yeah, I mean, you've got to be so excited if you're these two rosters, not just for Edward Gaming, who we've talked about quite a bit coming into this matchup, but also for Enterprise. They have some younger guys on this team, too, some guys without so much experience coming through, you know, guys like Cairo, who haven't been around the block so much, even Bappin, who has been to some of those international events, but hasn't necessarily traveled the globe like guys like Mentalist or even Mag, or even to an extent like Brendo have on this OS team. You know, you do tend to see some of these players more commonly than others, and while I think most of the pressure is going to be on EDG, Enterprise have a tall task as well. They're also the only representatives coming through for their region, for their country, so I know they are excited to come through and play and show up once again for both Australia and New Zealand, which is being represented by Tuhan here.
It's a lot to take on, isn't it? You know, when you start thinking about OS, because regardless of the size of the region, they're a very loud region, and we know that. We know that. You know, it's they've got some really die-hard fans, they've got some brilliant support, and they've got some talented players. So when you're the only team that gets sent there from that region, there is going to be that little level of expectation, because you want to prove the boys at home right that you were the right people to send and do the job. You know, you're always going to have a little bit of that as well, and then you're just going to want to do well for yourselves as well. Unfortunately, it seems like we're struggling to get ourselves into the game, but I'm sure that we're going to be figuring that out behind the scenes. But for these two teams, obviously, big day to start off kickoff. We're a little bit fortunate, I guess, in the lost game, and the Wolves is not going to be going ahead there. Unfortunate circumstance around Wolves for anyone that didn't see on social media. There was a bit of a problem with them getting their approval to come over to the United States, so they weren't able to actually field a team, you know, more than just having one player that wasn't able to attend. So for Los, they're going to be sort of sitting and waiting, really, for the later half of the day.
Yeah, no, it kind of is a good thing as well, I think, to get your first game out of the way here and maybe get the nerves shaken out, because as you just mentioned, the winner of this plays Los. Now Los, they're not the best team in South America. Nobody's claiming that, but they're still a South American team.
They're a big upset team.
They really are, and they've got some massive names on that squad too. I think Dash has been fantastic for that team recently. I mean, both you and I got to cast him a bit down in the SAL, and I'm really excited to see what Los can do as sort of a Brazilian underdog coming into this first phase. They will be the favorites, I think, no matter who they go up against, but But whether you're EDG or whether you're Enterprise, getting this game out of the way first, being able to shake off the nerves a little bit, get a win under your belt, take that double on Fortress before moving on to your toughest opponent of the day should be really empowering for these players and should be able to, again, let them put their best foot forward, you know?
That's how I'd want to be entering. I wouldn't want to be entering anything less on an official game as a warm-up because you don't want to be going up against that lowest team cold. As you mentioned there, a lot of talent, a lot of potential for an upset. They sit in that... it's such a dangerous spot where they sit inside of SAL because it's that 4th to 6th place. That's where I see that team genuinely 4th to 6th in whatever the tournament structure looks like, whatever the regional structure looks like for SAL. That's where they sit, and it just throws so much potential in for a big upset because of who they're going up against on a weekly. And then you've got to think about it. You've got to think, you know, they're one of the teams that are here instead of a team like Team Liquid at the moment. So there's some big shoes to fill. You know, speaking about big shoes to fill in our first match here, it continues on throughout the rest of the day.
Yeah, and if we're staring at some of the players and, of course, the coaches as well, I want to talk about Nato just for a bit. He's the one sitting in the bottom right there, lounging as he watches over his players. He's head coach for EDG, but before coaching Edward Gaming, he was actually a coach for Enterprise, was able to be behind them for a couple of really big tournaments, including some SIs and some really important matches where he was able to assist Mingoran with that team on the coaching staff. So he's definitely had his share around the block. He knows what it's like to play up against these players, and I'm sure there's going to be even more trash talk coming in with all the different connections, both with Nato, then with Mentalist, then with even Mag going way back to the Fnatic days. There's a lot of overlap with these two teams, so it's quite fortunate, I think, that they are able to play up against one another for this very first match. And as Nato, the coach, starts to give the fist bumps out to his players, it seems like they are ready to load on in. Mag on the other side doing just the same. So much experience behind those two great coaches and a lot of weight now on their shoulders.
Yeah, as you mentioned there, Mag, of course, a lot of experience as a player, a little bit less experience as a coach. You know, only really listed for Enterprise here. But in terms of playing history, I mean, there's few that have been doing it for as long as Mag, really.
Yeah.
It's a proper click down the scroll wheel and whiz all the way down the list on Wikipedia, way back to sort of 2017. So right back to basically the inception of the game and the inception of a sort of professional play inside of Rainbow Six Siege. They have been around. Yeah,
I mean, Mag, really the founder, I would say, of Australian Rainbow Six. You know, the captain of that Fnatic core for the better part of 6 years. I mean, that's an insane stretch to go on. And back when Siege was just starting out, Australia was, for a good period of time, considered the best sub-region down in APAC. You know, it was still North America, Europe kind of at the very top, and then Brazil was starting to warm up as well back in the early days. But when APAC came onto the scene, it was really that Fnatic squad and then to an extent that Norarengo squad from Japan that were kind of the front runners coming out from APAC and setting the stage for what APAC Siege would have to live up to as they went forward throughout the years. So much history coming around from Mag, and it's nice to see him coming back into the scene to play, or at least to coach for the top team out of Australia. I know he spent quite a lot of time in Japan. I believe still lives up in Japan as well. But to be able to come back down, support the boys down under, it's been excellent to see.
It must be incredible as well when you've got that much professional and competitive experience at that level to see how the game's developed over that period of time, because it is it's still the game that we know and love, but it is still night and day different from where it used to be to where it is now. And I mean, that you can even say the same between, like, you know, sort of 6 to 8 month periods. The game will go on under some sort of changes. I mean, for me, Jesse, speaking about the game a little bit more now while we've got a bit of time, the game's in a really fun position at the moment, but it's also very different to what it has been. I think the introduction of Snake, it's just something that can't be ignored.
No, absolutely not. And I think you start to dial in not just on Snake, but on all the information operators that we have on the attack. You got Snake, Deimos, Dokkaebi, even Lion to an extent. Like, these operators that really assist with the roam clear, especially. Like, it's a tough position to play off-site on your own as a defender right now. Like, there are so many tools the attackers have, and then even beyond that, you know, if they know your spot, they could ying you out, Capita you out, Grim you out. There's shields that can be brought to find you if they can't, if they don't want to check every corner with the drones. Like, I do think the current meta is leaning more towards the attackers compared to what we've seen over the last few years, and a lot of that is just being boosted up by these really powerful information gathering operators that the attackers have access to.
A couple of players that I've spoken to ahead of this major have said that the game is attacker favored, and I think players will always dramatize it a little bit more, and they'll say it's very attack, it's so attack, like who loses a round on attack now sort of thing, and you'll watch these players and they'll go and lose a round on attack. But it is a situation where you've got so many different options now. You can either go down the information route, with Snake now rounding out a trifecta of really egregious information operators, or you can go down a let's get everything open route, and you can bring all the hard breach that the game has to offer now, or you can go down a mega disruptive route, and you can bring all the disruption that the game has to offer now. There's really well-defined sort of subsets of attackers now, and even if you don't play them all at the same time, you've always got a nice combination of the mix.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And a player that I'm kind of focusing on when we look to those information operators has to be Bappin. He's the youngest player in this Enterprise squad, only 20 years old, but he's really kind of dived headfirst into these aggressive information-seeking operators. His most played attacker is Deimos. His second most played is Dokkaebi. Like, he's going to be that guy who's leading the charge on attack. He's going to be that primary entry player, and he's really talented as well. You talk about skilled young players coming through from some of these regions that maybe don't get as much hype, don't get as much coverage, and Bappin, for me, really stands out as one of those stars. Was at a few different lands last year. Of course, was at EWC 2025, made the Munich major, made it to SI down in Paris as well. So, he's been to these international events before, but still that experience that he has is more limited compared to some of the other guys in this server. And he's still a player that I think is waiting to hit his peak, is waiting to hit his full potential. Bappin is incredibly talented in his mechanics, but I think this could be the tournament for him where he starts to turn it on and really showcase what he can do as an individual.
Unfortunately, if you want to talk sort of star player for star player, as we know, the star player for the side of Enterprise for Edward Gaming isn't able to be at the event. They're not able to make it here, and it's almost a shame because it's kind of worth shouting out Direction in the way that they played inside a kickoff, because they were by far and away the best player inside of CNL, and it's not even close. Like, they've got plus 11 on the EPS to the next lowest, the second rated player. It's a 20 kill margin. Like, it's massive. It's absolutely massive. Same amount of maps, 20 kill margin. Now, surprise, surprise, have a guess at which attacker was most played by Direction. It was, of course, Solid Snake, and I think it just goes to show and prove how powerful in the right hands that an operator like that can be. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see some bands of Snake throughout the course of this major.
Yeah, and it almost puts Noah in a bit of an awkward spot because he's the one filling Direction's shoes.
Yeah.
And Noah is an aggressive player. He's playing kind of the entry flex role on this team as he's kind of moved into this EDG squad, but he wasn't really a big information player. I'm lying. He played quite a bit of Snake, so maybe there is going to be that easiness to dive in and kind of recover those roles. It was the second most played attacker throughout the kickoff, so he has that experience on Snake.
But it's under a very different structure.
Absolutely. And I'm worried about Snake. A big benefit to that operator is getting information and feeding it to your teammates.
Yes.
That is tough when you have to throw a translator in the middle of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Unless there's somewhere really easy.
True.
There must be we must be able to just sort of categorize a few call-outs. Like, surely everyone can just learn what kitchen means, right? Because there's always a kitchen. There's always a kitchen. What else have we always got? There's usually a meeting room.
Yeah, usually like a bedroom is a big one.
Yeah, or dorms or a bedroom. Yeah. What else do we get?
Like an office.
Office. Garage is quite a popular one.
Yeah.
If you actually went down and wrote out, from the comp maps, if you wrote out some pretty standard-ish call-outs and understood, right, okay, this is there, that's there.
Yeah.
I know what kitchen is in Portuguese.
What is it?
Cozinho.
Cozinho?
Yeah.
Okay.
I only know that because I've read it about 1 million times cast in Brazil over the years.
Won't be helpful to Noah.
Not going to be very good for Noah, unfortunately. I don't think that's going to help them here.
Yeah, I would. It wouldn't be a bad strategy if you were Noah to just come into this game with with just a small cheat sheet, of 6 or 8 words that you can.
I think it's the pronunciation, though, isn't it?
Yeah, but if you can get 80% there, you'll write it in Latin characters, obviously. You'll sound it out. You're not going to write the Chinese characters. That won't do you much good. But if you can maybe try to write some words, we can see his desk nice and clean there. He doesn't have any of the sort, so just going to be relying on the few English speakers they have on the team, and I'm sure some of the players on EDG can understand some of those key English words too.
One of the benefits, of course, is going to be if you look at Noah's position in here, sat in the room. A lot of people are going to be able to see that monitor.
True.
It's a quick look over your shoulder, granted, so it's not ideal. You can't, you're not always going to be able to take your eyes off the screen if you sat on the 2 seats behind. But both players flanking sat either side, they're going to have a great view of Noah's monitor. And I think it's something that we always talk about when we start thinking about LAN and people playing in the same room and in the same space. And you have a look at how these teams lay them. It's no accident. They don't just sort of rock up and go, I'm sitting here, you're sitting there. Yeah. It's very well decided. It's very orchestrated. And oftentimes someone who needs to see everything's going to be in the middle, maybe an IGL. Or if you've got a really good player that's great at taking space and lurking and finding gaps, you might put them next to somebody else who's going to then be able to act on that.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on the player cams, but we might see Noah sitting dead on cams. Then he goes and taps Carpe on the shoulder. Says, right here.
He's pointing on his screen, yeah.
Just points to his monitor. Like, you never know. Whatever it takes to get the job done at the end of the day. And I think for a team who are coming in with the attitude of, like, let's try to have fun, let's try to relax, like, that's exactly what might be beneficial to boost them over the edge there and allow them to get this W over Enterprise.
We do have players trickling it back into the lobby, so don't worry, we are walking about this. We have been working hard behind. Well, we have not been working hard. We've just been sat there, Jesse. But
we've done nothing.
There have been people working hard behind the scenes. Put it this way, and be rest assured, we've got 7 of the players in the lobby at the moment. 8 of the players. We are just waiting for the last couple to join on in, and then we'll be getting ourselves underway. And the players that want to get this one started just as much as we do, be rest assured about that. They go through all the prep, they go through all the warm-ups. The last thing you need is a bit of a false start.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And while we have still a little bit more time to yap, I hyped up Bappin a little bit coming in for this Enterprise roster. I think you have to mention Jigsaw as well. Of course, an international experienced player. He spent a good bit of time on that Rogue/Fnatic roster playing inside of EU. Never really found the success he was looking for after going in that import position and trying to qualify for some big events, but has now come back down under to play with his countrymen. And he's been to events since, right? Was at the Montreal Major back with Chiefs over in 2024, but it's been a hot minute since we saw Jigsaw really take the stage at this high of a level, and he does seem to still have it. You look back at the numbers and some of the gameplay from the APL, and it really did feel like Jigsaw was the guy who was leading the kill feed, if nothing else, for Enterprise in the server. He'll be on that kind of entry duo alongside Bap and getting involved in some of those early gunfights. And so if there's anybody who can maybe match up to the gun skill on the side of EDG, if there's anybody who's going to be able to shoot back the best against a guy like Noah, I think Jigsaw alongside Bappin are kind of going to be those two guys that you look out for who will be leading the charge and will be hopefully the star fraggers that can push Enterprise over the edge for them and their fans.
Again, he's another player, isn't he, where, it's a gulf of kills between him and the second highest rated player inside of OS. It's 10 plus kills on the same number of maps. So it's just something that really can't be ignored. And again, you look over to who they're playing a lot of Solid Snake. So it's something, again, that we're going to see. And it really is a facilitator in getting these teams and getting these players, particularly, quite a lot of kills. A little bit less impressive on the entry from Jigsaw. He's only +3, but he's still been in a good amount of engagements. That's still 9 engagements that he's been in. So it's not all too doom and gloom. And especially, again, kickoff, not the biggest sample size of games. So, you've got to take that with a pinch of salt. But look, we're here. We finally arrived. We did it. We've joined on in. We've made the connection. We've plugged it in.
Wonderful. Chat, we really do appreciate your patience in getting this game underway. To kick off the Salt Lake City Major, I promise you it will be worth the wait as we finally get to see these two teams battle things out to start off our first international competition of the season. I know the player's excited. I'm excited, Ollie. You are as well. And of course, here in 10 seconds when the gun sounds, history is being made. Edward Gaming, the first Chinese team to play on LAN in an official match against an international opponent. Let's see how it turns out.
They're going to have the work cut out for them here. Going to be kicking off on that defensive side. We've got Mentalist just placing a couple of those Denari trips around. Again, we've spoken at length there in terms of attackers and what potential attackers have at the moment. But the defense has got some pretty good tools as well, Jesse. You look at this lineup, it's quite gritty, isn't it? It's a bit techy. We've got some good trap-based operators in there that are just going to make clearing things a little bit more difficult. Noah already finding some pressure here. Deathmark Tracker out and ripped for just over half of his HP in the opening 30 seconds.
Yeah, Enterprise have wasted no time trying to get into some of these early gunfights. They hit a quick shot onto Mentalist through the barricade. That was the first shot of the game from Brendo for a little bit of damage, and now the hunt onto Noah has begun. We saw that Cairo kind of has that information. He's going to be hunting down the player, and there goes Jigsaw, the man of the hour, finds that opening frag and takes down the Swede.
There was a lot of potential, a lot of pressure on Noah there. Deathmark trackers coming out. Ooh, Razor Bloom there just saving somebody's bacon as Bottom Love is going to fall as well. Unfortunately, the Razor Bloom, the barbed wire, all of that just not enough. Mentalist now looking, trying to grab one of these kills back. He knows there's some good pressure coming up these central stairs. But Enterprise, they're not giving an inch right now. They're just very delicately extracting the players that they want out based off the back of all this info.
Here comes the push, just dropping. Mentalist will survive, and the refrag from Carpe, so punishing that aggression, but it still doesn't matter. Everyone falling leaves Angelai last in the 1v3.
Not an easy position to be in, but he's already found his first. Caro, Brendo, Jigsaw, all chipped down, but you can only really call 2 of them as low. Angelai himself, a little bit less than half HP, targeted now by the Deimos. Deimos netting a good 3 kills there directly with those Deathmark trackers. I don't think Jigsaw could have played Deimos much better inside of that whole round. That's exactly how you want to be working off the back of that information. And you can see the Enterprise, that little break that we had to start things off, it's not slowed them down any.
No, really, really good attack coming through from Enterprise to start things off here at the Major. And you saw how methodical it was. They took things one step at a time. First, it was let's hunt down the Roamer. Let's take out Noah early so that he can't be a thorn in our side later. Then they find a little bit of a gap. Unfortunate death onto Bottom Love halfway through. This one right here, you had to maybe hope that barbed wire was a little bit farther down to give him maybe an earlier sound cue, but just not quite aware of the positioning on the side of Enterprise. And then Cairo really doing a good job both gathering the information, hunting down some of those players, ends up with a nice little double for his trouble, and Jigsaw with a triple. So it's that kind of good duo of the information gatherer on Cairo and then the fragger on Jigsaw, who can work as a unit to make sure that all goes to plan.
I mean, let's be honest, if that's the way that Enterprise are going to play this game, EDG are going to really need to tighten things up because they left themselves not in a position to be traded.
Yeah.
Very out there on their own. Okay, round 1 said and done. Let's see if we can make it a little bit different for round 2. I'd like to see just a little bit more link, a bit more togetherness in the way that EDG are trying to hold, because at the moment, I mean, at least in round 1, they gave up quite a lot of map control. And Enterprise were very quick to take that, and I think that's what we're going to expect out of this team. With the Monty available, with the fact they've got the Deimos, they've got a great ability to gather information. Jigsaw's even bringing the Snake into the picture this round as well. So again, that early map control should be easy to find.
Do not want to swing this. He hits the pipe. That actually does a little bit of damage on a Bottom Love. So it's a good bit of info that they'll have on the side of EDG. Might signal that this is not really a roam clear. Most teams will push from the north and they'll try to take full map control on the top floor, but all of Enterprise just playing out on the rappel, trying to go direct to site, not as interested in clearing out those roamers like they were in round number 1. So already the Australians switching things up a little bit, hoping to maybe catch EDG off guard and not let them adapt too quickly to the playstyle that they're bringing.
Brilliant position for Bottom Love here. Toxic Babe canister, just going to cut everything off right now. The Flores drone is going to go a little bit far. Those two Toxic Babe canisters, excuse me, have actually been enough to force Cairo out of that window. He's expended the 3rd now as well. Minute 45, all 3 of you Toxic Babes gone. It's not the best position to be in, but it stopped the Monty from pushing in on that side.
Yeah, I mean, job done, I suppose. He did use a lot of utility there. I felt like even just with the first Toxic Babe, probably would have forced the Monty out. Now Cairo can just enter back into Old Tower, and he's got this space with no more Toxic Babes to deal with. Other players have moved over. Mentalist here with the Thorn Traps, of course, and Noah can start activating some of those Dread Mines too, but you kind of have to worry a little bit. Without those Toxic Babes, how do you stop Cairo from walking in and taking space?
Well, the clock's going to do a little bit of it as well, isn't it? Noah, unfortunately, they're dropping right into Bappin's lap. 2 and picking up 1 onto July as well. And, oh, it's 3 flawless kills here. Make it 4 as Bottom Love down but not out and finished there by Brendo. Almost a flawless round, if not for Brendo falling. But the diffuser will be planted regardless. Jigsaw to pick up the last. Brilliant patience there from Enterprise. They recognized, look, Edward Gaming, they're playing this round entirely different to the way that they played round 1. Round 1, they were running around. They were giving us opportunities left, right, and center. This time, they just tightened the net. They just forced them back into the site, back into the site, back into the site. Noah tries to make a play and drops, and boom, that's the trigger.
Well, here's the tack timeout being called immediately from Nato. Not liking the start that his team has gotten off to, so hoping to change gears a little bit in this early matchup. Remember, this is a best of one, so if you lose 7 rounds, that is it. You fall to the lower bracket where you'll have to face a deadly opponent. Barring some upsets, likely Shopify Rebellion or the Falcons, depending on who loses that upper bracket matchup. Still plenty of Siege to be played, but yeah,
I really like that from you, Jesse, because if this had been like Dez or Ace stood there, they would have said it's going to be SR. Do you know what I mean? Because they're just going to default give the win to Falcons. But you've at least got the respect. You've got the respect. I like that.
I can't not, right? I got to hold some hope for my NA teams, but no, it's going to be a deadly matchup no matter what. Here's a great replay of that second death that Toucan got onto On July, and a lot of these deaths, they're kind of needless swings. You know,
why are you swinging?
Enterprise was stalling out a bit. You mentioned it. The time was ticking down. They weren't in a great position. They had the Monty, which was creating pressure, but, things weren't progressing for Enterprise until EDG started to go for a couple of swings. They started to give up their deaths. It was that opening pick coming through from Bappin, and I believe that was a vert pick actually coming from down below, killing him with the Deimos. But in any case, even in the 5v4, it's not a bad position to be in. I do think some of the things that were likely talked about in that tack timeout from Nato were just calming things down. Making things a little bit more calm, hoping that their players don't overextend a little bit, just trying to get the mental back on track.
And they've done that, right? Because round 1 was frantic.
Yeah.
Round 2 was less frantic until the last 40 seconds, and then it got frantic again because people felt like they had to start doing stuff.
Yeah.
Just sometimes you don't have to do anything. Just sit back and chill. Like, force Enterprise. Because on the flip side, if Edward Gaming win that round, we sit here and say, oh, Enterprise, they stalled out quite a bit.
Yeah.
But because Enterprise win, we can sit here and we can say, no, they did a really good job of setting up and tightening the net and working for the picks.
Yeah.
It's so subjective onto which side it falls.
And you guys didn't get to see it, but there was a little bit of chatter coming through during the tack timeout, specifically from Jigsaw, sending some words over to Noah, who has yet to find an entry engagement that he's won in this matchup, 0-2 on opening death. So we do want to see a little bit more from the Team Secret Superstar filling in for direction on this team. He is playing quite solo, though. That has to be said, right? He's off on his own on a lot of these defenses, going for heavy roams. Again, just kind of out inside of Infirmary, so playing a little bit closer to site this time. It's going to be maybe on some of these other players to get aggressive, either flanking late to this top floor, which they've instantly conceded, or elsewhere around that bottom floor.
Again, some early pressure been taken here by Enterprise. They've already got themselves in established. Old Tower is a position that is being held now, and surprise, surprise, it's Ella being targeted again. It does feel a little bit like a targeted assassination job, this. Noah is consistently being targeted on that Deimos, and I don't think there's any sort of coincidence there, is there?
No, certainly not. And he's playing a really important position down inside of Infirmary. Usually you'll see this held by an Azami, but of course that banned out by Enterprise, so he's running it on the Ella instead. It's a tough spot to clear out, even still. You might have death marks on it, but his position is still difficult to clear through. They seemingly have a drone on him, though. That's going to be Brendo, who's got that information, can ping out Noah's position as long as that drone stays alive.
One of those positions where you don't want to overplay your hand here as Noah. You don't really want to move too much, just keeping a little bit of a wiggle peek on the doorway. But the Sharks are circling from above. Should be relatively safe, but might need a little bit of assistance from one of his teammates here to alleviate that. But at least for the most part, all the focus and attention is on clearing out this position. And we're starting to see the utility get ready up on that hatch for the drop. The Capital, those firebolts are going to go through. Another death mark tracker. How many is he going to be able to find here? That's the question. Bottomlove takes the first. Brendo with that refrag. The diffuser was being attempted there for a brief moment, but I don't think there's the space inside of sight to do it. It's going to have to be a push through for some kills, but they are being traded fiercely right now by Edward Gaming. They finally hold an advantage here in the 3 versus 2, just as things trickle off, but Jig is still alive and still gunning. 6-0 right now. Got a good idea as to where these last 2 players are as well. Is just going to have to land a couple of shots. The diffuser is out of the picture for this round. Can Jigsaw land these finishing blows? He's already down Noah, but Noah should be able to give the information here for Mentalist. The diffuser is going to need recovering if time is going to start getting this low. There's a big chance for Mentalist to actually hit the revive here and just to play this retake as a together move. But no, gets the kill onto Jig, but the plant is stuck. Can he land the shots? Brendo does it, gets off the diffuser and lands the finishing blow. Oh, Mentalist, what a blunder. You felt like you could see his head there as the plant was going down. I thought he knew where it was going to be.
Oh, a critical 1v1 to break the lead up to 3-0 there, Ollie. A massive play coming out from Brendo, able to clutch that one up, but of course Jigsaw as well. What a performance from him, taking down Noah in the mid-round, taking that 3v2 and turning it into a winnable situation. That was so critical from the guys on Enterprise. It really was the best look that we've seen from EDG, though. I mean, they had it in the palm of their hands. This position from Bottom Love was perfect. The Capital Bowl from Tuhon is a little bit off there. He's hoping to push Bottom Love off that position, but because he doesn't, Bottom Love gets the opening pick. His Toxic Babes do some extra damage. There's a little bit of a pushback, right? Tuhon gets aggressive and Jigsaw here as well, taking down Noah. That, for me, was the most important pick. And then, unfortunately, Mentalist just doesn't see him. He's on the screen, but we get the outlines. He doesn't. It's dark. It's tough to spot that out, but certainly a winnable round from EDG. Slips out of their fingers, and Enterprise lead by 3.
Mentalist is going to be kicking himself twofold there. He's going to be kicking himself that he didn't see the player, and he's also going to be kicking himself that he didn't just go and revive Noah.
True.
Because I think if he gets to the position to be, and I know that the wall was open, I know there was a good chance that line of sight would have been there, but sometimes you just got to take a chance. And if you can sprint across and get that revive off, even if one of you gets out of there alive again, you're still in a similar spot.
Especially when it's Noah. You know, like, no shade, but if it was somebody else on that team, like...
Nah, leave him.
I don't know. Noah's, he was in the SI Grand Finals for a reason. No doubt the best player on Team Secret after June's departure, so... really unfortunate spot there, but again, you kind of have to take risks. You have to trust yourself sometimes, and didn't go the way of Mentalist in that round. But now they'll get a chance to adapt. They'll get one more round back on every single bomb site. They played a full rotation through the first 3, so they'll get to go through a second rotation now. And we'll hopefully see a bit of a different look on this defense. And immediately, we see Cairo opening things up once again. Bottom Love going down. He was playing those white stairs earlier, and just based on Cairo's current position, it looks like he might have been playing that same spot. It was a vert pick just up through the floorboards. That is a tough one to lose early. Another one from Bottom Love where he's going down before he really would like to.
Yeah, Bottom Love, he got the opening pick in the last round, but aside from that, it's been very one-sided in Enterprise's favour. That opening pick has been something that they've been pretty hot on so far, especially considering that they're attacking into Fortress, right? It's not necessarily the easiest map to attack onto. Obviously, we've spoken already that attack has a good advantage, but in that opening engagement, it's kind of 50-50. It's up for whoever really wants it. And oftentimes, if it's the defenders that are losing their life, it's because they're being caught out of position, challenging onto windows where maybe they just don't need to be.
Definitely hoping to see more from Bottom Love, more like round 3, but we haven't seen it just yet. A great Nitro from Carpe. Wasn't sure if that was going to land, but it does find Bappin, and then Tuhon answers back onto Carpe, so they're already fighting in towards the bomb site. This Mav line has done so much work for Enterprise. Tuhon a double, and that will make them a 2v4 advantage. Only Mentalist and Angelai left to hold this down.
Again, a situation where Enterprise hold the advantage and can just take their foot off a little bit. Send some Logic Bomb phone calls out there. Mentalist going to find the first onto Tuhon, but that kind of gives the game away a little bit here. A couple of flashes going to go awry, but there's still a mirror window for July to play around. Mentalist really looking to leverage that Maverick hold, but just gets a bit tunnel visioned on it and will be punished. On July now in the clutch, 1 versus 3. Don't think he's going to be able to pick Mentalist up. The plant going down just over his shoulder, fluffs the first, and Brendo there to finish.
Big Tui for Tui in that round. A nice little double coming out from the captain of Enterprise, Tuhon on the Maverick. I love that play coming out from him. It's actually something we saw a lot of SI from Spiker on Wildcard, bringing that Mav here to Fortress just to give yourself an easier time opening those lines of sight, stop any bandit tricking shenanigans, help yourself on some of these really important walls. Tuhon deciding to pick up that off for himself, and it really just breaks the round wide open. And you should expect, like, that Book's wall is kind of a difficult one to play usually, because there is often a guy in that white stairs position, but because they got the early pick onto Bottom Love, because they were able to hunt him down from outside the building, it opened up that door, it allowed them to take that space, and it really made it easy for Enterprise to start converting some of these angles. I mean, just a powerful position from Tuhon to play here, really doing the most of it, and even after he gets smoked off the angle, the trades are so perfect to come through from Brendo. So it just feels like Enterprise, they've got a really good read of this game, Ollie. They're finding the gaps, they're making the gaps by picking off one player early every single time, and then they're using that space to convert into an execute.
It's the space finding for me. I think the way that they're opening up the start of the round, consistently getting that opening kill, and then using that as a sort of mounting position for the rest of the round and how they want to move forward. And even if that's somewhere that they're then going to rotate off like we saw them do in round 2, we saw a pretty significant rotate in round 2 because a lot of defender utility had been used in one area, and they went, you know what? Why are we going to fight you here now? We'll just fight you somewhere else where you're a little bit weaker, where you haven't invested so much. So it's not like they're committing to one plan and not being flexible enough to change. They're really, you know, adapting on the fly.
This is going to sound like some copium for the underdogs, but I do think EDG have a great opportunity here in round 5, Ollie, because last time Enterprise went for a very direct-to-site take. They didn't get too aggressive when pushing in onto this site. They didn't try to clear out those roamers across the map. They were very isolated in where they were trying to push from, and this is exactly the bomb site that Nato called his TAC timeout for. This is exactly what they were talking about in those 60 seconds that they had to talk with each other. So this should be where EDG have the easiest time adapting if they can rein things in, not give up those early frags. Play a bit more passive. Maybe you let them into small tower after they get a bit of util clear, after you waste some time, but just don't go for some of these overswings. Play inside your site. Trying to play behind your plant denial. There's a win con here for EDG.
Especially when you've got your mirror windows, because that's a great piece of utility to play behind. Mirror hasn't been banned. It's made it through the entire game so far. We've got a Solace ban, we're going to say. So mirror being up there, it's free real estate there to just sit behind that, and you can then send utility from the back of them. We can hear a C4 ripped there, just round the corner ready. Jigsaw.
Beauty.
It's only the second time he's fallen this game, but he's going to fall to that C4 from bottom love. A little bit of damage there being attempted onto the Monty. And oh, you can't turn your back. Bottom love, he's hitting him with the left and the right. Either side of the rotate. Make it 3 for him as he has come alive here inside of round number 5. A flawless round for the first round isn't a bad way to start things off for Edward Gaming.
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to see from Bottom Love. You know, he's a strong anchor player, Ollie. He's not one of those guys that you expect to be roaming around the map, and if he gets in those early gunfights, if he gets caught off, he's going to die, and it's going to put your team in a really bad position. But if he can just play anchor roles, he knows what he's doing. He hits some really nice C4s, hits some really good swings, knows when to get aggressive and when to play passive. That is what we are looking to see, and I think that's going to be the win con going forward. I know they only have one more defense round, but if you can just play like that more with Bottom Love, play around your teammates a little bit. You see, it's not just him going for these swings. He's got Mentalist behind him. He's got the whole squad there in sight trying to work off that pressure. It really just opens the door for him to make those plays and to kind of catch Enterprise off guard. If they can't find Noah off on his own, if they can't find Angelai off on his own, right? If they have to go into the site 5v5, push with all of those players available, it's going to favor the defenders.
Really big round there, and I hope it's the start of a little bit of a comeback here from Edward Gaming, because we don't want to see any of these games go one-sided. But for them to pick up that round is an important one. The best they're going to be able to do here now, though, is only going to be a 2-4 split, which then leaves them a lot of work to do on the attack.
2-4 is, you can work with it. You know, it's not a death sentence. It's not a death sentence. It's not where you want to be, but it's good enough, especially for a team that is playing their very first international match ever. Yeah. You know,
but they're also speaking 2 languages.
Exactly.
So whatever coordination you're hoping to have on the defense, if that can't translate onto the attacks where you're going to need it a little bit more.
Yeah, no doubt about that. So, I mean, especially for Noah, like, he's 1-4. That's going to surprise a lot of people, but he is really out on an island on a lot of these defenses. So he's not taking 1v1s. He's taking 1v3s, 1v4s. Enterprise are working as a team. They've really been hunting down Noah. We saw a bit of an early fight with him over towards front door, but now the push has shifted a bit. Enterprise making their way in through Hammam. Cairo taking the space on the blitz. There's one player that they have to worry about, and that's just going to be, I think it's Mentalist just inside the door here.
Not a great spot for Mentalist to be in, but he's supported on July, catching the shield in the back. 2 rounds in a row there, we've seen shield players just falling from an angle that hasn't been considered. Tuhan, next player to fall as well. Those Rotero drones out of action. And again, we see Enterprise in a 3 versus 5 now, and the times where they've been down on man count haven't worked out too well for them. Okay, it hasn't happened a lot, but Edward Gaming have worked well when they've been ahead. 1.5 minutes of the round left now. An attempt there at a kill onto Mentalist eventually will be found. But that was kind of expected at this point. He's been part of the problem, and they knew where he was. They don't know where the rest of them are.
That's right. I mean, the position is still not very strong for Enterprise. They don't have any top floor control, so they don't know about this player that's just sitting on the main stairs. That's going to be on July, who could go for a flank on any of those Hammam-facing players. That's where the defuse kit is. There is a bit of a dual push from both Brendo and Bappin, but then Jigsaw on an island across the map. He's not going to be able to work with his teammates much here.
Ooh, Brendo Didn't really need too much teamwork for that one. Just catches bottom love down. Noah will find a kill onto Jigsaw, though. So that isolated player that you were talking about, Jesse, the potential for backstab has disappeared. Still with a man disadvantage here. Enterprise, fortunately for how quickly they work through the early portion of the round, they've still got a good portion of time here. They've still got about 40 seconds, but it is going to be very difficult. Bit of information here. If Brendo can land this shot, that could be massive, but he's got no idea where the second player is coming from. And Angelai just swings from down those stairs and is easily able to take him out. Bappen frozen out right now as we see a rare use of Tubaral's Zoto canister. Quite often we'll see Tubaral just played for the DMR, but in this instance, why not send a little Zoto toward the breach as well? Bappen looking like he's going to fall in the same position that Brendan found himself, just at the bottom of these stairs, inside a main hallway, with multiple different angles to check. Everyone going for that one-tap final finisher, and we are going to see Edward Gaming there make their second round win.
Yeah, an impossible spot for Bappen and a really inspiring round for EDG. It truly feels like they figured out the formula towards the end of that first half, Ollie. It wasn't
Angle
perfect.
dedication, I like the reset, I like the energy.
Yep.
Okay? So I think we can win this. Don't doubt yourself. We can definitely win this after the last 2 rounds, as long as we follow the trends. We follow the same energy, we follow the same calm for the next half. Next half, I think they probably will play, so we need to expect exactly same for our plan. Play a lot of traps. They probably will. They like their team really likes to play killing stabs early. So spawn picks. Check spawn picks. Yep. Make sure we don't die early. And I think Noah has a very good plan before the game where we just bring the Ying within the Grim if they don't ban it. If they don't ban it, we just bring it. Use those gadgets to bait. We are going for a direct or we are going for a cross. They probably over rotating and we can play the cutoff and kill numbers.
Yeah.
Right?
Go vertical, okay? The Denari could be really good on the fucking kitchen strat. They always go vertical, okay? But be aware they could go horizontal. Apart from that, guys, listen. We're gonna. It's not 4-2 anymore. It's gonna be 0-0. Okay, we fucking start every round fresh. We've been resetting really, really good. Okay, and we just don't fucking let the pressure down.
Sir.
They're fucking scared out of their minds. We're on the fucking defense. Let's make sure we set the pace. Andres, what are we banning?
Banning Glaz Snake.
Glaz Snake.
I think if we just fill these rounds out and like talk about delegation round goals, that's all we need. Like the only way the chaos fucks us is if we don't know what the fucking win con of the round is.
They're going to have a permanent backstab because this guy cannot understand his teammates. So in these chaos rounds, there's going to be a backstab and this guy's going to be panicking because he has no idea what's going on.
Okay, give me 10 seconds. Guys, win con call is fucking important. And if we're fighting, we fucking fight together, okay? No solo shit, yeah? Fucking talk to each other. Let's go.
Office red, guys. Office red. Glaz Snake back.
Big TAC timeouts coming out from both the coaches. Of course, that is the halftime timeout that we've added in this season. Both Nato and Mag getting 2 minutes to talk about this second half game plan on what they want to try to accomplish. And you can hear a bit of a different vibe on each side, can't you, Ollie?
I mean, I think that's an understatement, Jesse. I think there's a very different vibe on each side.
Enterprise maybe a little bit more focused on who they're up against, right? The mental on the side of EDG and the fact that, there is a guy subbing in who doesn't have perfect comms. EDG more focused on the specific strats, what they're going to play. Talked about that Ying play that is going to come through from Noah. And it's interesting, I think, what was actually said by Nato in that TAC timeout. He said it was maybe a strat that was designed by Noah, or it was suggested by Noah, where he kind of wanted to bring in that Ying for some of those attacks. So could be interesting to see exactly how much of an impact he has on those decisions.
I think calling it a strat is maybe a little bit of a stretch. I'm just saying it's a stretch. Like, I love what you're trying to do it. I really do. But bringing the Ying, bringing the Glaz. I mean, the Glaz has been banned, but trying to just sort of bait. Yeah, okay, it might work. You might pick up a round.
Sure.
But you're not going to be able to win, 5 rounds that are required to get you to round 7, are you? Like, you're not going to be able to bait every single time. From the Enterprise side of things, really interesting listening to Mag there. It's 0-0, it's not 4-2. We're going to, really try and define our win conditions. They're not looking at just, rolling this momentum over at all. They are treating every round like a brand new thing, and they are looking to improve on what happened last round and just sort of take away those positives from it. And it was very polarizing because it was a bit vibesy, I'll be honest, on the Edward Gaming side of things. Yeah, no,
great to first listen in from Mag, of course, as well. He hasn't coached before, and not before this stage, was coaching Enterprise throughout kickoff, but He is kind of newer to this role, but I think he's filled in really nicely. I thought that was a great tack timeout coming through from, at least from what we got to hear from his POV. So excited to see what Enterprise have for the second half. They cannot let the momentum continue to spiral. I truly thought EDG took control of this game over those last couple of rounds. They had answers to Enterprise playstyle on the attack. Now as they'll swap things up, Enterprise move to the defense. It's going to be up to EDG to try to make a bit of a change here, to try to find some of this impact on the offensive side. Lots of information, lots of disruption. We've got both the Deimos and the Monty coming out for intel, and then Carpe and Bottom Love bringing the Ying and the Grim to try to disrupt positions. I like that.
I liked what Mike was talking about the Chaos as well, because they were happy to play within the Chaos as long as they were in sort of pseudo control of it in some ways.
Yeah.
I want to know what that Chaos starts to look like here. At the minute, it's fairly standard. We've got a Monty bearing down. Mentalist, he's looking to try and bully these players out of upstairs. We've seen a C4 ripped and sent from Jigsaw, but nothing on the back of it yet. The mirror's still up, so again, information can be gathered, and these positions don't need to be entirely given up just yet. Ooh, nice bit of info there. July just trying to get his Selma out, but with this buddy system and with the way that it's set up, I don't think it's going to have too much of an impact, although, say again, Jigsaw did try and make something happen there. He tried to save his mirror window and has paid the price for it.
Yeah, lots of util being played here. The Ace making some extra angles, but it's going to be Noah that strikes first. Traded out by Cairo. That's good team play and a second for his troubles. Mentalist gets his head blown off, and now the numbers back to even. 3-3 of these players try to clear through this top floor. It's been messy, but I think successful so far for EDG.
Well, the diffuser's cold on the ground as well, so that's something that they can start to try and work toward recovering. I don't think it's in an impossible position. It's just on the other side of the wall there from where July is in his position.
Yeah.
Cairo, he's going to be keeping an eye on that. He probably knows that he's got the kit down there and just wants to keep an eye on that location at the moment. But it's Brendo tucked that worries me.
Yeah, this is really scary, especially because they don't have kit. They have to go for kills here. They've left it on the other side of the map.
The Ying Candelas will assist them in doing that. July taking a good portion of damage there. The Fenrir, always a nightmare when you can't quite see it. And likely going to get caught out there inside of the smoke. Left with no option, but Two-Hand has got his teammates back. July down for the count, and Bottom Love, well, he had the Bailiff in hand for a brief second there, but he's only got 15 to play with. He has the kit, but now he's got to find himself 3 kills. There's been a serious stall out so far from EDG, and he's going to have to fit a couple of live shots inside of 8 seconds if he's going to make this one work. Gets a glimpse, but can't land the finishing blow. Two-Hand believes in the shotty. It's sort of medium range, and is going to be successful there. Enterprise coming away with that first win on the defense.
We rise to 5. Really strong position to be in if you're Enterprise. And I think it just comes down to good patience, to good team play coming out there. Of course, we saw EDG. I really liked their attack. You know, I thought their util was working well together. The Ace charges were opening angles. We saw the Monty coming out, which was gathering good information to come through as well from Mentalist. And then even with that Ying play, I mean, they had the read on the player tucked in the corner. They had that good intel. But in the end, it didn't really matter because the team play was just a little bit better on the side of Enterprise. Even when somebody came in, like the Ying should have been a free kill, Two-Han was there to cover his teammate. And I think that trade game in the 3v3, when the time pressure is being put on EDG, it makes things really awkward to try to convert. And, you know, it wasn't a dominant round. Very easily could have gone the way of Edward Gaming, but Enterprise a little bit better when it matters the most.
I think Enterprise just look in control.
Sure.
That's the big takeaway for me. They just look in full control of the round and what is happening. Something that was, maybe a little bit of a mark down. It wasn't an A+ paper. Let's be honest. There was a few little mistakes in there.
Yeah.
I commented at the time, the Selma charge gets thrown on the mirror window. The way that was all positioned and set up, it was designed so that one can assist the other. And if one mirror window gets compromised with a Barnapelos or a Selma or whatever throwable hard breach you're going to try and use it, the other one can try and sort that out for you. Jig gave his life up to try and save the mirror window, and it just seemed a little bit sort of needless in a lot of ways, because I thought that was what the setup was sort of designed to do. It didn't end up holding a great deal of value into how the round actually played. It was just that small little moment for it. On the other side, EDG, did they do the strat? Did they try and bait and then get people on cutoffs? Not really.
Yeah.
We didn't really see that, did we? It was a very flat approach. As soon as you bring in the Monty, as well as the Ying, I don't think that you're going to be able to be in that position of, really sort of baiting things out.
Yeah. I almost would have liked to see Mentals maybe get a bit more aggressive on this Monty. Like, had a lot of vision. If you at least, like, bring down the shield, threaten a little bit, say, hey, I might be shooting you to the side here, that makes things a little bit more difficult for the defenders.
Yeah.
There, again, during the tech pause there, briefly, a bit of chatter going through, mostly from Jigsaw, directed in Mentalist's way. Of course, 2 and 6 from the captain of EDG. He's not a high frag player. He's going to be on hard support roles, so we don't expect him to be popping off. But with the history between these two teams, it makes the trash talk cut just a little bit deeper,
Absolutely. And, Mentalist always finds himself in the middle of it, I think.
He really does.
It does kind of just feel that way a little bit, doesn't it, sometimes?
Yeah.
So we are kind of used to that a little bit. He's going to switch off the Monty at the last second there and go over onto the Twitch. So maybe trying to prove you wrong, Jesse. Getting that F2 in his hand, one of the best guns in the game. Right? No, okay. DMR. Still. DMR. Any DMR is one of the best.
Still good.
DMRs are maybe the best guns in the game.
Yeah.
And then we just put all the other guns underneath that because, DMR superiority is certainly a thing.
Yeah.
That being said, we've got a couple on the other side of things as well. Two-Hand are going to be bringing his. Something that's impressed me from Enterprise is the togetherness that they play with.
Yes.
There was a brilliant little bit of a trade situation where we had Brendo and Two-Hand. Like, I think it was Brendan that was like really tucked in and just trying to melt into the wall, and he's immediately being held. They just seem like they're holding one another's hands so much. And of course, they do a great job of chatting a lot of crap inside of the all chat because a little bit of a question mark there. Noah just, what can you do? Poor old Noah. Kind of in a bit of a lose-lose, really, with what he's said that he will do here in terms of stepping in for someone in a team, because it's never going to be easy. You're never going to look great doing it.
It's been Tui and Jigsaw who've really taken control of this game, and they've been letting the opponents know constantly with that. Good opening pick. It's untraded to come out from Edward Gaming, so now they're going to try to work this play in 4v5. They're still working on the roam clear, by the way, and you start to see these Enterprise players fall back just a little bit. Bappin deciding the hallway is not his best position. Jigsaw setting up some of these Kibas still inside a bathroom. You need to find utility to clear this out. They've got 3 flashbangs. They've got some smokes. They've got nades on July as well. Some of these have to be used to clear these roamers, and at this point, 90 seconds, 4v5, you can't just be pushing these guys back. You have to catch someone on a rotation.
Especially when you look now at what Enterprise have got. They've got 20 Shoemakers to send.
Jeez.
That alone is enough. There's nothing else, by the way. It's just 20 Shoemakers, but it's still a hell of a lot there. We, of course, got the usual Vulcan packs as well, but they are likely going to all be dealt with by the time we get to that final execute, or you at least hope so. Some good information being gathered on a drone, but again, do something with it now. We need to see Bottom Love get in and start to use some of those Selmas.
Didn't catch anybody on the roam game, so now it's a 4v5 push. Not a lot of positions to play if you're Enterprise, but lots of crossfires set up.
Ooh, big kill there from Carpe. Is able to take Jigsaw down. It's one of the downsides of being hemlocked inside of the site now with all this time remaining, but a brilliant response, double swinging onto the player that had just taken down Jig. Carpe now going to fall. The advantage continues to stay in Enterprise's hands right now. And well, EDG, they're going to have to get a little bit more active than just watching these single doorways into sight, because there is no reason for Enterprise to move right now. They do not need to push, and Brendo finds that out the hard way. Is able to flick and get a couple of points of damage in onto Mentalist, but takes a few in return. Flash now being sent out, but Brendo anticipates it. Will be traded by On July, but again, with that early pick, the numbers just keep working here in Enterprise's favor, and they will continue to do so. Bappin, great down over onto Bottom Love. And well, On July, you've got to be in the site to make an impact, mate, and you are only just getting in there with no time left.
Just such a difficult push, Ollie, because they didn't have numbers, as we mentioned, but they also didn't really have much hard breach. They had one Selma charge that was being used kind of on the briefing wall to try to get into dorms, but the only real effect that Selma had was it allowed a flank from Bappin to come out and kill one of the attackers in the back. I mean, it really didn't have a lot of angles. The main wall that was still over towards the south bunk side was closed. You know, we still had this main wall from briefing that was mostly closed. There was not really much pressure. Small tower, a bit of it, sure, but a lot of these players on the defense knew what was coming. This is that breach I was talking about. The one bit of hard breach that actually got used towards the site favored the defenders more than it did Edward Gaming. So that push just really didn't have the tools it needed to find success. Now Enterprise will have 4 opportunities to close out this game and secure themselves a match against Los later on today.
You've got to give the benefit of the doubt to Enterprise at the moment. I mean,
really?
not only in the scoreline, but the way that they've played Siege, it's been good to watch.
Yeah.
It really has. It's been entertaining and it has been well-coordinated Siege. This is obviously a group that has a hell of a lot of synergy. And I know that it's easy to sit there and watch a lot of APL and say, yeah, we know this. We see it in APL all the time. And this, again, it's a different environment, isn't it? You know, it's international. They're against one of the CNL teams. It's going to change again when they go up against a team like, or if they go up against a team like Lost, which, let's be honest, is looking fairly likely at this moment. But it's good to see that the fundamentals and the basics are all still there. EDG on the flip side. No timeout left now, and really just looking to work on these vibes. That Ying play that was sort of heralded as the savior has really not seen all too much use or action. And I think we need to be looking a little bit deeper than just that. But they are going to be looking to try and take some top floor control here. That much is demonstrated by the fact they're bringing the Ram. And Jake, I'm not sure I see anyone use the ladder there. But I'm sure he's doing it for sound reasons.
Yes. Yeah, a lot quieter than just dropping down. Saw the drone, knew somebody might be entering in there, and I think he's going to be the real focal point. You have to confidently shut him down if you're EDG. He's the one roamer top floor. He's all by himself on an island. Very similar to how Noah was playing, and they've got him on a death mark. They've got him on a logic bomb. So they force him back towards that first floor, and now you've put the pressure on. You've not allowed him to make that really important thorn in the side of your attack. And it will be Bappin who opens things up onto July. So it's a different player coming up in a different position. It's not just Jigsaw by himself. The team play is still there. And it's another opening duel for Enterprise.
One of the problems when you go so sort of light-footed on the top floor as a defender, and the attackers move through and take all that space because it's free. If you've not got anything on the flank or you've got no one watching that drone, it's so easy for someone just to sneak up and get a kill like that. And Jigsaw, he's just provided the perfect distraction. No more Logic Bomb phone calls here then for what could be the final round of this opening match here. We are starting to see plenty of the floor ripped open though. But then again, what's stopping the defenders from moving out? A lot of these attackers are operating spaces inside of this top floor. They're not holding the cutoffs down below.
And it's very similar to the problem we saw last round. I mean, they don't have numbers. They have 0 hard breaks, so the hatch is going to stay closed this entire time. They have to just run at this infirmary player, and frankly, I'm favoring Tuhon as he's gone 9-5 through the first 8 rounds.
Ooh,
Never mind.
That's why you shouldn't favor people, Jesse. Jigsaw is going to be there to try and level things back, but Mentalist hit a huge double kill here in this round, and it could be enough to keep his team in it. Half HP and still with the diffuser in pocket. You question how much information is left now for EDG and how much they've got. Cairo taking a good portion of damage there. Noah is going to find the kill onto Jigsaw, but immediately he is dealt with, swinging 1-for-1 right now as Bappin and Cairo wrap up here. And that is going to be Enterprise advancing through into the upper bracket semi-final against Lost later on.
A big statement match coming out from the lads down under. They managed to get it done, and for Edward Gaming, it's not the debut they would have wanted, but it's a debut nonetheless. The start of a new era for Chinese teams here in Rainbow Six Siege. It was a difficult match from the get-go. They didn't have their best player. They will still survive down the lower bracket, but for today, their journey's finished.
We are ripping through these games here. We've got best of ones right up until we get through to our best of threes later on this afternoon. We're going to be back just after the break with Team Falcons versus Daystar. Don't go anywhere.
A 7-2 win for Enterprise over EDG, the opening match of the major. I'm here with Mag. Guys, you clearly targeted Noah. At least it felt like that from the outside. We heard it during the TAC timeout. Was that a focus at all going into this game?
It wasn't a focus going into the game. Obviously, when you know, Noah doesn't speak Chinese, Mentalist, he can do some sort of translation, but when Noah was going to do his own thing in the game and the other 4 just do what they usually do. But during the game, actually, we talked about, what if we just pick the Deimos, we just target Noah at the start of the round, and sometimes we actually did that. So he didn't frag out and have a life game that we thought he could have. So we were able to deal with Noah very well.
Well, Mag, you mentioned Mentalist. You teamed with him, as far as I understand, SI 2020 on Fnatic a few years ago. Now you coached your team to a victory against him today. How does that feel?
It feels really good, to be honest. I mean, look, Pat and I, Mentalist and I, we're really good friends and teammates. And, I'm glad I got the win against him. And really good that he is still playing, unlike myself. And, just really good to see him again.
The biggest difference from this team, I mean, you guys did not have the performance at SI that you wanted. You come in, go undefeated through the start of the kickoff, and now here with a win. What's the biggest difference with this new roster, how things have taken shape?
The biggest difference with the roster is definitely the fragging power of this roster. The old EP roster that I wasn't a part of, obviously, we had some super support players that weren't able to frag out, like, Cairo is now on the shields. But, the individual skill on some of these players in the room is insane, and we will just be using that throughout the tournament, so please look out for it.
Well, speaking of, match up against Los in just a bit, best of 3. Thoughts ahead of that one?
Can't wait to get the game on the road. Los, they might not be warmed up as much as we are, but hopefully we'll take that and go on to phase 2.
All right. Thanks, Mag. We'll pass it back to Ollie and Des.
Thank you very much, and indeed, welcome back over to the arena. I'm Des. This is not Tim. Tim's got a lot bigger and grown some hair, it turns out, recently. How things going, Ollie?
Yeah, really good, thank you. Yeah.
Enjoy the first game?
Yeah, it was good.
Fantastic.
I was actually quite surprised by it, to be fair. I think I was holding a little bit more stock in Noah being the super sub and like sort of saving the day, and I think it's such a nice storyline to have, and when it doesn't seem to translate, it just kind of makes sense when you look at it in the cold light of day, doesn't it?
I'm really going to have to get used to looking upwards here. This is just weird. I'm so used to like looking there, and now I'm just like, I got to do this. Life ain't fair sometimes. But you know what it is? We've got a brilliant game coming up now for our second game of the day. Daystar against Falcons. Now, Daystar, it's fair to say, coming in, they feel like the underdogs, but anything can happen on day 1 of a major.
And it's a best of 1. Anything can happen on day 1 of a major, and anything can happen in a best of 1. If there's one thing that we know about this game that we all love, it's that best of 1s can be terribly unpredictable, and it doesn't take too much. And I mean, Falcons, yes, we hold them on a pedestal, but it's a bit of a dicey pedestal sometimes. It can be a little bit shaky as well at times.
Yeah, they've had a good few events recently where they finished second, and it's become a little bit of a meme at this point where it just keeps on happening time and time again. They can never quite seem to get it over the line. However, with it being the first day, you would back them to come out swinging here, right?
You'd hope so. You really would. And I think that's what we're looking for. We're looking for a really dominant performance from a premier org inside of Europe. Let's be honest. The fact that these guys have come into stage 1 is almost in some ways surprising itself.
Well, here our map vetoes are ready, so we'll take a quick look here at where we're going to start out this game, I suppose. And we're going to find things out in just a moment. Any ideas on where you think you'd like to see them go here? Anything you kind of look at when you see Bank and think, you know what, this feels like it really favours a given team, Ollie?
I mean, I can only look at the data, and we can only be led by what we can see. Bank, for me, seems like a strong choice for Falcons, and I'm not sure how strong of a choice it is for Daystar. It feels like a weaker choice for them, just in sheer sample size of games played.
That's always a big thing, and also the fact you've got, again, it's not at all trying to put Daystar down, but they're coming up against one of the best teams in the world. It's going to be a tough battle no matter what map you step into. For me, for both teams, it's third in terms of preference. They both like playing on it. What I'm especially really excited to see is how June plays this out as well. Of course, we've seen him during kickoff. That was the big move after SI was, whoa, June's moving over. Shaiko's leaving Falcons. No one ever had that on their bingo cards, but it happened. And so far, it's going pretty damn well, so I'm really keen to see them show what they can do here on the international stage on a map like Bank.
It doesn't seem like we can go through a game without talking about a Team Secret player, really, does it?
They're everywhere.
Either a current or
like vermin.
Yeah, either a current or an ex-Team Secret player. But Doom, of course, as you mentioned there, most recently known for being second inside of SI, only back in February in Paris, and has since joined this Falcons roster. And I think, to be honest, it's a change that was needed, because Falcons, for all their successes, for all that we've seen them do inside of this game, we are still yet to wait. We still wait for that dominant run and that multiple event win, or you know, whatever it might be, because there's so many times where we see them just get so close and they're unable to switch it over the line. And the June pickup, at least for the moment, feels like it's working quite nicely, feels like it's got potential to go somewhere, and it's now just becoming a time thing, right?
I mean, for me, it's a world. We had this conversation about Parlo and Ness for a long time. It's like, can you imagine a world where they don't win an SR, don't lift a hammer? I'm kind of feeling that way about Leakyfact now.
Yeah.
Like, arguably, okay, I won't say he's the best. Like, that's definitely an argument, a debate to have. But one of the best IGLs in the world, phenomenal gunner at the game. Like, he's got to win something at some point, but we always say it about Shaiko as well. Can you see a world where he doesn't lift a hammer at some point? There's all these players that deserve to do it but never quite get there. And yes, this tournament isn't about lifting a hammer, but it's the start of that year. It's the start of the road to the 6th Invitational in 2027. And they've got to start out strong here. Get the SI points on the board. Ensure that you're 100% going to be there. And probably making a statement, I think, is a good way to get things moving on day one. We'll be into things in just a moment. As you can see, there's Daystar getting themselves set up and ready. We have got every single player in the lobby, which is always good news. And we'll get into things very, very shortly.
I saw an interesting graphic on Twitter earlier. For the life of me, I apologize. Can't remember who it was that posted it, but it was talking about movement and player movement inside of different maps, and whether that was on attack or defense. So defense was like the y-axis and the x-axis was attack. Leakyfact was like top right, like one of the most active players on attack and one of the most active players on defense. And it was based on movement units movement units used per second of gameplay or whatever it was. And they are very active. Now, we always knew this, but it was nice to see it put into sort of some context where you've got a real big hub of people inside of the middle, and then you've got edge cases of one, you know, people that are either really slow and don't really move too much. I think Users was probably down there as one of the players that moves a little bit less. But Leakyfact, for me, one of the players that you really want to sort of look out for. On the flip side, I look over at a team like Daystar, Des, and I think somebody like Bin. That's someone for me that you've got to really keep your eye on, because they have a lot of potential to be a real big upset player.
There's been a lot of hype about Bin actually as well, so indeed, very excited to see how they play today. On the other side, just to address it for a second, because you mentioned it, you know, speaking about Leakyfact being a very mobile player versus someone like Yuzus, that speaks down, I think, a lot to the operators that you find them playing, where Yuzus often is the flank player. For Leakyfact, as I mentioned, he's the guy who likes to get involved in gunfights as an IGL. He won't sit on drones and kind of call out to the rest of his team. I can think of a few moments during kickoff on Cafe Top Floor, the one that always jumps out to me. He's playing Snake, he's up on Skylight, he catches out 4 players on one of his scans, and immediately, bam, he's vaulted over the Skylight, he's in, he's killed 2, his teammates are cleaned up the rest, and I'm just like, this is, again, just the genius of him seeing what's going on and immediately knowing what the right call is, when to tell the team to go, when to move himself and get himself involved. He's not a very passive player. He does want to be involved in the mix of things.
Something I'm already looking forward to now, and I really don't want to wish the game away because I'm looking forward to the first 6 rounds. But at the halfway point, we get to listen to the players and the coach.
Yeah.
And I thought it was so insightful in the first game, and it's going to continue to be insightful because some of the timeouts become a little bit legendary in some cases, don't they? And it's a real rare glimpse that we get as players to actually listen in.
I remember messaging Harambe about this, actually, the coach of Daystar, and I was saying, I remember you from SI still. I don't, truthfully and respectfully, I did not a single clue what you were saying, but you'd occasionally drop an F-bomb in there or a shit in there or something like that. And he was just always like, guys, chill, all the time, trying to calm them down and just get them focused. And I had a chat to him and he was saying, like, look, kickoff went well for us. We're coming in here. We know we've still got a lot to learn. We want to play a lot of big teams here to continue learning and growing. But you will see a better Daystar than what you saw back at SI. And I was like, wicked. Can't wait to see it come out. And this is certainly a big first challenge against Falcons. Let's get into our operator bans to see who's not going to be available for this first half, Ollie. So nearly called you Tim then again.
Yeah, it's going to happen. It's like when you call your current partner by your ex's name.
Oh, does that happen a lot, does it?
It's never happened to me. But I can
why was that the first example you went to then?
Because socially, I think that's one of the examples, isn't it?
I think more like you've probably called like someone who lives in your household the name of a pet or something. It's probably a more relatable example.
What, so you've done that, have you?
Admittedly, no, but my mum does it all the time. When before our dog died, it was me and my 3 brothers and the dog would just get mixed up all the time. She shouted and says, Kate, Des, and I'd be like, what? She's done it again? Yeah, okay.
Is that because you were just stood at the back door waiting to go out?
I think because there's just 4 of us. Yeah, all the time. Yeah. Pissing on the floor
just
as well.
Scratching at the back door.
Having a torrid time of it. But the bans have come on through pretty thick and fast. We've had Monty and Glaz taken away by Falcons from Daystar, and on the other side, pretty typical bans for this map. The Kite, of course, to look towards those action aisles, and the Mirror also being taken offline.
Always good to see the Mirror taken out nice and early. It was available for what felt like far too long in Fortress on both sides of things, and it is just.
I'm just thinking about standing at the back door now and whining.
Yeah, I know. I can imagine. That's the thing is, I can actually imagine you doing it. That's the annoying part.
To do that, Ollie. Come on now.
That's the annoying part.
Give me some credit.
Falcons going to be kicking things off here on the defense. Got Leaky Fat just doing a little bit of drone hunting and site set up there. Users on the Echo as well. So those Yokais are going to be kicking around. I think he was just putting a barricade out up there.
Playing this operator won't help his movement per second, Ollie.
It's not going to, is it? The movement per second. I'm going to have to find out who did that and give some good credit if it's going to be something we reference.
It's because there's been a lot of tools, open source tools that have become available now that can analyze replay files, and it's really fascinating the level of depth that we can get out of the game now as well. So I really look forward to seeing how analysis develops throughout the year, the kind of info that we can access about different teams. It's going to be fascinating for sure. On the other side, though, my eyes naturally go towards Souffle running around here on the Nook, but more importantly, Seal on that solid snake. That's a lot of essence in one sentence. A lot of teams have been speaking absolute lyrical about this operator. We saw him a lot throughout kickoff too. And my question to a number of coaches that I spoke to was, do you think we'll see a lot of bans? And they said, maybe, but the problem is shields are still a thing. There are other operators you need to also remove, and while Snake is really good, is it like so oppressive that he has to be your must ban? Not quite.
It's like banning out new operators. I always say the same thing. It's like you're playing a game from 6 months ago with no bans.
Yeah.
Because if you're just using one of your bans on a brand new op, then you've got all the other tools that you used to hate playing against. You've got all the other stuff you didn't like doing. And it really starts to disrupt things a little bit. And I think, yes, it is worth a ban, but on the flip side, you do get other things. Would you want the Monty or the Glaz in place of the Snake? Maybe with hindsight, potentially, but at least for the moment, you're going to risk that Snake being played. Seal,
they have to know.
He's not seeing too much impact from it at the moment, but Leaky Fac is hanging around on this top floor.
Yeah, they couldn't see him on the back of the Snake scanner either as well, but they know that someone's around. They had a couple of shots on since he's lost HP. This is really where the Blackbeard has got to be the one leading the charge. Of course, capitalise on the info that Seal might be able to feed across. And now they even see him on a drone, and they still can't find the kill, but the trade is there. Good bit of team play by Daystar, but the worry for me, Ollie, 90 seconds of the round have gone, and they've gone 1 for 1 on that top floor. That's a win for Falcons in my book.
I'd take that trade as well. Leaky Fac's Vulcan Packs, they're going to be down there.
Absolutely.
The Bees, they are still in the pocket of Pikanzu, and they are going to be needed to try and root these players out. As you say, the time being a factor as well. Okay, the hatches are open, the cade's removed. You've potentially not got anything that's going to slow you down there. Solotov's still got 2 of his Zotos, so whether they've been used or not, it's not really going to be of too much consequence at the moment because the time has done a majority of the work. Souffle with a great backstab angle, but again, Leaky Fac down. Who's users playing? He's playing Echo, so there's going to be info for him to work off.
I feel like they know that he's here as well. Of course, you can't always see the Nook on camera. It's kind of the whole point of the ability, but no one's exposing themselves to him too easily here. And as soon as he makes that step on forward, then you've got to worry about a swing coming in from the other side. Repopping that gadget and stepping out, trying to find anything and anyone. And as it stands, no one's giving their way over. I tell you what, Solotov, I thought surely might go down there. No, but Souffle's eyes were on towards users. Attempted trade comes on through, loses half his life, and June gets Seal elsewhere. It's down to a 3v3 with 20 seconds to go. A great second shot on this garage flank. It took 2 minutes to come online, Ollie, but it's got 2 kills. This is theirs for the taking.
The problem is now he's 1 HP, and June is immediately going to swing the corner and deal with the problem. Bin has the kit, but he's not going to be given the space to plant. Bride sent the Toxic Babe canisters down. June's on for a triple, and now it is all down to the lowly Capital. Just a little bit too far out of the fight. When you've got a player so deep inside a garage and you've already got someone planting in non-default, you can't afford to be all the way back in server. You have to commit to the flood.
You know what? Falcons win the round, but I was actually really pleased with how Daystar approached that round. Admittedly, a little bit slow, I think, on the top floor clear. If they get that done 20 seconds quicker, they give themselves so much more time down in the basement to make that execute happen. Because I think without the pressure of the clock becoming that 6th man for the defenders of Falcons, they probably get away there. We've actually managed to get a couple more kills. You don't see June floating around and getting the 3K that he did. It was a wonderful round from him, and without that 3K, this could have been a bit of a disaster for Falcons.
Leaky Fac needed to be killed there for free. The fact that Leaky Fac went 1 for 1 is what's basically won the round. Because Souffle can come in and pick 3 kills up from Garage, but they're kind of impactless. Because you've still left Bride alive, you've still left Doom alive, you've not really been able to deal with the whole problem. If they clear Leaky Fac out for nothing, then they've still got the bees, they can still start to send stuff over in toward Vault, they can then work a plan from that point onwards. But the fact that we had the Capital just so far out, Akuzi not able to really get himself into the fight there, that was kind of the big problem for me.
Well, into the second, we'll see how things build out from here. June being down at 1 HP at the bitter end of things just goes to show that a couple of meters may have made all the difference there. If that kill comes through, we're having a very different conversation right now. Up to the top floor we go. Falcons are getting themselves set up with the electrification. On the other side, we've got Souffle jumping across to bring along the Kali to help deal with that. So I imagine Route 1 is going to be Pecan getting himself up on the windows. Those Selmas going down once that wall has been blasted out by the gadget of Souffle. And then we can start to get a movement onto the top floor itself. Main thing to worry about, of course, will be the clash. That's why you've also got the Kali on side to help counter that. Doesn't mean that it's going to be easy to pin Bride down, though, and destroy that shield.
No, clash on this top floor as well, very difficult, just through the sheer length of the angles that you're dealing with. You're always dealing with very long angles, and that's somewhere that Clash can just plonk the shield down and play behind it, or indeed just make those rotations nice and easily. Already opening up the majority of those CEO windows there. Liquifact's Castle Barricade's not really coming to too much. And unless we see a successful bandit trick, which we may do. Brilliant time in there. And again, just an example of a bit of desync on this Daystar side. It was the same in the opening round with the first kill. We didn't see it come through quick enough. And Usus is now being allowed to sit here and bandit trick. I'll tell you what, if someone can get under there and open that hatch for him and get him out of there, he's done a wonderful job.
This is how Siege goes sometimes as well. It's down to the second as well. If that Flores drones is in place half a second sooner, they probably get away with that wall already being opened up. But they only committed the one Selma, so have managed to now at least get the left side opened up, which still gives you that sight line you want right down that long hallway, so you can see any rotation coming from Falcons players down there. It restricts the movement of the defenders. Now you re-drone in, get info on where the players are, and that's when you can start thinking about what an execute needs to look like.
Problem now is that you're headlocked into using that Kanto angle. You've not got any ability to open up inside a square, so anything that isn't open already is going to remain closed, and we can see that square is going to be locked off. So these window players, yes, they're going to see a little bit of value if Falcons peak, but if Falcons don't peak, Square can be watched purely by Bride right now, and he can just plant that Clash Shield right down. It's going to be so difficult for Daystar to make headway now into the site.
This is the problem. Anytime they try and step in through the windows, there's always someone ready to try and challenge here. Pecan working his way up and knows that there's one inside the elevator, but now they know he's there as well. He wins out the 1v1, though. Zoom quietly going about his business again, though. Things remaining at 3 apiece here with the shield still standing. Liquefact getting one back. 2 players now stacked up inside a Janitor, and this is looking a little bit comfortable for Falcons in the dying 40 seconds of this round. Zoom, another couple of kills in this round. Feeling unstoppable so far, Ollie. Still ends on 5 as Liquefact gets the close. But it's been a solid start by Doom and the rest of Falcons.
There must be something about being 1 HP on Falcons that just gives you superpowers, because I think Liquefact got 2 or 3 kills there and he was on 1 HP after being banged through the wall. It was Doom inside of round 1. It really is just a little secret buff at the moment. Again, so much of that round coming down to one single event. And it's the bandit trick. The fact that Usus was able to bandit trick that first Selma, the fact that only one Selma was thrown in the first instance, it made it so difficult. They'd committed Daystar. They had the Kali. They had the Flores. They had everything they needed to stop that wall from being tricked. And they weren't able to do it because of the desync. The fact that they had to use all the Selmas on that single breach made it so that there was no option for redundancy. There was no like, well, you know what, we probably should still open Square because it's going to make it a little bit easier for us at a later point.
Still like an overall what I'm seeing from Daystar. I feel like their approach, it's been impressive, it's been good. It's definitely been to a stage that you'd expect of a team trying to compete at a major like this too. They've just struggled a little bit against Falcons in the dying moments of a round, who, as we know, every individual player on this Falcon side is the one that you would trust being in a 1vx. They're the kind of players that can clutch up and go big, that can walk away with a 3k or a 4k in a round, like we've just seen. Doom in round 1 with a 3k, Liquefact in the second with a 3k of his own. Now we get to see if they can complete the trifecta, all 3 sites, get a 3-0 start here and then go into that second quarter, most likely drawing a tack time out of Daystar because they cannot afford to be going down 6-0 here, which is exactly how the game could head. We've got Ben jumping across on towards playing on the Blitz. Shield, of course, being banned away in the Monty. Still get a little bit of what you need from that in the form of a Blitz, but it's a little bit more aggressive. You need to be going that little bit quicker. And here a lot of utility coming into this top floor to at least get themselves inside the building, bearing in mind the site is down on that first floor. It's over towards open area that we're going to be focusing on in this round. So I want to see them be a bit quicker in clearing out these roamers that are sat up on the top floor. And I can see 3 of them already up there so far, Ollie.
I don't know what it is, but you never really think of Bank and Blitz as being like a match made in heaven. You always think of Bank and the Monty. And the Blitz, I never feel like Blitz is having a fantastic time, but we'll see how Bin Bin chooses to use it. It looks like he's maybe going to be looking to get himself in through that spiral stair and get onto that top floor and work through that way. But there's still quite a lot of time gone here, and we've not really seen too much happen, Des. There's a bit of a stall out here from Daystar. It looks a little bit unclear as to what we're exactly going to be going for. We're starting to see players move through this main lobby. Is the target upstairs? Is it downstairs? It's one of the reasons why the blitz is no good. You've not got enough coverage, and there's too many extended angles.
It's a bit of a heartbreaker, especially you've got things like the Lion inside there that really could have supported their push on forwards. Uses into a second as well. Well, they're peeking elsewhere on the Ash. He was the one who was alongside Bin on his push forward on that blitz. He's managed to get himself 2 in the round. So I feel like for the 3rd time this game, Ollie, we're in a 3 versus 3, and they're the ones who are starting out with the advantage. Leak it back on the backside, now down to a 2v2. If you're going to win a round, boys, it's going to be now. Finds the side, Seal good for 2, and Brede has got to hold up. But think about what I said at the start of the round, Ollie. Any player on this team can clutch, so I'm a little bit nervous for Daystar, but hopefully Pecan can hit the 4K.
There's quite a bit of time for this as well. And that kind of favours both sides at the minute, right? Because Brede can find a little bit of an off spot. We can see that the kit, forget about it. It's all the way outside. There is time to recover it if Daystar wanted to, but they wouldn't be leaving themselves with enough. A little bit more vert to be made, bit of distraction, bit of noise. I doubt that Seals are going to end up using that angle, but there's always the possibility. Picanzu, the way that he's circling, it feels like he knows that something's up right now. We've got Seal moving down those main stairs as well, but Brede's position is not known at all right now. A little bit of info there on the Tellus Fenrir. Is he able to land the bang through the wall? Can't quite get it, but he's got the time. He can readjust, he can reset, hit the reload, but Seal, lightning reactions there, is able to put Brede down.
They would have kicked themselves at the bottle that one, but he just knew where Brede was coming from, had the pre-fire on the go, and Daystar do at least get around off the back of that quarter. It's only one attacking round, but against Falcons, personally, I think I'll take it.
Well, it's the off site as well, so it's the side that you're expected to win as the attack. You know, you're not going to win the primary site or the secondary site every single time, but those 3rd choice bomb sites, they're the ones you need to be starting things off with, and it's not uncommon to see attackers win the first round of the game on round 3 and then start to build up from there. They've already seen what's going to be going down inside of the basement. They've already seen what's going to be going down upstairs. They know what they're going into now, and again, it means it's a good time to take a tactical timeout.
Yeah, no surprise at all. See if we can have a listen in a moment as well to what's going on there. But to summarise that for that first quarter overall, good efforts by Daystar overall. I was impressed by what I saw. Falcons, as reminded though, are just that team that are a bit too scary. With June and Leak back, especially in round 1 and 2, really dragging their team through what could have been otherwise a tough few rounds to come out.
Something that we spotted in the heat at the moment there, but wasn't really worth calling at the time. Might be worth calling now. Brede's little pocket bulletproof camera.
Yeah, I pointed it on the screen. I was just like, what?
I'm not sure that we needed a view of his pocket at that point. I think we would have quite liked a view of just anywhere else to gain a little bit more of something. It's not the reason that he lost the 1 versus 1, of course, but could have shaped the round a little bit ahead of that. You start thinking about the double kill that Seal was able to get, and a bit of information in and around that area might not have been a bad thing. But as ever, we move. Daystar have used that tactical timeout. Of course, Falcons getting a little bit of time themselves to have a discussion during that time as well. And back down to the basement we go.
I do want to talk about the bans that have come in, because Falcons didn't play as Army once during that half. It just isn't something they use. I'm a bit like, why now? And I think it's more because they expect going back into the same rotation of 3 sites, they're going to see some different strats that they know they've seen Falcons utilise in VODs, and last night, previous times they played on Bank. To take it away now, so you haven't got to worry about it. On the other side, the Snake being taken away, that is not going to be the first or the last time that, well, sorry, not going to be the last time that we see Snake being banned away at this event. As mentioned earlier on, a few teams have been saying, I think you're going to see that ban rate increase now. As teams learn more and more about the new operator and how best to use him, he's only going to get more and more potent. And Falcons are a team that I spoke about at the start of the show. They absolutely love playing Snake. Of course, it's not them that it's taken away from, but they know what the power is, and just keeping it out of Daystar's hands, never going to be a bad idea.
Yeah, you know, we are going to see the Snake ban. It has to happen in some instances, and Falcons just saying, you know what, we're happy with you having everything else. You can have access to whatever shield you like as long as it's not Monty, but we are going to be taking that Snake away. Bin, speaking of shields, is going to be back on that blitz. We didn't really see the desired impact from him on that operator back in round number 3. But this time we might have a slightly better chance of things. Looks to be a bit of a full map clear, which is a strange call to make after you've already seen 30 seconds. I'd like to send players straight onto the roof if that's going to be the case, because with these players dug in at the moment into open area, it just furthers the time, because the time has been a factor for Daystar. They have been a little bit slow on these attacks.
I think it's more how slow they've been at getting the first engagement in to force players away. Like, think about Leaker back up on that top floor in round 1. It wasn't until the 90-second mark that we saw him actually dealt with. a similar story starting to build out here. We're 60 seconds in, and this is where you think, okay, let's get a player on towards Janitor, on towards Electric downstairs, start asking questions onto the double door and towards Staff. That should force players to then drop the hatch, knowing that they can't hold this area too strongly, given everything else that's going on around them. But as it stands, we're 75 seconds in. There's been no real pressure. They've still got 2 or 3 players hanging around on this first floor, Ollie. No one's been forced to drop away just yet. This could not, again, prove to be a case where Daystar just run out of time because you've got users on the Goyo, you've got the smokes on side, trap operators. Looks like Pecan's trying to bypass all that though and said, right, drop into me, I'm waiting here with a shotgun. So it was a good bit of set piece play, but Jume's there with the trade back. So all the hard work they've just put in to get that entry, now lost, and they lose the ink.
Leaky Fat back onto his cameras as well. There's always something to do for these Falcons players, whether they are live or on the cameras. Plenty for him to watch there. He's got his own Valkyrie cameras and, of course, 2 bulletproofs as well. I'm sure that Twitch will have seen to a little bit of that, but at the minute mark, still vying for control on those main stairs. It's still not entirely clear where this push is going to be coming from. Just giving a couple of options potentially for later, but a nice little flank here from Jume. Immediately gets himself into open area. Likely will find at least one. Does grab Souffle. Souffle coming out of the drone there to be met by Jume on the Legion. But that's all the damage that Jume will be able to deal. But again, he'll take that trade. There's 35 seconds left, and all it does is leave his team even. They're still in a 3v3.
It's really well capitalized. I don't know if they're identified. They managed to chew through all 10 drones in the round so far, but there are none left here for Daystar. So that flank was absolutely perfect. Gets rid of one, brings it down to a 3v3 admittedly, but again, Jume's not going to be too bothered. All of his goo mines will be down. He's done his job here. Now the other 3 are able to distort. They've got a C4 to play behind. The last smoke comes out here with about 15 seconds to go. They're going to tuck in and try and get this one happen right at the very back of sight. And surely Falcons are a bit wide to this one. As I mentioned, that C4's on side. It comes out and over, but doesn't quite find the man that they need. This one should get stuck. Azuki did pull off for a second, but with a bit of shield cover, this one looks to be getting done. We're into a post plant, Ollie.
Very good to be able to get that done down behind the Blitz, and with Seal on that Overwatch. 3 kills on the round. We've spoken about 1vx's. We're yet to see a massive one. Brede takes Bimbin down.
On now.
That was a bit of a misplay. You can afford it, though. You're 3 versus 1. Surely we can allow him that. Seal needs to get himself onto the hatch. Brede finds the head, but Seal was the win condition. Heart in my mouth there, just hoping that Seal was sprinting for all he's worth upstairs into open area to play that hatch. And fortunately, they were.
Yeah. If they'd bottled that one, I don't know. There's no coming back from that one mentally. A bit risky from Bin. Like, you know, you're taking I think he thought he'd flash Brede, so I thought, oh, it's a free kill. I can end the round. Yeah. All well and good, but there's no need to go hyper-aggressive there. You're the ones in the winning situation. It's on the other side where they've got a 1v3 to win in a post plant. And I know I said every single player on Falcons can clutch up big. You almost gave him the chance to do just that. It was a very scary moment, but thank God they managed to have the presence of mind to get Seal up on the hatch. And now things get interesting because it's 2-2 on the scoreline. Falcons started out strong. Daystar have battled their way back in. That was the most convincing round of theirs so far. Now let's see what happens up on the top floor.
And despite the time as well, because it was something that we criticised, wasn't it? We questioned the time usage from Daystar there and whether they were leaving themselves enough time. Now, sure, everything happens in the dying few seconds, but if you get in the round win, it doesn't really matter. To the top floor we go then, and a slightly different layout of things. We're actually seeing the Maestro be brought this time. Maestro sees sort of varying pick rate. A lot of the negative and downside to, of course, playing the Maestro is a Brava. It can be very devastating. And oftentimes, you are just giving information away to your opponent because Brava can very easily scan and hack those Maestro cameras, and very quickly you've lost any advantage that you were looking to gain by bringing them. That hasn't happened this time, though, and Jume has managed to sneak it on by. So information shouldn't be a problem here for Falcons. They should have that aplenty. Speaking of newcomers, though, Des, we are actually seeing Aurora be brought this time. Now, top floor on Bank, it's as good a place as any to bring it, but where are those doors going to be placed?
I was speaking to Eden over breakfast this morning, actually. He's coach one of the teams. And he was saying, I think you're going to see a few more Rower setups coming out of a few teams. Now, whether he's saying that in the sense of they've got some or he's seen it in scrims, they didn't want to press and pry too deeply. But he was saying you might see a little bit more of it throughout the event. And maybe this is why. Maybe he's seen a couple of things coming out of Daystar or potentially other teams at the event and what they've been doing with her. We'll see how this one rolls out. But you mentioned like Util on the other side. Yeah, Leakerpat being on the Solars to me is just like bread and butter. It goes so well together. Even when we had Solars absolutely down and the dumpsters and nerfed to heavens, well, Leakerpat was still running around playing it. And then the bus came on through and he's like, oh, great, I can keep on playing it. And now just even stronger. Pair it up with June being on the Maestro, as you mentioned. They should be aware of almost everything coming their way, unless Daystar pull off a pretty quick execute here. Maybe that's what they're looking in for, although only one Raura comes out, nothing out of the Capital, so not quite yet. A bit of a false alarm, but they've got so much utility they can use all at once in an execute. I really want to see them pull this off as well and just show that they're growing into this game and can bring a big challenge to Falcons.
The problem is there's a lot of it, you get stuff to use for an execute, but on the counter to that, there's a lot of stuff to use for denial. Falcons are very well set up. It's almost the sort of lineup where you sit back and go on then, plant your diffuser. We'll deal with it, and we're going to know where you've planted, and we're going to deal with it from that point onwards. It feels like a bit of a retake setup from Falcons at the moment, and that may be a worry. It seems to have come at a really good time for us as viewers. Bad time for one of the teams, I'm sure, but that's the sort of setup that we feel. It by no means is a quick move, though. Daystar, again, taking their time by it. They now know that there's a Solis. That's been tracked out. Azuki has got that death mark, so Leakyfact is going to need to find some sort of safety to try and get away from that. And for the meantime, Bin control the square. There's a chance that you could try and walk in and make something happen, but you've always got to keep your eye on that diffuser, and it is in Narnia.
The thing is, Falcons now know about every single operator on this Daystar side as well, which sounds like a weird thing to say, but they've seen a bit of utility coming out. They've heard players in certain places. They know what's going on, and they know that this just screams there is an execute ready to happen at some point or another. They'll be ready for it, and yes, a lot of the utility has been softened up, but look at that. Even Leakyfact underneath, as you've sort of alluded to, Ollie, is ready to deny. They have to chase him down, so it was a great track coming out from Azuki just to force him away that will now let the diffuser go down. But Souffle's the one in spot trying to make that happen. Do they know about June off towards the left? Not 100% sure they do. Yes, he does. June goes down into maybe a second as well. This has been brilliant, Ollie. It has been a slow and controlled round, but no! How have they let it slip? That was beautiful. It was a 4v1. Diffuser was going down, but no one was on the diffuser. The player was down prior. Heartbreak for Daystar. That looked to be their round signed and sealed, but Falcons still get it over the line.
A few stray shots and time running the rest. That six-man we often talk about for the defenders. And again, heartbreak, because you look at that and you think, Daystar, they didn't have it made, but they had a really good idea of what they wanted to do.
Yeah.
They had a very clear strategy.
Look at Souffle here.
See Souffle just gets killed. Brede, star of the There's only one kill that matters in those final four, and it's the kill that Brede gets.
That's it.
And it does just go to show.
And to be fair, the second onto Bin, because if Bin had got the kill onto him running in towards Janitor, round's over. It was 4v1 at the very end of that one. That would have been it, done and dusted, and Daystar still would have got the round, even with the diffuser going down. So again, it might not be a 1v5. It might not be a mega 4K coming up from Brede, but it's the 2 kills that got them that round, because Daystar, again, leave things until the dying moments. Time really has been their enemy throughout this game. All that said, they've still got 2 rounds on the board. Could make it a third here, which would make that second half really interesting.
It would, wouldn't it? Final round as the sides currently sit at the moment. Daystar. Now, they were successful last time down here. Again, comes down to 1 versus 1. Brede in that clutch again. That time wasn't able to win it out. But it was a really confused push. And I'm already liking the differences that we're seeing.
What got me a little bit was Souffle was the one getting the diffuser down on the Capital. He had all utility, every bolt still in back pocket. Smoke onto the wall, fire, anything just to force the player and Janitor back from getting that swing would have been beautiful.
You're still analysing the last round.
I am.
We're on the next round.
I'm on about this one, because that's the thing that really bothered me about it. Like, it's a bit, both teams have had that moment of leaving a little bit of utility still in back pocket, but these are the small things that really matter at the top level. Anyway, Ollie, carry on this round. Go on.
Well, all I was going to say is that I like the fact that we're seeing the Blackbeard instead of the Blitz, because the Blitz has been terrible. Bin, we've not seen the desired level of impact from a Blitz player. On the Blackbeard, it might be a little bit different. They need to try and clear this top floor. It was something that they kind of struggled with. It was kind of a little bit confused. They just tried to walk up spiral stairs and sort of make it happen. And if Seal hadn't picked up 2 kills as a couple of the Falcons players were picking one another up, then it would have been a bit of a different story of a round. As it stands, they were successful last time we saw this in round number 3. But again, they're taking their time on that approach. They are very cautious, and it just gives space to players like Doom, because all of a sudden, look at him. He's starting to move up. He now knows that someone's there. He's got the hatch as an option to drop back on. Hello, users! Oh, dear.
Pressured out and forced back a little bit there with the Blackbeard running into him. Had no choice but to try and flee down White Corridor, and it's handedly dealt with. So another good bit of play out of Daystar, but as I said so many times, it takes them half the round to get towards this point. But this site, admittedly, it's not the end of the world, I don't think. You can take a couple of minutes up here, getting yourself the top floor control, looking towards a hatch drop execute if you really want to. But I imagine here there's a more complete plan in mind for the side of Daystar. Seal now getting himself busy on this top floor, getting the last of those couple of these drones down to go rolling on through the floor. And of course, rip up those floorboards, giving more vertical angles over to the other side. Now, Zuki is found himself off towards another, is coming in for a challenge on towards Solly, but again, it's a 2v1. Another great bit of play coming out from Daystar as a team. Leak of Fact slip in the net, gets rid of Bin. A 4v3 for Daystar. You'd think they can get this one done, Ollie.
It should be fairly straightforward from this point onwards, shouldn't it? They've got a man count advantage. Just get onto the site and start to work it. There are still going to be a couple of cameras available. Doom there getting taken out on the bottom of those main stairs. Brede and Leaky Fact with it all to do. Brede down for the count. We're starting to see a little bit of pace out of Daystar, and it's working for them. Leaky Fact, he's one Toxic Babe canister left, but there's already players flooding the site. He can try and cut off those angles. Caught out on the drone. Everybody now knows where he is. There's 15 seconds. Daystar can't mess this up.
Beautiful flash, though, comes into the perfect spot, and that should give Seal the ability to push on forwards here. They have to know where he is, and sure enough, Pecan with a wonderful round sees Daystar ending the half 3-3. What could have been if not for a couple of clutches going the other way?
It's been quite a close game on the balance.
It has,
hasn't it?
Yeah, I've been really impressed by Daystar. Really good.
It has been strangely close. We are going to get a listening with the teams right now.
或是你们觉得需要被人大盾或是赢也可以，反正你就 ban 掉 ，OK。然后一个小改变就是OA 的时候啊。 I
think we'll talk over this one, admittedly.
If you can translate, be my guest.
Like I said, from Harambe, all I've known historically is the occasional F-bomb getting dropped, the occasional shit in there. He drops the word relax a lot as well, from what I remember from SI. And what I'm really sad about, he's not wearing the hat. He normally rocks like a beanie. He looks like super cool, super relaxed all the time. I said to him, you've got really good energy. Like, keep it up at the event. It will keep the boys bouncing. But
have you been outside?
He's not rocked it. What? It's
not hot weather, mate. It's not beanie hot weather.
They got an aircon unit in the room. He can rock it. He'll be all right. He'll be all right. But no, honestly, I think at the half here, like, he's probably feeling pretty confident. Like, the boys have done well there. They've got themselves those 3 rounds. The only worry is you're now coming again into a map that Falcons are still very comfortable on. Like we said at the head of things, for both teams, it's their 3rd highest preference. Falcons
we're going to ban Azami and then Kate Mira if they ban our
Let's have a listen in here.
So we have like full opportunity to make pressure around the map. We can abuse exec. We can go like full Loka, Demos, Sunny Snake. I'm saying this, but you know what I mean. Just like play default. Don't think too much. And the com, mainly the com, I feel like we're a bit, how to say, like, not nervous, but you know it's the first game, you know. So be focused on the com and on the who have what on late round. What do you guys want to do and stuff. That's just this, in my opinion.
Yeah. The adaptations as well, no, based on the bands, you know. Yeah. If they've been like again, AC Burnham, you have Mont, you have Glass, you have like everything. Okay, basically everything. So just remember the bands and between rounds, if you can. Yeah, gap, you know, like I said, especially glass types.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Let's go, guys. Let's go.
It's.
That type, no? That type.
It feels like a different vibe, doesn't it?
Just describe, please.
Well,
humour me.
It always makes me laugh a little bit where we just get players and coaches that just say, just play default. Do you know what I mean? I think that Leaky Facts kind of hit the nail on the head a little bit by saying it's hard to explain, but it's the first game.
Yeah.
They obviously feel like they just need to warm up into it a little bit. And every team's going to feel that today. That is kind of what day one's all about.
Yeah.
And, you know, it'll be what day one of stage 2 is all about for all the players and teams that haven't played in stage 1.
Yeah.
You've got to get that first game out of the way. And they know that they're maybe not performing up to their potential at the moment, but they seem very comfortable in where they're going to be able to go. The bans was a big factor, and I think we heard we need to abuse the snake quite a lot. That's likely going to be something that we're going to see. And, you know, Falcons are one of the teams that are going to love to do that.
Oh, yeah, it's a go-to for Leaky Fat normally. In this round, maybe not, but he will play that snake given the right opportunity on at the appropriate site. And for me, again, it was a piece around just talk to each other. This has been a thing, like, you know, we've been obviously very, very blessed to see these guys in a number of grand finals. And the constant thing that everyone has always said, too many players are quiet on that team. Leaky Facts losing his marbles. He's screaming. He's really trying to big the team up. Solotov's half there with him. The rest of the team, silence. And you can't have heads dropping and voices going silent when a game starts to get tough. And I'm not saying that's happening here completely with Leaky Facts. It's the first game. There'll be a little bit of nerves while you kind of get yourself rebalanced. It's a different environment to be playing an official in as well. Of course, they used to playing at home, maybe at a boot camp, or of course, normally at events we'll have the like booth setup. So it is a little bit different to get used to. And there will be these little things to figure out as we go through things, but you can't really be affording too much silence. And I can guarantee you, as much as they're playing default, Daystar, they're probably counter-prep for those defaults, which is why I'm slightly nervous of Falcons here. But they are also one of the best teams in the world. So let's see how things kick off from here.
I think that's why I always find it strange when teams just say we're just going to play default, because surely the defaults is known. Surely that's what your opponent is going to be expecting. We need to see a little bit of flair, something that maybe isn't too default. Now, maybe we're just reading a little bit too much into that, but time will tell. The snake has been brought. Oh, Dream didn't need solid stakes. Soliton scanner to see that foot.
That's a lot of S's as well.
There's a lot of S's.
Ooh, that one.
Information there as well.
Check his PC, boys. What the hell?
That's some old school info right there. That's somebody on a drone giving that sort of shout out. That's Breeday putting in the hard yards. Or maybe users.
Potentially. As much as we were speaking in the first half about pace on the side of Daystar, it's kind of the same for Falcons here. They've been a little bit slow at forcing these boys to drop away, although now they do it. Tell you what, 75 seconds ain't all that bad. But they know full well that as soon as they try and push them towards elevator, that player should be dropping away. They're looking in for the swing here. It could be pretty big for them. Leakifac's already rounded his way down main stairs, almost trying to bait out the other side here. But Zuki, he's now away and in a spot where he can not have to worry about getting aggressed on from above just yet, especially with that laser gate in place at the same time from Bin. And here we go, with Leakifac now getting himself a good angle in towards the basement, hoping to find someone, anyone, that's just not paying full attention. And sure, I tell you what, that's heartbreaking. Player in your sights, and Soufflé spun and found him at the perfect time.
It's partly Leakifac's fault, though, because there's nothing else going on at that time to assist the distraction. If the hatch is getting opened at that moment, or if there's somebody walking down those main stairs, or something happening, then yeah, sure, you stand a better chance of success. But it just feels like Falcons are trying to do a little bit too much, a little bit too soon right now. It's the 50-second mark, and we're only just starting to see these hatches get opened. We're starting to see some of this Deathmark tracker come online from Solotov, but we haven't seen the Deathmark sent yet. We've not seen it used.
They have one on towards the smoke, but it doesn't tell you anything because he's dug inside of sight. And I just looked then for a second. There's 3 or 4 players all sat around square here. It looks like they're trying to figure out a plan. They don't really know what it is they want to do. We've heard the call on just play default, but is default working out? No, it is not. Daystar into a 4 versus 2, and it's all fallen apart from Falcons. Great play by Daystar so far to keep them at bay. They've got a C4 and a smoke still to play with here. There's the final dregs of utility come out from Yuzus. A drop has to happen. Breeday's making this go down, but with 4 players on side, surely they can't stop it all the way through. No, they cannot. A C4 comes out. And although Yuzus might get a couple of kills with only 5 seconds to go, Daystar should be able to secure this round. Indeed, they do. What a great first round for them.
What a strange round from Falcons. It looked like snippets from 3 different attempts at attacking that site. Because we've got Breeday getting the plant down in the end, not being covered by anyone, no real chance. Probably should have just gone for kills with Yuzus, but wasn't in a position to. We've got Leakifac trying a backstab before anything's even started to stab. He's gone for a preemptive backstab, which...
Yeah, I can appreciate a little lurk, I can appreciate it.
Can you?
But you need a bit more when
there wasn't enough info, though.
It reminded me of old school BDS, interesting, when Shaiko would be the go-to, like back in the Iana days when she was super in meta, he'd like push by himself slowly, the other forward all push the other side of the map. I got flashes of that coming out there, but timing was the big issue.
It was like a garage push with no garage element and just walking down main stairs. And instead of... Well, you didn't die to garage, you died to the guy near over towards ramp and corridor, didn't you? But again, yeah, default ain't working.
A siege timing moment as well, because if he gets that kill onto the Rooney and then spins the Soufflé inside the site, that could have been Leakifac getting a 2K and we'd be stood here saying, oh, what a genius backstab play. He's learnt the hell out of this round and won it for his team. Siege is a fickle game. You can look amazing or you can look like the worst player in history at the click of your fingers. It really does come down to a matter of milliseconds sometimes. All that matters is Daystar are in the lead. That's the big one to keep your eye on. And imagine if they bring down Falcons. We've already said it's a best of 1. Anything can happen. If they win this one, they go on to face the winner of our next game to qualify towards the main stages. That'll be incredible. Towards phase 2, towards our Swiss stage. That'll be amazing.
Scary thing, best of 1s. Very.
I love it. I love them, though.
I love the chaos of it because I've got no horse in the race. I'm just here for the chaos. But for the players and for fans, it is very scary indeed. Nice little angle here from Soufflé. I thought he was going to be able to just find a couple of pixels there, but doesn't want to move too much. Good castle barricade set up here as well. It's going to need dealing with in some way. You have the Ash, so you've got a couple of launches that you can look to try and work that at range with. He's just going to be tasked with trying to open up that Kanto wall as well. It's the wall that he is also charged with defending when he's on the other side of things. There is a bit of info kicking around here for Falcons, but they don't want to overcommit just yet. They need to try and find a pick before they start to blindly just repel into that top floor.
Very much feels like a combo of the comps that we saw coming out of Falcons in rounds 2 and 5 back in that first half, with the Solus, of course, feeding the info, but then all the stall coming out from the castle and the clash and in towards everything else that's going on for them. They've got a lot to work with here, and a lot that Falcons need to chew their way through. Solitov finding his second kill of the game here. Didn't have a wonderful start, admittedly. 0 and 6 a couple of rounds ago, but now he's starting to work his way into things now that we switched over on the half. He's still jiggling himself around the corner here, hoping to find someone else peeking out. Leaking back good for a second. This looks like the Falcons that we know can deliver. Bin equally finding his first kill of the game as he finds one, but it has very much crumbled away pretty quickly here, Tim. We're down to a 4-3 versus 2. I told you it was going to happen at some point, but this one feels like Brede getting a bit bully. Get that shield up, big man, and just hold yourself in there because you've got teammates coming around to give a bit of support, and we know exactly where these last couple are. A C4 over the top. They're trying to bully him out as best they can, but cannot finish off the mountain.
Usus, he has the angle. He has the winning formula. Can he land the last shot? Unfortunately, no. Brede going to start to get that plant down, though, and to try and split Seal's attention. But Usus eventually makes good from that little main stairs lurk that he was on. Falcons looking far better there, far more coordinated. Was it more default? I don't know, but they at least worked those angles. There was not a heavy overcommitment. There was a very good information exchanged, and let's be honest, they used Brede for one of the things that he is the best at, and that is getting that Monty shield in and gathering that info.
I honestly think a lot of it came down to Solitov on the entry. The fact that he got into Banana so freely there and was able to contest 2 or 3 players at the same time was what really set the rest of the team up there to make things that little bit easier for them. Knowing that there's pressure and he's soaking attention from the other side by making that pressure on towards him on Banana just means everyone else can move that little bit more freely. And you look at the other side and say, well, how the hell did he get in towards Banana? And I think it was the elevator challenge on towards Pecan that really cost them there. If they manage to hold on a little bit longer on towards lobby stairs and slow things down, don't let them get on the windows so easily, maybe we're having a very different conversation. So I think a small slip of attention there from Daystar has opened up the door, and Falcons have just bulldozed their way through. Back up to 4 apiece. This one could be an OT game if it carries on.
If it keeps going back and forth, and I'd love that, because that's what we're here for. That's what we want to see. We want to see really close games and real fierce battles to get into that stage 2, and of course to get in through that upper bracket as well, for the benefits that that has when we start to move into that Swiss stage. Time will tell. Well, at least for Falcons, they're going to be going with something quite tried and tested at this moment in time. If there was ever a default lineup, you would look at it and you'd say, yeah, that kind of falls into that category. It's a little bit more chaotic over on the Daystar side. We've got the Thorn and we've got the Mozzie. That's just going to bring that element of trap, that element of disruption, and that's essentially what's going to do well for them, because throwing those little obstacles up, it's something that we did see Falcons just struggle with slightly in the early portion of their attacks.
Yeah, and I think we're very much in a trap, Matty. Every coach I've spoken to prior to the tournament was saying, oh, you know, defensive meta is very much defensive meta right now. It's very trap-focused because the game feels like it's very attacker-leaning, especially with Snake looking to make that even worse and more punishing on defenders. It feels like we're in a place where you need to find a way to slow teams down, and so often trap operators are a great way of doing that. Souffle, though, was caught out super early as that nade came on through from Solitov, has got him down. Not yet finished off, so could be recovered here. That's what Pecan's trying to do, is find a way to get his teammate back on his feet, but it's always risky territory here when you haven't got full intel on what's going on, and sure enough, they know that you're here. Got to be quick about this.
Well, they now know where 2 players are, not just 1 down, so that's going to be even more advantage if Doom can find this second. Does able to shoot the Razor Bloom out and knows exactly where his player is. Look at the info and the utility that Doom is soaking up right now. He's saying, hey guys, look at me, throw everything this way, and he's going to clear the path for the rest of the team. Seal will be forced to drop off there back in toward open area. And if you look at this from a time perspective, Falcons, they've moved a lot quicker and they've gained a lot more than what we saw Daystar do on their own attacks. They now have 1 minute and 15 to start working this 5 versus 3 advantage.
It's been wonderful. And again, it's the pressure that was created by Juma on side of square that freed Brede up from the outside the building to be able to get the second kill. And if you've lost 2 players in the roam inside 90 seconds, there really isn't too much saving it, not against a team like Falcons. So unless one of these final 3 players, and to give it to Seal, he's been having a wonderful game so far, unless someone can clutch up and go big, I don't see Falcons letting this one go. Not with 50 seconds still on the clock.
Yeah, it's not like they've got a C4 or anything like that they can try and get 2 off, or a real big cheese play. Solotov there, still working these vertical angles, will be able to take down Akazu. And that's just going to be a further nail in the coffin right now. It's looking likely to be a flawless round. Pikanzu holding a bit of a nasty angle there. Seal will find one, but Brede there with that finisher, and Falcons have definitely switched on since switching sides.
That last one was such a siege timing moment. Watching the verticals the whole time, you look away for half a second, and that is when someone steps onto the angle and kills you from it. Just classic. Falcons now back in the lead, though. After they still had that 4-3 lead, that's been 2 rounds in a row going over to the attackers. Back in that first half, we had that 2-1 first quarter towards the defenders. Then we saw Daystar win 2 attacking rounds in the second. We've got to see the flip happen here, because Falcons have had those 2 attacking rounds. Daystar have got to find 2 of their own if they want to have any chance of sending this not just to OT, but potentially in getting the round win. But I think Falcons are just cooking a little bit too freely right now, taking away the castle that has been played in all 3 of those rounds, just to unimpede them a little bit more, give them more flexibility and ability to move through the map at a bit of pace.
It's not even something that slowed them down, really, has it? Because we've seen them deal with the castle barricades really well.
They've not really been a bother, have they?
They've not been a problem. It's going to be a comfort thing, isn't it? It's just going to be like, nah, you know what? It saves us having to play the Asher. It saves us having to play something that's going to directly be able to deal with them quickly and effectively. I mean, even the Asher, we only saw it brought inside of round number 8, so it's not like they've been forced onto that operator every round either. And likely going down to the basement, and yes, we are, for round number 10. Falcons maybe just trying to clear the decks a little bit. This was the site that we've seen them struggle with. And it's not unusual, is it, Des? You know, it's basement, it's bank. We know that this can be a very big fortress for defenders. But you'd like to think that Falcons have got an idea for it. And I'm not saying that we saw their best attempt at it back when we saw it in round 7, because let's be honest, it was pretty terrible. But you'd like to see they've got a better attempt than that in their locker.
Did also see a Souffle 4K. Sounds wonderful to say that. Souffle 4K. Back in that round, off the initial spin on towards Leakifac because he came down main. So, you'd assume this time around they're a bit more prepped. Won't see them just charging their way through. And looking at the lineup, they have definitely got something cooking here. In towards the Monty on side. The Thatcher, these days, back in the day of old, we just see Thatcher brought along in general. Good operator, can help you move through the map. These days, it's more looking towards things like C4 denial or, of course, anti-wall denial all the time. It's more often than not part of an execute. So, I think Falcons have got something very specific in mind.
Yeah, I would say so. Especially given that, you know, you've got hatches, but we've got no cade. We're not going to see that be a real big factor. There was a Vulcan pack placed on top of one of those hatches as it was reinforced. Souffle getting lucky. I think it's Solotov that's already taken some pretty handy ground there inside a garage. June's been softened up a little bit as well, but already cutting through those sites. Solotov's position is going to be incredibly strong indeed. But with Sens going, I'm not entirely sure where Users died there. That's going to be a bit of a loss. We've still got Pikanzu hanging around on that top floor, so I can only assume it was up there.
It's very reminiscent, actually, what we saw back in round 1 when it was Leakifac roaming upstairs, playing on the Goyo. We had a Nook trying to push their way. It was Souffle actually in through Garage and doing a lot of work from that spot. It's actually looking very much the reverse. It's just the teams that swap sides. Pecan, though, with a wonderful shot on towards Leakifac. That's the Thatcher gone. Is he looking in for a third as well? He could well be, but instead vaults over the banister and straight to try and rejoin his team, but could still be under a bit of threat. Just the fact that he's relocated here just makes things even more annoying, because now they've got to re-drone, they've got to figure out where he is, or potentially walk into him blind and lose their life just like this. Going in for the 1v1, Brede don't lose those. He comes out on top, but the damage is done. They've lost 2 players and over half the round has passed.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to go for plan A anymore. It is going to be a firm plan B option. We are seeing Toxic Babe canisters used now. Seal, close quarters with the shotgun, will be able to at least deny some. But Doom on 1 HP can't take another breath of that toxic gas. Otherwise, he's going to be out of action. Activates his scanner, is able to see 2 players on it, but that's 2 more that are going to be unaccounted for. Great kill from Solotov, but immediately traded out by Bin. Daystar can trade these all day.
That's exactly it. And I tell you what, I'll give it to Daystar. Throughout this game, they have been phenomenal at these little cute set-piece plays or the trade play off each other. It's been a big part of the gameplay. It has seen results for them throughout the game. It's why things are as competitive as they are now. 3 of them still left standing. Doom has got to go nuclear here on 1 HP, and sure enough, he might be able to do just that. Brede going in deep. They want to try and play for kills here by the looks of it, rather than trying to go for a plan. And I tell you what, it's just Brede again. Steps up with another 1v1 on the shield, comes out on top as Doom clears up elsewhere. That felt unlosable for Daystar, but Falcons are the ones who walk away with the round.
I mean, you credit Brede in that. I'm crediting Doom. He's 1 HP and he's able to pick up 2 kills. Again, it shows the value of Snake. Without that scanner, without the Soliton scanner, they would have had no idea what to do there. Because they were able to find, hey, there's 2 players inside a server. Okay, what are we going to be able to do now, right? We drop into the middle of site, blah, blah, blah. We get a kill. Oh, we'd seen a player in server only a couple of seconds ago. Let me just jump onto the scanner again for the millionth time in the round and find where that last player is. Both players being required to win those individual 1 versus 1s and both doing just exactly that. Again, you said it. It's unlosable from a Daystar perspective, and still Falcons found a way.
I think by trying to do the thing that the other side didn't expect, because there's Daystar naturally there, you think, okay, they've got a Monty on side, they're in a 2v3.
Just hide.
They probably can't win gunfights because they'll play for trades. Let's instead try and go for a plant. So Daystar were almost holding positions, waiting for that. But I think it was Bin who, once he got the trade kill, then went sprinting off in towards Cash and was like, well, I don't want to be around for this anymore. Left his teammate inside of the hallway. He then dies to Doom. A little bit of a desync there at the very end of things. And this is what I think you'll see with these lesser experienced teams in those moments like that when it really matters. That's when things can slip away. Falcons now with a great chance to close this out 7-4. But Daystar, I think, are definitely going to give a few teams reason for concern if they were to go down to the lower bracket.
Absolutely. They played some brilliant CJ today, and there's still time for them to redeem and take us into an overtime. But Falcons, again, just showing that different class, that extra level. They are that team that is, you know, able to do it against the odds sometimes, and I think that last round was definitely against the odds. Back to the top floor, we're going to go then here. What could be the final round? Attacking in toward CEO. Fair spread here. We've got June playing on the glass. We've got Leaky Fat this time. It's going to be on the Deimos. So again, going to be looking for some of that information game. We're seeing the Thatcher brought again. We didn't really get to see the full intention behind the Thatcher. And I agree. I think it was more of an execute base. This could be more getting the wall open. But again, it's execute based as well. There's no C4s that you're going to look to deny, but it isn't a bad pick nonetheless. Pikanzu falling early in what could be a very important round here.
That's the real heartbreaker for them, losing that DMR to not ideal. You got the Glaz on side with June, who of course wants to make great use of these smokes here to step on forward. Ignoring the clash off towards his left, and June steps forward and gets a kill onto Souffle. That is bonkers. The trade is there, but it's a crucial kill because the man advantage remains for Falcons. 4v3, make it a 4v2. Falcons really starting to cook here, and this one feels like a good starting win for them here at SLC.
Solotov now can just start to hold this long angle. Knows where Seal is. Seal on the clash. Not the best op to be in a 2 versus 4. You can place that shield and look to try and work around it, but otherwise you're a little bit slow. You're not quite as mobile as you maybe would want to be. Falcons, plenty of time. Leaky Fact threatening on those main stairs. Still information for Solotov to work with. Didn't have the greatest start of this game, but he's looking to finish it in a strong way indeed as he picks up the down. Can he find that final kill? Seal will find one onto Leaky Fact, but at this point you expect that to be impactless. Brede nailing that diffuser to the ground. And well, this should be all she wrote for this game. Can the final kill be found? No. Solotov there swings the corner, finishing strong here on Bank.
4K for Solotov to close it out. As you were saying, a very quiet first half, but really made himself known in the server in the second. A few shaky moments, but I'm sure Falcons will look at that and say, you know what, job's done, 7-4. Didn't leave it down to a crazy overtime win. They now go on later to face off against the winner, I believe, of 4 Angry Men versus Shopify Rebellion. That could be a fantastic best of 3.
It really will be, and we will be getting there very shortly. We're going to hit a short break, and then we will be back with our third best of 3 of the day.
team that Daystar came to play, but Team Falcons take the win 7-4 in the end. I'm here with Joom after the win. 11-7, good performance from you overall. Did they have a fight than you were expecting?
I think they definitely did. I think we could have definitely still done more. Like, still, I think everyone was still, warming up, getting used to the LAN build and stuff, but I think we should quite what we can do.
And overall, how do you feel you have been LAN build and adjusting? I mean, here on the international stage again, how are things going so far?
Great, I actually love it so much. Yeah, so good.
We saw you guys competing, all match long, but looking ahead, we've got some scary potential matchups with maybe Shopify Rebellion. How do you feel about that one, potentially here in Phase 1?
I think it's going to be a good game. They're still beaten, obviously. But game matchup.
Well, talk to me a little bit more about this Phase 1 dynamic. Some people say, oh, it's good to get warmed up. You might have an advantage going into Phase 2. Others say, oh, it's dangerous. It could.
I think it's definitely a bit of a UK, but for me, I actually like it. You have an advantage in Phase 2 if you make it through, so I actually like it.
Well, we go to Shopify Rebellion and 4 Angry Men coming up right now.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are here once again. Well, I'm here once again. Ace,
I'm here
Tim,
for the first time.
You're here for the first time. This has been a rotating door. It's been a revolving door, a merry-go-round of casters coming in from all around the world to come work with me today on these best of ones. We have now got quite an exciting prospect ahead of us.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting into it. We've had some couple of good games already, and I don't think this one's going to disappoint either, to be honest with you.
No, it shouldn't. 4 Angry Men. That sounds like a fantastic recipe for anything. Put them up against SR, one of the best teams in NA, and I'm sure we've got a recipe for success. Let's have a quick look at where we are going to be playing here for this matchup. Of course, we're in the best of 1 territory at the moment. This is actually the last best of 1 of the day, and then we actually move into best of 3s, which will then qualify teams in toward stage 2 of this wonderful major. We're going to be headed over toward Border.
I think this actually suits 4AM a little bit. I often say this: if you've got a team where
4AM at Border,
let's be honest about the expectations. A lot of the expectations here are that Shopify Rebellion should come in and win this. They should be coming in and being a dominant team, given the players they've got, the status that they've got within the game. But that said, I think going somewhere like Border, it kind of removes a lot of that strategy. It removes a lot. You go into a gunfight heavy map, it's small, there's room to get in there and just take a few gunfights and see what happens. So I think that kind of suits 4AM down to the ground, really, versus something like a lair or maybe something a bit more complex.
Yeah, absolutely. And, it's a straight up gunfight, isn't it? You jump onto Border and what do? You're just going to shoot some heads. And I think, like you say, it's a good leveler map for when you're getting into those sort of situations. Obviously, SR, there's going to be a bit more tape on them on Border than necessarily we've got for 4AM. I can't really find many plays of Border for 4AM in the data that I've got, but I can certainly find them for SR because obviously we know that team by this point.
Yeah, absolutely. For me, I think coming into Border, it's going to have to be pretty clear for Canadian to step up and RGL them through it.
Absolutely. We're going to hit a very short break and then we'll be back with our game. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few.
Hello everybody and welcome back. We are here exactly where we left off. We are ready to watch 4 AM against Shopify Rebellion over on Border, and I for one am looking to get stuck into this. We're slowly starting to dribble in some teams from regions that have been here for a long time and in the scene. Obviously, Tim nearly called you Des, then nearly called you Jesse.
I heard Des calling you Tim. Like,
you're gonna have to have a word with him after this about that.
I am,
yeah, because we did speak. It's a bit awkward sometimes, isn't it?
Yeah, can be. Let's see how awkward it's going to be for Shopify Rebellion here on Border as we get into it. 4 AM, of course, one of those new CNL teams that we've seen coming through. Are they going to be able to provide that surprise, that shock factor, or is it going to be business as expected? I'll say for Shopify Rebellion, we saw the social vote coming in, 84% of you backing the North American team. And look, as I said, we've got it coloured as we see it. That would be the expectation, that Shopify Rebellion should be coming through with a win here. I think, there'll be a few people, you watched it firsthand all out in NAL, there's going to be a few people maybe surprised that Shopify Rebellion are in Phase 1 at all, that it wasn't a direct qualification through to Phase 2 for them, same as we've just seen from Falcons in the last game.
Absolutely. It's worth highlighting for anyone that isn't super familiar with the format. To be in Stage 1 isn't the best position to be in.
It was a 4th place finish in kickoff.
Yeah, it required you to lose games inside a kickoff or lose games inside of that qualification. The best teams, air quotes, that are coming into this major, and usually all majors, are coming in that Stage 2 round where you entirely avoid this opening portion of games and you just straight into Stage 2 and you play the Swiss bracket from there and you go on toward the live stage or the finals. So to see SR in this sort of position, a little bit of a shock, but then again, someone has to be here. And depending on how they go, we all know how wonderful this game can be. You don't always get the expected outcome. And the siege that we're seeing was definitely representative for me of SR being here inside of Phase 1. Now it is their chance to try and fight the way out of it.
I've got a feeling that 4 AM are going to have a rough start here on Border. They're going to have to, for me, play this a little bit aggressively, get themselves involved, get up to those boundaries, the borders of Border. Don't let the North Americans into the map easily. I'm just looking straight away at Ambi on Ash. That to me screams, we're going in here, we're going quick, we're not messing about, we're just going to let Ambi go and try and find some kills. And, in terms of the players on 4 AM, of course, Gotti will be one that I'm sure many of our viewers may recognise the name, having seen before, and then there's going to be a few new ones along the way as well, so we'll see how they do. But for now, it's going to be Shopify Rebellion on the attack, and as expected, Armory will be the first site.
Armory the first site, and again, CCTV going to be the first point of pressure. We do have a couple of players here from 4 AM that are going to be occupying that space. They have an ability to rotate out toward 90 as well, but the pressure isn't really mounting just yet. Canadian, he's jumped himself in. First kill onto Ambi, second kill onto Surf, third kill onto Spite, and they drop like flies. A flawless round to kick things off here for 4 AM. As soon as SR press that go button, as soon as they use the Sensor ROU projector, as soon as they take one step into the building, Tim, they fall like dominoes.
Well. Who's preparing the near airport copy pasta? Might be a bit soon yet. Look, no, it was a rough round for Shopify Rebellion. Like you said, what did I say? In Border, you got to fight them at the boundaries. You got to prevent them getting in the map, and that's something that 4 AM were absolutely ready to do. Super aggressive, right up there, ready to take the challenges, and that doesn't surprise me. We just saw a shot of the team there. You could see that Eden was the coach as well. Again, somebody who's been around Siege and top-level coaching for a good long time now, and along with Gotti in the side, this is a team that are familiar with this experience. They've got the experience there. They've got that little bit of LAN, background. And so, yes, there are players who haven't done this before, but there is also that influence in the team that certainly have. And so I don't think they're going to turn up here and just, be completely overawed. It's been a great start from them for the first round. They move on to Ventilation and Workshop for their second round. Shopify Rebellion, they've just been punched in the mouth. The question is, how do they react?
Of all the maps to pick for a best of one, we've ended up on Border, by the way. You can't, right? This is probably the most dicey best of one map that they're all dicey because it's why I said it. But it's Border.
It just zoots them down to the ground for it.
Rounds like that can happen. Surf, he's going to try and make a big impact here, gets caught out on the wood, but has a chance at putting a few shots, and he knows that somebody's over there toward Armory. A few shots just coming on through the wall, but thinks better of it. Maybe recognizing I kind of got away with that one a little bit. The beeper just slightly catching him off guard there. He wasn't anticipating that to be in the position. Canadian just going to be gathering a bit of info here. We'll grab that 90 camera, the Banshee. There's plenty for a Bravo to be going at and confirm the location of someone inside a CC.
Again, intel is going to be really important for Shopify Rebellion here because, again, you know, you can see from the outlines of these 4 AM players how aggressively they're playing this on this top floor. Somebody in CCTV, somebody right up against that triple office wall, somebody in Fountain. They're backing each other up. They've got crossfires. There's nowhere safe for Shopify Rebellion to enter the map here, and that's why I say they really need that intel. They've got Ambi on Snake, which is really going to help because they need to make sure that they're aware of all these positions and that they challenge them in numbers so that they can create those advantages, those sort of lose-lose situations for 4 AM. And that's what Ambi's going to try to do as he walks up here. But again, good intel. They can't take advantage though. The Banshee did highlight his position and approach, but it doesn't matter because Surf goes in at the same time. Is there for the trade. 2v3 as 4 AM try to hold on, but Shopify Rebellion, a lot more of what we would have expected there from them. They get the round done, and that's going to be 1-1.
I think our replay team are going to be very busy this game because it seems like as soon as one kill happens, boom, they all happen. A lot of the action happening in a very condensed period of time at the minute. In round 1, it was for 4 AM. They're inside of round 2. It took a little bit longer, admittedly, to get to that action stage, but as soon as it starts happening, as soon as that first kill comes down, it isn't long until we're wrapped up and we're waiting for the next round to start on up. SR there successful in round 2, mainly off the back of Ambi just being able to walk up those main stairs. Like you said, Tim, caught out on the information, caught out on the Banshee, but sometimes that's just an occupational hazard, and it isn't going to be the first time that Ambi activates a Banshee and then has to, guess what, carry on past it and push through it because he knows there's kills at the other side.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, that's going to be the play here for Shopify Rebellion. If they are playing into a lot of that kind of utility, you can see they've got the FNATs of Fenrir, they've got the Banshees again of the Malusi. They are going to be playing into a lot of that utility. I think sometimes it's about recognising its position and then just using it as bait almost. It's like, yeah, I've triggered the Banshee, so I know somebody's going to push me. And instead of taking a backwards step, I'm actually going to take a forwards one. And it worked beautifully for Ambi. And we just saw those little things that are going to creep in for 4 AM. The things that are going to make the difference, you know, between a good team and a great team was that reaction. Ambi gets the kill at top metal, and then there was no preparation from the player on breach. He gets shot in the back. The comms maybe not quick enough. The expectation of him going in through small office window maybe not quite there, and that's where Shopify Rebellion are going to punish 4 AM. They now need to be right on the ball.
Surf going to be activating the Soliton scanner there and then jumping into some old-fashioned tech, a drone. Not often that we see a snake with a drone out, but even sometimes there is things that the scanner can't quite grab. A lot of drones being played inside of round number 3 as Ambi is going to be switching over onto the Brava. We'll have a chance to hack any of those electronics. Potentially a little bit of a bait here as we start seeing Candelas sent through the site window. Brilliant play there from Surf, and Gotti reacting quite nicely to that bait. Maybe frantically just trying to get himself back into position to do something about a potential plant going down. Darsley, he's going to be stuck here at the top of these east stairs and will be able to rotate himself back into office, but this is really the danger zone because this is where a lot of Shopify are operating. Yes, they've got Canadian downstairs outside by the site window, but that isn't the main focus right now. It's these players tucked in, and Surf, he's likely going to swing the corner here, and if he does, he'll have a field day.
Too easy. They're just going to stray on him, but Shopify Rebellion again creating that good position that they could at least make it a lose-lose. 4 versus 2 as Ambi manages to find Lider as well. Surf still down, but it's almost certainly not going to matter here as we get ourselves down to Rockstar versus the world. 1 versus 3 at the moment. Just takes his pot shots through. No! Oh! It's an absolute beauty onto Ambi. He might not get the round, but at least he gets to keep that.
Can't take that away from him, can you? That'll be clipped and put on repeat. Doesn't have a C4, so won't be able to affect onto those players upstairs so well. Canadian and Surf, though, both super low. And 50 seconds It's a lot of time. Rockstar can find a bit of space here, potentially. He's going to get zoned off there by the nade. He has got a Banshee that's going to back him up if anyone tries to push up onto him. But Canadian has managed to get themselves into the site and will start to get that plant down. Spoit, the drone, the bait. Beautiful stuff. And another round there for SR.
Yeah, round 2 and 3 looking absolutely leagues apart from round 1. I think, like I say, just a little bit of jab to the mouth on round 1, but Shopify Rebellion have responded well. They've run headlong into it, and we're now starting to see them control border a little bit. And the reason I say that is these positions that they're creating. I said at the beginning of things, that this needed a strong performance from Troy in that IGL role to be going in there, and because there's not a lot of space on border, so to find those gaps, find those opportunities, and to guide his team to act on them quickly. And that's what we're seeing there now. The little gaps that are opening up, those little opportunities, those little 2v1s that they can create. As soon as they've got somebody isolated, making that call, right, Ambi, Surf, push in together, and they're moving in together, they're getting those kills, and they're getting the man advantage. And 4AM, as much as I enjoy what they're doing, they've been really good to watch so far. I think nice and aggressive. They're definitely up for the fight. But I think the problem is they're going to really struggle in those sort of man disadvantage positions. Yeah. If anything, they're the ones that needs to be 5 versus 4, 4 versus 2. They're the ones that need to be building that advantage and then winning from there. I think they are going to find it, increasingly difficult to win from behind against a team like Shopify Rebellion, who will, they'll dot the I's, they'll cross the T's, everything will be done, and they won't give much of an opportunity for that comeback.
I'm looking forward to seeing a bit more of round 1, by the way. Because
it was so quick, it was kind of just over, wasn't it?
I've just double-checked. It lasted 4 seconds.
Yeah, essentially.
From first kill to last, it lasted 4 seconds. So
our observers did great. I'm surprised we saw as many as we did. We saw a couple of them.
We saw in 4 seconds. I tell you what, you can see a lot in 4 seconds, apparently. Not much we've learned. We're hopefully going to see a little bit more. Now, of course, it wasn't 4 seconds of the round we saw. It was just from the point of that first kill to the point of the last. Bish, bash, bosh, 4AM were looking in the right direction. And I think that's kind of all you can say about it. SR weren't really pushing in the best possible way, and nobody won a gunfight. That was the big takeaway. We're going to see a little bit more here inside of round number 4, and even still, it's going to be a slightly different approach. We've got Canadian. He's rocking a shield now. Interestingly, we've not seen them ban out the Monty against them, but Canadian hasn't been, sort of impelled to play the Monty, whereas typically we'll see a Monty up and that's all they'll kind of do. So nice to see them moving around a little bit. Okay, it's border, so it's maybe not an every round sort of requirement, but Monty is very synonymous at the moment with SR and this team. Surf kicking things off, and Canadian already finding a little bit of trouble, but that's not an angle you want to challenge.
No, that was always going to be a defeat. I think with the Blackbeard, you've got to have the shield down ready. We'll come back to that. 3 versus 2. There's a couple of kills going. Gotti manages to get one, but Surf is there for the trade again. Something Shopify Rebellion have done so well, these trades, and keeping themselves on top of things, keeping themselves in the advantage. It's TX this time. He's been a big player for them through that CNL kickoff. He's really been top of the pops in terms of the numbers. They need a big moment from him here. And again, Shopify Rebellion, they're just they're being so clinical about this. 3v1, could they have gone for the kill there? Of course they could. Did they? No. We're going to move in. We're going to use the position. And, I often say you're only playing the team that's in front of you, and you've still got to play your game, and that's what Shopify Rebellion are doing so well now. Just getting in there. The space is there for a plant. We don't care if we, 3v1. We don't care who it is that's left. The best move here, the peak move here is this, and that's what we're going to do. So really well played from them. A tough finish to the round for Tia. It's always going to be a tough challenge if you drop in the Blackbeard shield whilst looking
just
at somebody.
Flat.
Yeah, you've really got to have a bit of movement to it or something. You're kind of asking for trouble at this level of the game if you're just dropping your shield while. So I think he was hoping, because he'd thrown the nade, he was hoping that there might be, a little bit of distraction there. Yeah, he's going to try and move. He's got to get out of the way of the nade. I can get in there and get aggressive, but no, they weren't having that.
It's one of the beautiful things about SR for me is that you've got that sort of polar opposite spectrum, haven't you? Because you've got Canadian who'll do that on one side, but then on the flip side, you've got Ambi, you've got Spoit, you've got Surf, you've got Rexon, who will all do that
But the other way, they'll do the flashy bit.
Yeah, they're the one hitting the headshot.
They'll do the flashy side of things. Speaking of Rexon, I think he unfortunately drops out there, and we are going to have to get all the players back inside of the lobby. But a gentle respite, I think, for 4 a.m. because so far it's been a bit of a trial by fire, hasn't it? And we were sort of expecting it, but you got to throw into it Border. And honestly, after that first round, I was sat here thinking, oh my goodness,
what happened here?
What are we about to be in for?
I know. I joked about it after round 1, but I think there was probably a few North American fans after round that were just like, not like this. I know we're only 1 round in, but not like this. Yeah. But no, look, Shopify Rebellion are looking every inch the professionals at the minute. They're just going about their business. They've been playing really well. So I think it's actually probably quite the opposite. I think it's very promising what we're seeing from the North American side so far. For any of our NA fans out there, I'm sure they'll be more than happy. But looking at how the game's gone so far, I spoke about the importance of man advantage, about this man count for 4 a.m. particularly, and not playing like off the back foot as much as they can. And this is a little bit of the problem that they're starting to find, and that is that the entry battles are all going against them. Apart from that first round where, it was a little bit crazy. Round 2 through to 4, it's been Ambi and then 2 for Surf that have been getting those openers. And that's something really that 4 a.m. need to try and address. It's such a difficult thing to say, oh, you need to go and win more entry fights. Like, okay, how do we do that then? What do we do with that? It's a tough one for them, and I understand that. You're going up against some of the best gunners in the world here on the side of Shopify Rebellion, so it's always going to be a tough one to say, just go and get some entry kills. But that's one area of the game that they can, and they really do need to improve. I'm looking towards somebody like Gotti for that. Get in there and get into those entry fights. Maybe he'll be, a little bit better when the sides switch.
On the flip side of it, I'm really happy that SR have shown a little bit of attention towards those entries, because it has been somewhere that they've struggled, particularly inside a kickoff. And obviously kickoff being the most recent data that we've got to go off, SR famously being the only team inside of North America to not make a change. So, as I've said a few times, we have come down, or at least I have personally, a little bit more heavily on them because of that. Because they've not made a change, they haven't got those same excuses that other teams have got. This is the same 5 players that have been playing for a long time together now, and their entries have been, for my money, subpar, especially for where they end up finding themselves, because they do end up attending majors, they do end up winning games. So to put themselves in that back foot by losing those opening engagements and still getting there, you imagine how good they could be if they got the openers. Yeah. So it's nice to see them working on that here. It's early days. I hope that it continues throughout the course of the major, but it's already something that I've noticed.
Well, I mean, hold that thought, Ollie, because we don't need necessarily to look much further than today to have that theory tested. Because those amongst you who love a bracket, those amongst you who love to look towards the rest of the day and what might or might not happen, will, I'm sure, know, having seen Falcons win the last match, should Shopify Rebellion continue in the current trend and get themselves a win here, they will be playing the Europeans in the best of 3 later on today. The winner goes through and qualifies to stage 2 of the major. So it is quite an opportunity to see that theory tested here with Shopify Rebellion. They're coming in, they're playing well in the entry game now against 4 a.m. The question is, can they then do it against a team like Falcons, where, I'm not down talking any of these players on 4 a.m. We've got some great players there in the server, but you're going up against Falcons and you're going up against Doom on the entry. You're going up in entry battles against Users, against Solotov, some of the best gunners that we've got inside of the game. So that entry stat is going to be thoroughly tested.
It will be
in the next match.
I might just stop.
Should they win this one? They've got to win this one.
I might just stop testing it now, if that's all
just
right.
call it a win.
And I'll just say they've worked on their entry really well. They've improved it. Yep. You know what? I'll take that to the bank.
Great stuff, SR.
Because you never know what might happen.
Great stuff.
As you say, if this game keeps going this direction, we are very likely going to see that Falcons and SR match, which feels like a bit of a treat for day one.
Oh, it does.
Let's be honest. I mean, I don't feel like we deserve that. We're not putting enough work in to get there just yet.
Start as you mean to go on. Start as you mean to go on. Plenty of big games in Phase 1, and then I love the chaos of Swiss in Phase 2. I always love that format. For any of you that don't know what the format is going to be, we will have Swiss in phase 2, where you basically go through winners play winners, losers play losers, and then I think it'll be same as previous. Every qualification game is a best of 3. Every elimination game is a best of 3. So yeah, always a lot of fun. But we've still got phase 1. Still got we've got a day and a half left. So today we will see the best of 3s that are the upper bracket finals, essentially, which will see 2 teams qualified through to phase 2, and then tomorrow we will see the lower bracket played out, where we will lose a couple of teams after just 2 days.
It's rough, but people have to go. We've got to get it moving. You know, stage 2 lasts for what, like 4 days?
That's it. So Swiss takes a while to get through.
Swiss takes a while to get through. You've got to get through these games, so we need to be rattling them off. And so far, we've been doing quite a good job of that. SR slightly slower approach this time. We're seeing about the 50-second mark, and we've not really got people making significant headway into the building just yet. Surf will be droning out up there inside of office. We've got Ambi prowling at the bottom of those the bottom of double door, which probably means he's going to be walking up main stairs, doesn't it? Let's be honest, it's Ambi. He'll have done his job on that Bravo drone, and he'll be looking to try and make a bit of a move off the back of that.
Opener this time does go to 4 AM, so let's see how they can build off that now. It was an area that I wanted to see them improve. They've come out straight away and got that done in round 5. Can they now hold on and keep that advantage? No, they can't. Got it. Taken down by Surf, but a trade there. Again, taking a leaf out of SR's book. That's something the North Americans have done well, hitting those trades so far. 4 AM managing to do the same, keeping themselves 4 versus 3. Now, it can become a game of attrition for these defenders. They can just keep themselves in place, try to make it as difficult as possible for the North Americans to approach them. I love Rockstar's position here. We've seen it played so often, and it is really tough to clear them out as it is. SR do a great job of it, but look at that again. Immediate response from 4 AM.
Spoit there, just going to get caught out in the FNAT. That's going to give the game away that he's walking up onto that armory wall. Lydia, big round from them as well. 3 kills. Spoit, been a little bit quiet so far this series. Haven't had the Spoit round just yet. Are we about to see it here in round number 5? He knows exactly where the player is behind that half wall, and it's just like aim training for him. He's just waiting to play whack-a-mole as soon as they jump up. There's still 40 seconds, so he's got a good portion of time, and the player that he's already got downed is trying to crawl and scurry away. Couple of shots there getting put in. Can he land the finishing blow? Yes. Not been revived, so another kill can now go through. Lydia only on 1 HP. They're already jaded. They've been in 3 engagements so far, Tim.
Yeah, this is not going to be an easy finish, but look at that! Super cool, super calm! Just waits for that vault animation, and it's practically a freebie as Spoit gets taken down, low health himself. And 4 AM, they managed to get themselves a second round on the board, and as if not by an accident, it comes on the back of getting that entry. Not only getting the entry, but keeping themselves in the advantage almost all the way through. SR were able to turn it round at the end there, and it needed that clutch moment from Lida to come out. But ultimately, great round from 4 AM.
It was Lida's position for me inside of CCTV that really won that round. Brilliant angle to be holding there as well, because you think about that position, that fountain rotate, you've got so many options. You know what's happening main stairs, you know what's happening CCTV, you probably know what's happening over toward east stairs, and you can affect on each and every single one of them. The only way Spoit wins that is if he goes through the door, and I don't think Spoit's got the info to know if the player's in archives, if they're in office, are they deep, are they close, are they shut. You're shooting in the dark, aren't you? So you've just got to go for what feels right in the moment. Can't blame them for that one. Another round there going toward 4 AM. There's a chance for this to be an equal half of Border, which, again...
It would feel like a steal.
It would. But you look at Border as a map and you think, there's still opportunity for 4 AM on the attack here. You've been teasing people. You've been teasing the viewers of this SR Falcons game. It's not locked in yet, Tim.
It's really not. Look, I still... If 4 AM come away with a 3-3 half here, it is daylight robbery. I will say that. SR so far have been the much better team. The rounds that they have won have looked extremely convincing. 4 AM, yes, it was a good round from them, but it still required, that sort of clutch moment at the end to close it out, whereas where Shopify Rebellion have won rounds, they've won them convincingly, and I really would expect them to take a 4-2 half here, but like you say, absolutely nothing is a given. We're going to be looking at a defence of ventilation and workshop again. It is a site that has not been won yet by 4 AM. Gotte does pick up Surf, though, a player that I picked out that could maybe improve on that entry stat, that could be one of them to start driving things forward. Does exactly that, and he's taken the Lion off the board. Big part of that execute utility.
The opening kill has been converted in every one of the rounds so far as well, regardless of anything else that's gone on, and Gotti's just hit his second. Ambi now down for the count, and well, this doesn't look great. Rexon should be able to be recovered here, but it's going to require Spoit getting out of position to do so. And he's only going to come back on 20 HP.
Time is the big factor for Shopify Rebellion at the minute. They have it in their favour. It's the one thing they've got going for them. They've lost the Dokkaebi, they've lost the Lion, they've lost some real key utility there. Canadian with the Candelas, of course, can do a job for them still. Knows that there's one inside a small office, but the timing being is doesn't manage to quite get his man, but it doesn't matter because he feeds the intel to Rexon, who does find it. And we see the utility continue to pour in. We hear the Candelas pinging off in the background, but no further kills for Shopify Rebellion. As I said, 4 AM able to keep hold of this advantage. They haven't kept hold of top floor, but they have kept that man advantage. You can see they're now kind of playing in an arc around this site. They're not playing inside of there, but they are holding angles throughout it.
We're once again asking for a lot out of Spoit here. He's got a big opportunity to affect through that main door. Can drone the site, call it as clear. We know that's the case right now. The players, the Vert, that's too much. They can't afford to occupy the space inside 4 AM. They've retreated. They're at metal. They're in customs. They're in supply. They're in these off-site positions where they can very quickly get in and start to affect Canadian. He's hit the drop and he's going to start to get that plant down under the cover of one of the Candelas going off. Rexon will be the next player to fall. Spoit has to find the kills here because Canadian's only good for one. Spoit needs all 3 in 15 seconds. They're kind of lining up for him, but again, putting in these impossible positions, and you just can't continue to ask that of him.
Flip to the pistol, get that final kill done, and that's going to be a 3-3 half. And like I say, it feels like a little bit of a steal coming in there for 4 AM. Shopify Rebellion for 3 rounds of that definitely have been confidently the best team, but then round 5 and 6, I love that from 4 AM. They've really dug deep.
Picks, okay. Then they hold their positions, okay? So we talk how we deny their positions, we circle them, crossfires, use gadgets, deny their positions, okay? They love to contest east, so be aware of our east take. Hey, we need to be fast, okay? We need to be fast on first phase. Then remember, darkly be responsible for transition from entry to clear and site open, okay?
Yeah, okay.
Nice. It's good the comm we have, and we try to play together, so nice.
Yeah.有爆了，我操了！有一个回合我巨紧张，我不知道为什么，就那一个回合，我那个枪都上天了，兄弟，差点。没事，我们绝对赢了，我们干3了。确实。Different push.
I don't know if we've got any lip readers or not. Seth, without his microphone on there, makes it a little bit difficult for us to pick it up. But
Yep. Let's go.
Certainly seemed like there was a process there for
guys. There'll be 7M border here, bro. No Fluxo border.
Hell yeah.
Aggression.
Let's get it.
Break door bees. Oh, you're gonna get freebies, dog.
Certainly seemed to be a process for 4 AM there where it was Eden sort of, imparting what he wanted to say, what his contribution was, and then, we had the discussion amongst the players to, I think probably translate that and
I was going to
hit
say,
it
yeah. Which is one of the nice things about it being 2 minutes, right? Because you can have a minute
Got
there
that time.
as speaking in English or whatever, and then have a minute to translate that and to sort of spin it around and figure out, make sure everyone knows what's going on.
Yep.
Hopefully we can get Seth a mic, because I was kind of looking forward to hearing what they had to say. But I can imagine it was quite different, because Eden's timeout was very much like, we're playing well. We just need to keep going. Maybe one of those positions where it's not that they can't believe that where they are, but they're thinking, you know, we've actually got a good chance in this game. Let's not try and overwork too much. Let's not try and overcomplicate things. Let's just keep playing the siege that we've been playing because that's been working really well for us. On the flip side, for SR, they're going to know now that they're going onto that defensive side. They're going to know that, right, we need to try and make this very difficult for them. We need to be exploiting some traps. We need to be exploiting some rat plays. Already we've got Spoit playing on Thorn. We're going to get those Razor Blooms out there. It's going to go down that sort of a route, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think, you know, looking at what we've got the smoke, we've got the Tuberai, we've got the Razor Blooms, like you say, maybe, you know, try and surprise them with a play or two here and there. But honestly, I think you just play to frustrate 4am as well. If I'm Shopify Rebellion here, I'm expecting to have a deeper strat book realistically, and that's no comment on 4am. I'm just expecting a Shopify Rebellion to have, you know, plan B, C, D, all lined up, all ready to go. And so for me, you just kind of play to frustrate them as much as possible. I'd like to see, you know, not immediately, because I think it maybe sends the wrong message. You don't want to look like you're on the back foot, you know, but don't be scared to bring those trap operators as well. Bring your Legions, bring your Banshees, you know, bring all that sort of stuff that can slow them down. Surf is going to slow Gotti down pretty well, lying off the board with an entry. Spoit still in this key position. I spoke about this earlier. An often used operator that we see to try and hold that is the Aruni with the DMR, a couple of laser gates to give that warning of any kind of entry coming in against them, but in this case they've gone with the Thorn Ambi over peaks and just gives himself away 4 versus 4.
Liner proven to be a very deadly player on the side of 4am so far in this fixture. 7-0. Can only imagine that that's since the rehost. So we have seen a couple more kills, and I'm sure that we've seen them fall as well. But still, a 1-for-1 trade. Gotti down for Ambi. So the Ambi on the Wamai, maybe a little bit of a rogue one, if you look at it that way, but still the ability to catch those Capital Bolts, still the ability to catch some of those bees. So you are going to want those magnets placed out there on the map, but they're not going to be as big a factor as they could have been. Canadian in a very dicey position here, but a nice little double swing. Him and a teammate behind him is going to net the kill there onto Lida. That's now got to be the time for Canadian to get out of that position. Him and Rexon have done a great job there and can just start to retreat back a little bit.
Yeah, that's it. He's just going to play this position from deeper. He's used his Toxic Babe canisters as well, so he's really nothing more to offer to that position other than his life, and he doesn't need to give it away. Given that they're 4 versus 3 with a minute to go, as you say, they can sort of start to drop back now and just play for that advantage. The big thing that they've got in their favour is Spoit still in this position. He's the one that you leave out. Let them have Easters, let them have Office, let them, you know, maybe work their way in there. It's a difficult push in through that single Archives door. As long as you're keeping hold of CCTV, you're protecting that West Breach. That's Spoit's job, and I think at the minute we're starting to see it play out. 4am becoming frustrated now and stalling out at Easters.
Definitely, and still with Canadian now. He's tucked himself into Fountain. He's been his pocket reinforcement as well, so they can further fortify that position. He's got the backup from Rexon, just playing inside of Archives. C4 ripped and ready to go over the top. That's only a moment of time. What a throw! Basically lands at the lap. We're seeing a couple of Thorn gadgets go off there now as well, and that's going to be Spoit's cue to call. He doesn't need any invitation to pick himself up a freebie. Rockstar now left with 4 players to find, and I'm not sure he'll get through the first. Canadian there, a great shot there from the SMG-11, pings the head and secures the round.
Yeah, starting to see what could be sort of the differentiator between these two teams now that we've got Shopify Rebellion on defense and playing their own plan. It was so well worked. It was so well organized, orchestrated as well. Beautiful stuff. An inability or a failure to deal with that position in CCTV to clear Spoit out earlier in the round really came back to bite 4am. We saw him pick up that kill towards the end of the round because it was kind of that moment of like, we really need to put some pressure on the other side of site here. We can't just come in from this at one direction because we're going to lose these fights. So now we're just going to have to rush somebody into CCTV and hope to win a gunfight. But Spoit was always going to make that difficult for them. So yeah, really well played from Shopify Rebellion there to get themselves their first defensive round.
Good start. Start to gain a little bit more of that lead that they have let slip a little bit on their own attacks. We were kind of expecting this from SR. Their attacking win percentage on border over the last sort of 7 times we've seen it played, it's around the 44% mark, so It's a little bit less than 50-50, but coming out 3-3, you could say that that's overperforming based off what we're used to seeing. It's the defense where they have tended to shine a little bit brighter, 55% over on that defense side. So it is the side that we're expecting them to do a little bit better on. But again, as I say, the margin, it's 5% either way. It's not a great deal from 50-50.
Okay, the Solus underneath is going to need to be dealt with. Ambi is going to be playing down there. We saw him just using that scanner. He's going to feed all kinds of intel back into his team, of course. Kind of heading upstairs. I'll see where he lands at the minute. He's up and down those main stairs. He's back down on that ground floor again. But because it's ventilation workshops, they will have a good advantage if they can keep Ambi alive upstairs later into the round. And we do see him now after that first minute just kind of moving his way up there so that he can use that scope to see if he can find anybody underneath as and when a push comes. But for now, 4 AM are shaping themselves up outside of the building, kind of getting themselves prepped and ready. Drones are going in. We've got Lion in position. I think it will probably be on the back of one of those E1D scans that they then try to move in through detention and take a little bit of space.
Rockstar there just doing his thorough drone work inside of supply. Doesn't really want to leave anything to chance at the moment. We've already seen how slippy the SR players are being here. Not really tying themselves to one location. I think Ambi sort of moving around there a little bit on the Solus was sort of in a desperate attempt to find out where this push is coming from, because it's taken a while to materialize, Tim. We're at the minute 30 mark of the round and we're only just starting to get players looking to try and move through. I believe that we may have lost connection to the game, but it could be one of those situations. Oh no, the game has not proceeded either. I thought it was one of those weird ones where
we sometimes lose
we
the
lose it and the game
yeah.
keeps playing, but it looks like we've just lost everything.
Yeah, so we'll get back into that one just as soon as we can. We'll let the admins do their work and iron all that out and exactly how it shapes up, and we will get everybody back in and sorted. But yeah, I think, looking just at that first defensive round that we had from Shopify Rebellion, my concern, and kind of, what we saw of that round, my concern here for 4 AM is, that inability to kind of play on the fly that you need on attack. It's not your setup anymore. You're having to play in, you're having to find problems, solve problems, and, find those opportunities as well and take them. And everything has to be a little bit more dynamic on the attack. And sometimes I think, just the more you've played as a team, particularly competitive at this level, which it's their first time at an event like this for the majority, I think it becomes, a real difficult skill to have in those early stages, to just be able to say, we've seen this before. This is how we're going to deal with this. We know, yes, you can prepare for the teams you're going to be playing, but I think, once you're in there in the server and you've got Spoit locked in CCTV in the corner on the door, you've all of a sudden, within 3 minutes, got to solve how do we take down one of the best gunners in the world so that we can push West Breach. And I think, there's an easy answer there of let's move to the other side. But when you move to the other side and you're going up against a wall of 4 players who know you come in and have just dropped back beautifully, really organised, and they're pushing back into you, it's very, very difficult. So I think we might just see, I hope we don't, I hope that 4 AM come in here and can really start, putting some dynamism into the server on these attacking rounds and show that flexibility that we know. We've seen it in the CNL. We know that they're capable of playing with. They've now just got to deliver it here. And again, I think it starts at that entry. Get Gotti in there, get TX in there, get them picking up some kills, and then build on the back of it.
That's absolutely it, and it kind of goes into what we say sometimes you just got to do nothing. You just got to sit still and do nothing. And it's a very easy thing to say. It's a very difficult thing to do, because when you're looking at Spoit in that CCTV position where his trigger to move is 2 razor blooms going off and he hops on a desk and he knows instantly where the player is because everyone's already half pushed him, then decided, nope, it's too difficult. We're going to push east side, come up against Canadian on the SMG-11 and just got absolutely banged, and a double swing with him and Rex. And then you think, oh, okay, hang on a minute. We maybe do need to go back there. You've still got to be sat there doing nothing, even though the action's going on elsewhere. And that's as the teams increase in quality, and particularly when we start getting into some of those stage 2 teams, that's something more that we will see, and it will trip teams up no end. Hopefully we're going to be back ready and waiting. Fortunately, we didn't have any kills go down in round number 8. So
fairly straightforward.
It should be fairly straightforward to just repeat from where we left off. It was a slow round, though. and we had seen over half of it and not really too much action. A little bit of space had been gained, but it wasn't significant.
No, and this is exactly what I'm saying for 4am. You know, we need to see them coming in here with impetus, with drive, to be able to take space quickly. It's border. You know, as an attacker, if you're not getting in through those doors, through those barricades, you are going to seriously struggle. You've got to have a plan in mind. This is our beachhead. This is where we're going to go in. This is the space we take, and you've got to execute that quickly, and then you build from there. That's how you win on border as attackers, by going in and taking space. You know, it's not one of those maps where you can kind of, you know, play a slow burn through the round. As a defender, we always say, how do you best fight on a defensive side of border? You stop them getting in the map. You know, you've got to take those fights right out there. So 4am, their focus now has got to be, let's move a little bit more quickly. I'm not saying you have to rush into site, but in this case, they're attacking onto bathroom tellers, so ultimately you want office. You do that by clearing CCTV and moving across. They've got Spoit in this position. Shouldn't come as a surprise. He was there previously, so let's have a plan. Let's go and deal with Spoit and get that kill. Let's push from multiple angles. Let's use our utility. We've got the Grim. We've got the Capitão. You know, we've got the Deimos. Let's make it a nightmare for him to stay in there, and we can take CCTV, and then we can push into Armory. We can push through to Archives. We can start that verticality. They don't have too many vertical options, which is also a concern for me. So I think we're going to see a lot of horizontal pressure, and I'm just not sure that'll get the job done against Shopify Rebellion.
Ambi playing at the bottom of these main stairs now. We'll be looking to try and move up. It's Ambi's favourite spot. If you're ever wondering where he's playing, he's main stairs. Attack or defence, it doesn't really matter. He likes to play that little link area. He's going to be retreating upstairs for now, as if this is just a horizontal push, SR can make that work for him. They can open some vert, they can open some hatches, they can start to try and retake into customs and into workshop. So there's always that option as well. Again, double, triple droning of these areas and not taking the space behind it. 4am need to start getting a little bit more confident. I've seen 3 drones now in supply and customs, and no one's moved in off the back of any of them. It's a little bit of a problem. Lider, first player to be taken down there. That's the Grim God. Ambi, he can start to loosen up a little bit. Freed up that little bit of pressure. Oh, maybe is it back down to the main stairs? Looks like it.
Spoit still in position here. Not too much of a plan, I don't think, to clear in. They're just going to put one onto the window for now. Spoit's definitely considering a little look out of this door, but he hears the air jab. Doesn't matter. It's
just beautiful.
The air jab, it's on the wrong wall.
The Zoto, it's going to freeze it. He's going to be able to get that thing anyway. The teamwork is impeccable. Ambi comes in for the day saver. Surf was watching his angle as well from the armory door. You've just got that beautiful little bit of interconnecting play there. Everyone linking for one another.
And you've also then got 4am that have got a problem that's gone unsolved.
Big problem.
Not only have you lost the player, you've got this problem that's gone unsolved. Really well played again from Rebellion. As you said, teamwork just absolutely, tip-top at the minute. Flawless round, playing for each other all over the map, creating crossfires, creating situations where they can be in a win-win, and they are winning and winning. 5-3 at the moment on the scoreboard. I'm not confident 4am pick up an attacking round at the minute, given what they've shown us in those first couple. I think they're really starting to struggle. Now they're playing into Rebellion setups. We'll see, whether that changes. I think they just need one of those flash moments. They need, like, Gotti to go in and just pick up a double, and then they 5v3, and they can bully Rebellion a little bit and get around, and I think that'll be a catalyst, like we saw in round 5-6. They got the first, and you saw them play really well in the next round. So I think they just need that confidence builder, but I'm not sure that the North American side is going to allow them to get it.
And the problem for me is that's the best we've seen SR look so far today. Attack or defense.
Yeah.
Regardless of how they're at, the teamwork and the synergy and the way that everyone was just doing their job. There was no one overextended. There was no one overreaching. There wasn't even a flashy play. Everything was perfectly calculated and mathed out to be in their favor. Yeah. It's not like what days gone by where you just watch Ambi walk in and get a 4K and you're like, blooming heck, like, what can you do against this team? Like when they trip up and that's what happens. But no, this has been the entire polar opposite. It has been based off the back of really good synergy and really good team play. 5-3 now. 4am still yet to find a round here on this attacking side. And like you say, Tim, your options start to run a little bit thin at this point.
Straight away, we're going to have that detention wall opened. Nice and easy with the secondary hard breach in pocket. Darsley going to get on the drones as well. And not going to get them very far, as Ambi is in his favoured main stairs position, and he's there ready to take down that utility as soon as it comes in. Obviously wanting to build behind the Monty here, and I don't feel like it's necessarily a bad pick here, the Monty. I think, you know, you've been struggling to take space a little bit, struggling to deal with players like Spoit in those positions in CCTV. A big shield in front of you is certainly going to help you do that.
Again, double and triple droning. They're really expecting these rat plays from SR, and SR aren't giving them that. They're not really hiding as to where they're fighting and which areas they're holding. It tends to be very similar areas. It's border. Let's be honest, you're going to be holding the same areas round in, round out. You're always going to have someone inside a CCTV, and it's been Spoit consistently. They're worried about what's going on in stock, but they've got no idea that there's Vert here, and they've no idea that he's got a brilliant angle. That Monty comes through at a slightly different angle, and it's game over. As it stands, Rockstar's gotten away with it.
Yeah, that's it. He's still full health, so that's something for him. He can start working his way through customs now and taking that bit of ground. But the question is with a Monty always, how are you going to apply pressure? Monty's got a couple of jobs. One is to feed intel, the other is to create space. And if you're looking to create space, you need somebody working with you. As it is in this case, the Sense is going to be backing him up, and that's essential, because otherwise you don't really claim the space. You move on and they can retake it. There's no way that you can, you know, actively take those fights. So I think, yeah, good play that they've now doubled up and Darsley's gone in there with him, and it's not going to go well though, as Ambi manages to find the kill onto the Monty, and that also puts the diffuser down in no man's land, and this is where they could come unstuck. Rebellion still able to hold on from above.
Canadian has fallen here in that fight, so it is going to weaken things somewhat, but like you say, there are some key positions that we've consistently seen failed to be cleared. Ambi will find one onto Gotti. I believe Spoit's still upstairs inside a CCTV as well. There's a lot of laser focus on these vertical angles. The diffuser has been recovered now and will start to go down. Spoit taking a little bit of damage from above, and the Sense wall providing perfect cover. The plant likely going to go down here, but at this point SR have had to kind of let that happen because they have to rely on this double man count advantage to take them over the line.
Yeah, that's it. They've now got to play on the retake. Beautiful shot with the DMR up on the reverse angle to take Rexon down with the headshot. 23 seconds left here for Rebellion to fight their way back in, and that's a good start as Surf manages to take down the Sense. 20 seconds left. They've got to have this clear so they can get on the diffuser by the 7-second mark, or they won't have time. 10 seconds as they hunt, trying to find this last man. It's the Twitch. It's Lider. What can they do? They win the fight. That was the essential one, but no. Are they on time? Yes! Just! They're about half a second to spare. Surf with a big double in the retake. Rebellion take round 9.
That was very dicey. For a 3 versus 1, they played it well because they won it, but at the same time, they didn't play it well because there was a very fine margin to whether that got disabled or not. I was expecting, put one body disabling the diffuser, flood the guy with 2 from either side. Even if he picks up both kills, he's probably not going to have time to do the rest.
I think the problem there was, I agree with you, but I think the problem there was that they had no idea where Lider was.
No.
They just had no idea where the Twitch was. It was like, you know, have they sort of gone to retake upstairs?
It was a bit of an off angle, though.
It was, you know, it's like just out in customs. It was a bit like, but I think that was a big part of it because, you know, we saw him come through and Ambi's kind of watching up above and looking around. And he just gets shot in the back. But it was at that point that they knew exactly then what they needed to do. And so again, it's another positive for Rebellion. You know, yes, there was a point where you think, are they going to get this done? Because they don't know where this player is. But then the second that they did, they worked so well within what was a serious time crunch at that point to get it done and still win the round. You know, it was so reactive. They were just waiting for that little bit of intel. And you kind of look at it and think, 4 AM, funnily enough, might have actually won that had Lider not killed Ambi.
Done nothing.
Had he just done nothing? Because I don't know that they would have jumped on the diffuser. Look, maybe they would. Maybe they would have still won it. It's such.
They'd have put one body on it, and they'd have had 2 body blocking, and then you're playing a dice game.
Yeah, I know it's like hypercritical, and I'm not faulting Lider for taking the kill. If Ambi stood there in front of you, you're always going to take it. But it kind of feels like that was the catalyst then for Rebellion to win the round. It was like, right, he's in customs, right, bang, kill into blue, get on the diffuser, and it just gave them that bit of intel that they needed.
6-3 then for SR. We could be barreling toward an SR win right now as 4 AM on this attacking side, yet to break the deadlock. They got the plan down in the previous round, and even that wasn't enough. but it was one of those occasions where they kind of had to let that happen, and SR happy to play that retake. That was the win con, and they played it to perfection. As it stands, though, we are going to need to see something out of 4AM, and we've seen glimpses, Tim, but the age-old one has been they've struggled with moving players from key areas. They're bringing in a Monty this time, and it's Lider that's on it. Now, he's their top performer by far this game on Border. I always find it strange when you see your top player on a shield, but is that going to be what's needed to try and force some of these SR players out of position?
Well, Ambi manages to take down the ace. That's going to be Rockstar off the board, but they do manage to find a trade here, 4AM, so they keep things to 4 versus 4, and they've still got the shield on the board as well. So the initial plan with Grim, with Deimos, kind of all persists, all continues. The only question is, are they going to be missing any hard breach? Lider taking a ton of damage there from the Nitro, but how about that? Absolute beauty with the pistol to take down Canadian. Leaves them now 4 versus 3, but the Monty is hurt at this point. About 15, 20 HP left. How about that, though? You've got to stop the jump outs. You can't let Wrexham play like that. However, the trade is there again. Could be around for 4AM on the way.
Another big round here for Spoit. We've seen him put in this position a couple of times already today. Players now recovered. Lider and Darsley both super low. Two Brow. The Zoto canister there, destroying the death mark. Spoit picks up his first, location now known, but he's got some information to play with here. Lider's going to start to get this diffuser down, but he's got the DMR. He's going to continue to put himself in these Zoto canisters and try and stay alive. Bit of a flunder there as he tried to swap weapon, had to hit the smoke, but it's a very broken up 1 versus 2 this, and he's got a massive chance. C4 just going to go wide, and it allows the plant to go down.
That C4 was the moment. That was the one for Spoit. If he gets the kill onto the Monty there, even with the diffuser down, he leaves himself in a 1v1, but not managing to hit the mark, not managing to find his man, now leaves him in an almost unwinnable situation. Lider with that shield, of course, can just hold him at bay. The death mark coming through again, but going to be failed because of the Zoto canister, but now Spoit is left just running, trying to find anything. He's scratching for whatever he can get out of this round. The nade is going to do the job. TX it is to pick up the final kill, but it was really well played by 4AM there at the end. It's not easy in a 2v1 situation. I talk about this a lot. When you have to plant for that 7 seconds, you are leaving your other player in a 1v1, and that is the moment. When the plant is going down, that is always the moment for the defender in that situation, in that 1v2. And Spoit knew that, because if he can get in position and hit that Nitro a second sooner, put the diffuser down on the ground, that advantage has then completely swung in his favour. And 4AM didn't allow that to happen. They were decisive. They got themselves into position early enough to put the diffuser down, and I like how they were able to close that out. So well played from 4AM. They get themselves another. It's 6-4.
Super close stuff. Can we not just watch Spoit try and 1v4? Because I could quite happily just sit and watch that for some portion of time. Brilliant to see the way that he tried to navigate it, and like you say, if that Nitro was a second earlier, if it hits, he's then in control of the diffuser, and the narrative is very, very different. But we've finally seen 4AM win a round on the attack here, and it could be the start of a couple. SR, no strangers to taking a bit of time to close out a game. They haven't been the most convincing during kickoff, hence one of the reasons why they are here inside of stage 1. But they only need 1 round, Tim, and they've got a lot of different bomb sites to try and get that done on. We're going to be headed downstairs this time. Downstairs towards bathroom. Hoping for them that it couldn't be something a little bit different.
Yeah, so I feel like we've seen a better couple of rounds there from 4AM using that Monty over the last couple of rounds and kind of the space that it's given them. This time, they're not going to be bringing a shield along. So the question is, can they continue doing that? Can they continue having that same sort of impact? Or do we go back to kind of pre-shield 4AM where they're struggling to deal with problem spots, struggling to deal with those difficult positions and take space? Time will tell. Spoit is one of the positions that I'm thinking about, because that was something that they weren't able to deal with the last couple of occasions. Spoit's played there on the Thorn, he's played there on the Ella, and he's had success both times.
Consistently seen success inside of CCTV, and I'm sure he's going to be looking to replicate some of the same. TX taking a good portion of damage there, as once again, it is just a spot that's being avoided. They're not even trying to deal with him horizontally or vertically, it's just we're just going to let him exist up there and just take our chances. Ambi's cottoned onto this, by the way. He's thought, you know what, we can't have Spoit having more kills than me. I need to get in on this action and start to play onto customs as well, because it's a big entry point at the minute for 4 AM. As it stands, it looks like TX has been able to slip that net. Canadian primed and ready. Brilliant spot for a C4 here, just at the bottom of East. You can thread it all the way up through. The beams are in a good orientation for you to do so. And if he times this right, he might find himself a couple.
Yeah, he's just waiting for that little bit of information. I think he's going to be playing it on sound mostly. But as soon as he hears those footsteps coming in, actually, no, Ambi can feed him the intel and tell him when the pressure is coming onto that door. So again, it's another example of just great team play from Rebellion. Nitro goes out. It's going to be just that little bit too soon. A fraction of damage done to the ace, but it's not going to be the end of the world. However, 55 seconds left to go. 4 AM have been stalled out for quite a long time here. Lyra manages to get one onto Spoit. They clear that difficult position, but is it going to be too little, too late?
Rexon finds one. Levels things out right now. HP advantage is certainly with SR, although after losing Canadian, I'm now not too sure. Gotti and TX super low though. 33 seconds. There's still time here to work with for 4 AM, but they're just looking a little bit disjointed. We've still got Surf playing upstairs inside of Armory. We've still got Ambi playing on that 90 corridor, and we've still got players moving through now. Ambi continuing his charge. It does know that there's going to be a Nomad charge there, but isn't going to be able to do anything about it. Surf comes in with the next. It's all down to Rexon, but everyone's so low. TX is able to find him there, tucked inside of the bathroom. I think Rexon just doing his best to try and stay alive there.
TX and Gotti making the absolute most of what little HP they both had. You said yourself they were in a situation where, despite man advantage, they had those 2 low HP players, but it was those 2 players that were alive at the end of the round and picking up those final kills and bringing us into a 12th round. And we are going to see a Rebellion timeout.
I think it's high time that we get the timeout here from SR. Don't think we were able to listen into the timeout specifically. It is just the midway one. But the topic of conversation here has to be, look, guys, close this game out. Shut the door on it, because the longer it drags on, the more time we spend in the server. There's still a best of 3 to be played at the end of this if they get through. They don't want to be fatigued. I mean, it's early days, isn't it? It's day 1 of a major. They're not going to be fatigued.
I hope they're not fatigued in map 2.
Mentally, you don't want to be letting this drag on and on and on. Yeah. It just needs to be put to bed.
Yeah, that's the key. Because what if you play border against Falcons as well? And you start looking at that and thinking, right, we've just been taken to overtime on border by 4 AM, and now we're playing, it's like you say, it's all those little mental games that come into it.
I'm still surprised at the map, and we're going into round number 12.
I mean, look, it's another one that you look at, and we could look at this and say, is this an absolutely prime map choice for Shopify Rebellion, or, does it maybe give 4 AM that little bit of an opportunity to get themselves into it? Like you said, border, great leveler. We used to say the same about Coastline when it was in the pool as well. It's one of those gunfight heavy maps where teams can just come out and kind of win things, but you've got to look towards the rest of the tournament as well. We can't just look at this situation in front of us. You've got to think, there's a whole game plan here for the rest of the tournament. Rebellion are playing a 5th choice map here because they're probably looking and thinking, we can get that done against 4 AM.
Exactly.
And what it does mean is that we're not showing more of the maps we really want to play when we might need them for map 3 against Falcons, for example. So I think there's a lot of things that play into it. It's not just about the game in front of us. But yeah, it's been, look, I think I'm certainly looking at the positives here for 4 AM. I think the rounds that they've won, they've been good value for the wins. They certainly haven't been given anything by Shopify Rebellion. It's not been an easy time for them. They've had some difficult problems to solve. They've had some, difficult clutches to make at the end of rounds to get stuff shut out. And I think they've done a great job of it. So, win or lose, I think 4 AM come away from this pretty happy with the performance.
Rockstar going to be positioned at the top of those east stairs along with the Monty. Looking at using this as their beachhead for this round. They've really been quite heavy focused on toward customs and detention area to be that first sort of entry point. And it's, not really worked out too good for them. They've done all right on the attack. They've picked up 2 rounds, so you can't say that it hasn't worked at all, but it hasn't assisted with the big problem. And the big problem has been Spoit playing inside a CCTV. With Ambi as the link, you can't just stand there, Lider. You've been the best player so far for 4am, and you just flat stood in break door.
On the Deimos. Of all players to lose, such a key component of any attacking lineup, and he just gets caught completely off guard as if there wasn't going to be any attention towards it. Ambi's peeked that door every round he's been playing there. Big mistake coming in from 4am, and look, it's lessons like that they are going to learn from as a team, as players that are new to this level of play at an international major against a team like Rebellion. You're going to be punished for the fractional mistakes. You better believe you are going to be punished. You're not going to get away with it.
You stand flat-footed in front of break door for more than a second and you're dead.
You're dead.
And you've deserved it, because that's the level that you're at right now. There is going to be an attempt here from Darsley to try and make a little bit of progress, but with that castle barricade from Ambi, it's going to be really difficult to transition through that as a Monty. He can smoke it off, yeah, sure, but still there are going to be players that are able to work through it. There's a C4 going up from below, for goodness sake, as kills continue to come here for SR.
Yeah, it's looking good for the North American side at this point. Gotti has got the world on his shoulders right now. 4am, if they can't get this 1v4 done, 1v5 technically, but Spoit is down but not out. If they don't get that, they will drop down to the lower bracket, and they will then be only 1 loss away from exiting the tournament. But it was always going to be a tough start for them. But on the side of Shopify Rebellion, it has been pretty great so far. I think you're going to be more than happy. The North American side managed to get the job done. They get it over the line. We've seen some great teamwork from them. We've seen some great individual moments. Yes, I'm sure there are elements there that they will look at and think there's room for improvement, but overall, I think you're going to be pretty happy with that as a start at the Salt Lake City Major.
And the job is done now. They have cemented that fixture against Team Falcons coming up shortly, or later on this afternoon. And of course, we have already got our other best of 3 decided for the afternoon as well. Lost versus Enterprise. We're going to hit a break and then we'll be right back.
All right, it's time for our first best of three of the Salt Lake City Major. You were with another slightly less attractive man to start off
Parker,
this day.
Come on now. You don't win that battle. I'm sorry.
Ollie is, objectively speaking, better looking than I am. One of the teams that'll be competing in this particular matchup, Jesse, has yet to play because of a little bizarre circumstances here. That's Los, the Brazilian team that qualified through SAL. They haven't yet played a single map, but their opponents, Enterprise, looked pretty good in their matchup earlier against Edward Gaming.
Yeah, I was casting that, as you say, with Ollie, and obviously that was a tough game for EDG because they had to play without their best player, and instead they had Noah, who couldn't communicate great with the rest of the team. Didn't go so well for the EDG squad, but that's okay because they're still alive in the lower bracket, and of course the champions of that matchup, Enterprise, will now be facing off against Los. We'll find out where they're going to be. Of course, it is a full best of 3, so no more best of 1 shenanigans. We'll start on Bank, moving to Chalet, and finish on Cafe. I think a relatively unsurprising map veto coming through here, Parker. Bank is a really interesting pick to come through, I think, particularly from Enterprise, because it's been a really rough map for Los. They played it twice throughout kickoff, losing it both times, so we know Los aren't so comfortable on Bank. And EP, I mean, sure, they're playing down in Australia, not the strongest opponents, but they've still been very good on that map throughout kickoff.
They absolutely have. I would have loved to have seen a Fortress just to see how these two teams match up on it. But before we can get into map number 1, we got a break ready for you. We'll be right back. All right, time for our very first map and the debut of one of these two teams. We saw the Enterprise matchup earlier today, as you mentioned, going up against the Edward Gaming squad that lost their best player, Direction, who was going to be competing with Edward Gaming, failed to get a visa, and because of that, they had a stand-in. Now, Noah is about as good of an analog as you could get. The guy has been frying people over in the EML, but obviously there's going to be barriers as to how he will be able to succeed.
Yeah.
There was a caster behind the scenes who said something. It said that Enterprise looks like FaZe Clan right now in their matchup. And I'm not going to say which caster it was, but really it did look like one of the best we've ever seen of Enterprise on an international event. Is that going to hold here against Los?
Well, I mean, I think for their fans, they're obviously hoping so, Parker. This will be a tougher game, but there's a couple of advantages that they have that we talked about in the last match that I want to re-hit here. Number one, they're going to be warmed up. Right? Los are coming in cold, and I think it is absolutely to the advantage of Enterprise that they've already played a game today. And number two, this is not the exact same Enterprise that we've seen of years past. They've made a couple of player swaps, but most importantly, they brought in Magnet as their coach. The founding father of Rainbow Six Siege in Australia, was captain of that old Fnatic roster for the better of 6 years. So they've got a lot of experience coming in behind them that most OS teams haven't really had at international events before.
Is there a 3 or a 4? Or?
No, I said 2.
Okay, well, if we had a 30 turn upside down, that's an M for Magnet. So there you go.
Whoa.
It's nice to see him back. I know some people, maybe some of the casual observers who don't watch all of the OS games, especially if you're a North American fan, it is brutally difficult to watch those Australian games live just because of time zones, right? They're usually happening at 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in the morning. And because of that, a lot of people don't know that Magnet is coaching for them. Now, I will say, I do think he can be a secret weapon here, and I think he's played all over the world. He literally learned Japanese to go play in Japan for crying out loud.
He did.
But just because you're a good player does not necessarily mean that's going to translate to being a good coach, and this is going to be the biggest test for him. Is he's got an Enterprise team that is very hungry and are a single best of 3 away from qualifying for Phase 2.
Yeah.
They're not in danger of going home. Neither of these teams are.
Correct.
But you're going to be going up against a team that maybe is less of a known quantity, and you have no idea how they're going to compete on LAN. But I think it's easy to say this Los team has a lot of LAN experience. They've got Dash back on the team. He's a major winner. He's experienced multiple regions. This might be a significantly harder game for Enterprise than they played against Edward Gaming earlier today.
Yeah, it absolutely should be, but the vibe should still be high. I think this Enterprise team, they've been looking really good so far. You saw it in their last match, like how active they were in the text chat, how engaged they were with each other, and I was honestly surprised by how good Magnet was as a coach in his tactical timeouts when we got to listen in, just because, you know, this is his first time coaching a team. Kickoff with Enterprise was really his first time, but this is his first test, of course, at a big event, so it's a big change up for him. Now going up against Los, I mean, this is also a team that is not the highest of highs when it comes to South America. Nobody really thought Los would qualify, not because they're a bad team, but just because they play in the most competitive region. I mean, there's so many good teams from South America who did not make it to this event. Team Liquid, the first one that comes to mind, but Los earned their spot here, and they have something to prove in their opening game. 76% of you are giving it towards Los. That is kind of to be expected, but watch out for Enterprise, because they are a deadly roster.
This is a familiar refrain for those that listened to the Paris SI cast we did earlier this year when Enterprise came in, and we said they had a pretty decent shot of making top 10 or top 12, I suppose, because technically the top 6 go to the main stage, not the top 8. You know how it works. But Enterprise was also playing that series knowing that they were going to be making pretty big changes from a coaching and a player perspective. How many teams have come into an event where they know they're going to make a roster move, and it has sunk them before a single shot has been fired in their game? So it didn't really give us the best vantage point of how Enterprise would do. And now we've got a team that is 5, it's 5 fighting guys. They've got Mag on the team. There's no reason why they shouldn't be able to rise to this challenge. The person that I'm going to be watching, though, is on the side of Los here, Jesse. Perez, who is puzzlingly the only player not in the lobby right now. So I guess we're going to look for him. We're going to look for him. We're really going to look for him really, really hard. Where is he? One of the statistical best rated players in one of the statistical, if not the most statistical competitive region, which is Brazil. You highlighted it. People didn't expect Los to make it. Not because they're bad, but because there are 6 teams that could very easily make it. You highlighted Team Liquid Alienware. What about Fluxo W7M?
True.
They also could have easily made this. Now, granted, they lost Volps. There's been an identity change on that team. but the core is still there. Both Team Liquid Alienware and Fluxo W7M could very easily have made this event. They did not. Hugzord will be behind the bench for this Los team as they bring Dash back on for his first LAN game since playing with Wildcard several months ago. He left Wildcard because he said he was a little uncomfortable living in America, away from home. Can't blame him.
And yet he comes right back. Here he is in Utah. Suspicious, if you ask me. Maybe he just didn't like Wildcard.
Well, good news. Nobody's asking you. Nobody's saying, Jesse, do you find it odd that Dash is now back in America when he said he didn't want to be here 4 months ago? And you would say, yes, I do find that suspicious. Thank you very much. But nobody would ask you. Nobody's asking you that question. Okay. Either way, Dash is back on the team. He's been doing some calling for the squad as well, picking up those shields, providing leadership for the team. How will that pay off? We'll have a good glimpse of this very early on. This is Los's map, so Enterprise should have a small advantage through these first 6 rounds.
Yeah, again, it's kind of a weird map pick from Los, just given that they haven't won it ever as a team, but I'm sure they're confident. They must have been scrimming it behind the scenes, and so we'll have to see exactly how they come through with it. Now, I love the drones we're seeing immediately from Enterprise. This is going to be Dark, caught on a Tubarão, and Perez caught on the window punch. Cairo shuts him down early. This heavy roam game from Los is super weird for a bank bottom floor defense, and it's not working for them.
It's with the drive-by question mark.
Oh, they've been doing that all day.
I know, but that's just, you mentally boom when people hit you with that. That's the top player on the side of Los who's down for the count. So not an ideal start for them, and now well over 2 minutes for Los to try and figure out how to play this at an uneven number.
Tuhon, I think he saw Dash just there on the drone. He played fantastic in that opening game. I believe dropping near double-digit kills if he didn't quite hit it. Was very, very close in their opening match. Going to be an important player to watch out for, but it seems like everybody's started to fall off. They waste about a minute on the roam, and they lose a body. I'm afraid that's not quite good enough, Parker. This roam game really wanted to get more. Now they just have to rely on those C4s to lock down the site.
Nuxka's in a very familiar spot for a Smoke, which is top blue stairs. He's still got all 3 of those gas canisters in pocket. Smoke now also has the deployable shield, so we might see more diversity with the secondary gadget brought from this operator for the time being. If you're playing blue, you're going to want to put down that barbed wire. You're going to want to do a little bit of damage. You're going to want to use the sound cues and slow them down. The big thing for Nuxka now is either throw out your gas canisters and waste time on this position or get back to site with your life still intact.
Big moment for Dark. Knows that there could be somebody just peeking on this hatch. They want to get it open as quickly as possible, but they're struggling with it just a little bit. The time, of course, you won't be slowed by the Tubarão for using the Maverick, but it's still a slow tool to open up that hatch. This has burned about another 60 seconds, meaning we're into the final minute of this round. And we're just starting to look at the bomb site for Enterprise. Nuxka still survives as well towards top blue, so that's going to be a difficult option to try to push through. A lot of this execute is going to have to come either down through the main stairs or through one of the back hatches.
Yeah, the more that this time ticks down, the more I worry for this Enterprise assault. They've got good tools at their disposal, but how do you apply them? As there goes the gas canisters from Nuxka. On to top blue. He's still got 2 silhouettes nearby. Nuxka could go for a swing here, but he doesn't know if anybody's watching that position. Cairo had turned his attention to that spot, and now Nuxka will head back down towards the safety of the bomb site. 20 seconds left on the clock. Enterprise still with 5 players up. Rubber will meet the road. Dash takes down Jigsaw. Slow peek on main stairs. Tuhon trading out Nuxka. And now it's Tuhon in the middle of the site, looking to catch a cross. Here's Diffuse Kit getting planted. Tuhon shut down by Daffo. Bappin getting Diffuser to the halfway point. The Tubarão charging out. Huge coverage from Cairo. And Brendo will seal the deal. Enterprise taking the first round with a scramble in the final seconds.
Yeah, it's close, Parker, but they get it done in the end. That's a really difficult round from Enterprise, and it kind of goes back to that first game that they played up against EDG this morning, where their strength really came on the roam clear. They were doing a great job getting the opening pick. They were working themselves into man advantages consistently, but sometimes on their attacks, even against EDG, the execute was a problem. If it was a large man count execute, they would sometimes stumble at the last moments. Los, whether they read into that just because of the previous matchup or because that was how they saw the round playing out, ended up kind of playing in a similar direction, and that execute got really scary. But importantly, they took that space through server. They finally cleared up that pick onto Nuxka, and then the coverage from Cairo, just absolutely fantastic. 3-0 to start this game.
Cairo was the one brought onto this squad that a lot of people didn't have the most familiarity with after SI, and immediately huge statement kills, taking down Perez right off of the rip, the secret weapon of Los, their top player by a country mile. was not able to do all that much. Again, you pointed out, I think quite correctly, how much of an ego peak that first engagement was when you don't need to do that. I mean, maybe Los was worried about playing too passively in the site. That is a real possibility for these teams. And hey, if you think that your opponent is just objectively weaker than you, why not go for spawn peaks? Why not go for early aggression? We see this in the inter-regional matchups.
Yeah.
How many times do his top team, like, I'm not going to reference examples because then it would obviously put down other teams, but how many times are you watching the NAL? How many times are you watching OS and you see a team that is in first place spawn peaking one of the lower teams? Los might think that of Enterprise. That could have driven Perez's decision.
I think it's a good vibe check for the round one. You know, this is a long best of 3. It's not like our last matches where it's BO1 and everything is on the line immediately. You know, it really is a long game here. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So plenty to work with. Now, Brendo just spotted an opportunity on his drone. He's going to hunt for that as the back of the clash was pointed his direction, but some attention's been paid. Ends up being a 1-for-1 trade. That's huge to be able to get that one pick on the side of Perez, but man, that could have been so much scarier if Brendo was a little faster.
Nuxka spent most of that first round on very limited HP. He will be in the same predicament here now in round number 2, Jesse, as he is on a sliver playing that clash. Again, a very high-value utility operator for Nuxka. Expect that to continue, whether it be on the smoke or the clash or beyond.
Yeah, and this shows really good prep work coming out from Enterprise as well. Nuxka often plays the clash on this site. 67% clash pick rate defending top floor of Bank, so that's clearly something they read into. They put Cairo on the Kali specifically for this reason, and it's worked out well.
Enterprise will now open up one of those 2-panel walls over by Square Stair as Tuhan assesses his magnificent job. Double sniper is something that really only shows up on a couple bomb sites on a couple maps. This one is the place on Bank that you will see it most frequently. You can also potentially see it on open area down below, though it is usually more a destruction-heavy lineup that will get brought, and obviously that's something that gets missing when you have to double up on the Kali and the Glaz. It sounds like smokes will go out from the attackers. Dash picking off Vapin. Los doing pretty okay here, surviving this initial onslaught.
Yeah, they need to kind of get some picks back. Here's Cairo deal to take down Dash. Really good trade game so far coming through from both teams, but now 45 seconds. The rubber needs to hit the road. This is so close from Jigsaw. Has the ping, but just misses the angle barely. If he doesn't get this, this push could be really late coming in once again from EP.
And that was a great flush. Nuxka rotated to try and cover Perez, swinging over towards Conference. Daffo was his lone backup. Perez is just so good, and Daffo's been permitted to exist in this position for so long. He finds one. Perez will now be hunted down by Jigsaw and this death mark, playing the fadeaway. Daffo looking for the opportunity, and he'll get it. Jigsaw making a ton of noise, charging his way forward. Los will tie things up.
Yeah, really close round once again, Parker. This game is going to come down to the wire is what we're learning early on from these two teams. And I think it really comes down to Enterprise maybe not getting quite enough value out of that Deimos down below. It was Jigsaw playing that position, of course, and he's kind of struggled this game. He was probably the most active player that we saw in their opening duel versus EDG. Didn't top frag, but was certainly the top typer in that lobby and was backing it up, frankly, with his kills. Haven't seen him come alive just yet through the first 2 rounds here on Bank. So hoping to see a bit more out of Jigsaw, by far the best player in Oceania this season.
I mean, how many times when people talk about Enterprise, they talk about Tuhan?
Sure, yeah.
Do they talk about Bappin? They talk about these players who aren't necessarily right now the names we've said the most frequently. I mean, Cairo's been the most impressive performer so far through 2 rounds. That 3K, obviously hugely impactful, was great at paralyzing those defenders on the Kali in the previous round. Sometimes it's not about kills. Sometimes it's about denying rotates, cut, or mailbox, or all these terms that have started to flourish now that you, the general audience, have heard before about somebody who's just going to sit and hold a position.
Yeah.
Old heads will know that there's a certain dog that was named after that spot, or that spot was named after a certain dog back in the day, where your goal was to just stand there and hold a cross. That's all you got to do. And it evolved over time to become maybe a flank position, and now it's gone back to the position it's in where you're going to sit and you're going to deny that rotate. And it was used so effectively. Nuxka got caught in that exact cross in the previous round.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, it didn't end up resulting in a victory for Enterprise, but it was still the right idea. There were just other deficiencies. So that's something that you have to credit Cairo for.
I'm a little surprised through the first 3 site rotations, Parker, that Los have really just been playing the same strats that they brought throughout SAL. This is their map pick, so you'd kind of expect them, especially since this wasn't a strong map, to change things up a little bit. But so far, it hasn't been working. Now, as I say, Perez goes on a little bit more of an aggressive roam. He loves the Valkyrie on this site. That's not new, but the position is. Gets a bit active, takes down Bappin, now 0-3 to start this best of 3. And it might give Los a little bit of that edge that they've been missing over the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, the Ram being gone on this middle floor bomb site is really quite devastating. You need the Ram to be there for your soft destruction. You've got the Buck. And I don't know what Nuxco was thinking there, Jesse. He's got Dafo for backup, 2 floors above. Nuxco might actually be retrievable, but Brendo and Cairo have other ideas. Brendo finds 2. Suddenly, Diffuse Kit is going down. All of this has distracted not only us, but also Los. Cairo pulls that off. Shield now turned towards the 2 remaining defenders on the side of Los, Dafo and Dark. Dafo with 4 kills leading the way on the team. A 5th is added to that tally. As Tuhan is dropped, Brendo and Cairo, the 2 to find. The Monty in this particular position is oh so strong. They need to be worried about Brendo. Dark was able to stop him for the time being. Cairo's in trouble. Brendo cannot come to his assistance. He's down over towards blue. Shut off again. This is so good by Los to buy time. Dafo getting on Diffuse Kit. Dark will need to shut him down and will do so. Los, an incredible post round, and they will take the lead.
Really good round coming out both from Dafo and Dark, but I gotta give it to Daffodil in particular, Parker. Such important kills in the midst of that round. I thought Enterprise had found a gap. You know, their execute was really good. So many players were distracted over on that hatch, but somehow Cairo was sneaking in, getting that plant down, but Daffodil continues to impress. He's playing outside of his country just for the first time ever in his career. It's his 2nd international event, but his first was Reload, which was still in Rio de Janeiro, so doesn't really have a lot of experience on an international stage. He hasn't been moving too much. He is in a bit of a new environment here, but still finding the same success that he found domestically down in South America.
They said it.
Oh, they've been saying a lot.
They said the thing. I've always appreciated that the Aussie teams bring that Australian sense of humor, the tomfoolery that comes with a lot of... If you ever watch Aussie sketch comedy, sometimes absurdist humor, it really is quite great. We are obviously missing our Australian compatriots who are not here in Salt Lake City. They are presumably enjoying, I don't know, good weather.
They're probably asleep. It's like 4 a.m. for them.
Or they're on DGen Gamer Hours and they're watching. I don't know.
True. Probably.
You never know.
It is the...
Clocks don't stop for Siege, baby.
3rd biggest tournament of the year. I'd stay up for that if I was an Australian.
What else do you have down there?
Snakes.
Animals
Spiders.
with health bars.
Yeah, scary things.
Animals that want to kill you at every opportunity. Great beaches.
Sure.
Drive on the wrong side of the road. You know, just usual stuff. But either way, I like that Enterprise has brought that style of humor. And Los, if you know the Los team, you know that they are a bunch of jokers. Dash always historically had a good sense of humor. Perez has always jumped in as well. It's something that we as English speakers don't often see a lot from the Brazilian side of things because we don't speak the language. We don't speak Portuguese. But if you ever hear them on Raza's stream and you get somebody to translate, even FaZe Clan, who's, you know, maybe unfairly earned the title of being a bit boring because they are so clinical, they are also some practical jokers here, so expect more of this from Los.
The game plan's not boring from Los, that's for sure. 2 roamers here on the top floor. It's Perez and Dash playing up on these other angles, and it's definitely known about by Enterprise. Their droning today has been excellent. The shot's not quite enough. Tuhon with the shot. He does find Dash, though. That's what they were looking for on this roam game. It sends Perez running for the hills, and he gets caught on the rotate, too. Really nice angle being played by Brendo all the way out on this garage rappel. That is a massive pick to force this roam game running away.
We have a Fuse, Shield, and a Hibana shotgun clearing out open area. What on earth are we watching? Embrace Australian and APAC Siege, baby. And it worked. It completely cleared that portion of the map away. You had Brendo outside of the building. And this is something I actually wanted to credit Enterprise with through all 3 rounds, Jesse, which is that even though Enterprise has had issues inside the building, holding angles outside of the building has been a huge strength of theirs so far.
Yeah, no, they've been fantastic with this, and now they've got a 5v3 advantage. If I'm Los, we kind of have to get aggro here, and I don't know how you do it. It's not an easy position to be in. Maybe challenging these hatches is going to be your best bet. That's certainly what Dark wants to do. Going to stop that fuse charge from coming through. Not quite.
A single puck.
Okay, good,
a single puck.
Got the majority of it and can stall this continuously from opening up with those Zoto canisters. So time is the name of the game, or it would be, but we're running in and we take down Nuxco 1-for-1. That's good for Enterprise.
Davo and Dark still alive, both of them holding, well, it's a TCSG. Let's just say it's a DMR. I know that the gun nuts are going to get upset by that, but played very effectively. And both of these remaining defenders who are upright, as we imagine that Nuxka is not retrievable at this point in time, and don't really think you need. I think he was dead, but that's okay. You've got great weapons in the hands of these defenders. They can very easily get 2 kills without a reload.
2 C4s too.
Lots of things working here for Los in these final 30 seconds. And it really does become incumbent upon Enterprise to find a safe way to get that diffuse kit planted. The job will get much more difficult now due to the Goyo canisters. That's 20 long seconds. 20 seconds that you don't have if you're Enterprise. And almost all the ways into the bomb site now denied. The only opportunity is Tuhon on a single point of HP. Dark jumps up and might have just saved the round. 2 still standing for Enterprise, but Jigsaw finds him. Dark wanted information about whether that diffuse kit was being planted. Really good response from Enterprise and a nail biter of a round.
Oh, boy. They were so close with that one, Parker. They had it in the palm of their hands. Brilliant play coming out from Dark to stop that plant in its tracks, but ultimately it just doesn't matter as they hunt down that kill. 4 seconds, and they find the kill. He could have ran and hid. He could have hid inside a gold. He had the opportunity, but I think he just didn't know where those last 2 players were. You know, the gold hatch may have been open. He might have thought somebody could have dropped. There could have been someone around elevator. I think his calculus was just, I don't know where they're going to be. So I'm going to hold an angle. I'm going to take this fight. He chooses to peek, and it is the wrong call. He dies with, I believe, under 2 seconds on that clock. Indeed, less than 2 there. So he absolutely could have made it away if he just ran and hid. Tragic to come through in the end, and we had a tie game because of that mistake.
Tragedy is the right word here because the call should be, oh, if they're planting, you have to check.
Yeah.
Right? You've surrendered control of that part of the bomb site. They can just walk in. The diffuse kit was by both the open wall and the door connecting into servers. You can very easily just pick that up and resume the position. And if Dark's not there to stop it, you know that one of those 2 defenders, the one not planting that diffuse kit down, they're going to be sitting there waiting for you. That's going to put Dark in an unwinnable position. So I think the call ultimately was correct. You have to peek for info and hope that you can win a 1v1 off the rip. Because if you don't, it's curtains, no matter what. Ultimately, it was a lose-lose situation for Los. Best attempt you could muster, but Enterprise are able to tie up because of it.
Well, this was the double sniper setup brought by Enterprise last time we saw this top floor bomb site, and with the glass ban, they will peel off and go for a different approach. Bappin moves off the glass over to the Flores, and many other players have changed their ops up as well, so it will be a different look altogether. Clearly seems like they want to get a plant down in through square. They chose not to reinforce this square wall. They maybe could have shot that Selma off, but didn't end up going for that play. Instead, they're kind of just letting Enterprise have their way with this site. They get a nice pick from Jigsaw, finding Dash, and the entry points have been made really nicely too so far from EP. So if you're looking at Los now, what's the game plan? What's going to be the strat to stop this push from coming through?
I think Dash was hoping that he might take a little bit of damage, but it would be okay beyond that.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, I take 1 bullet, but as long as I don't move, they won't see me.
This is cool Flores tech. It goes from the roof straight into the window by scaling the building. If you haven't seen that before, that's really sick.
Thank you. Perez is gone now, Jesse, so you had speculated, how do they fix this? They're going to have to do it without their Tuberal. They're going to have to do it with their traditional best player, but Dark and Dafo have been making some serious noise. 10 kills apiece, or 10 kills total, 5 kills apiece for these 2. A little bit over a minute still left in this round. Enterprise presumably on the better side of Bank here, at least their preferred side, we should say, because we won't have data from this international event. All we can go off of is the kickoff stats. And again, you highlighted that during kickoff, Los was not particularly good on this map.
Yeah.
So why do you come here? Well, there's got to be a reason for it. Maybe Los ends up losing and their map pool is just still quite weak. That's something we'll find out as we go deeper into this.
Oh, the The information's so good here, Parker, but they're not budging from it just yet. 40 seconds to try to make this execute happen, but Enterprise have done it with low time before. Diffuse Kit being held by Cairo, long shot from Bappin from top square. This seems like it could be a good entry point, but with Cairo still on the windows, he's going to have to rappel in. Maybe that's the win con. Down the Blackbeard and then go for kills.
Dark will swing because you have to at this point in time. You cannot allow your opponents to settle in. It's all up to Nuxka now in a 1v3. Out goes the last gas canister, a reload on the SMG-11. No time for that. Bappin guns him down. Enterprise stitching 2 together. They have regained the lead now. Neither of these teams showing that they are objectively better than the other. This is a dogfight.
I gotta say, though, probably the most dominant round that we've seen so far coming out from Enterprise. Start to finish, they had full control of that round. Really good early picks to come through around square. They get a nice frag early on to Dash. And frankly, that's been something that has been talked about quite a bit for this Los team, is that Dash, despite being the IGL, is a very active player. He has a ton of early engagements. Now back-to-back opening deaths here in this matchup versus Enterprise. And, you know, it's not surprising given what we saw out of him from kickoff. He actually leads opening deaths out of all players throughout all regions on kickoff. So he's been really active dying early. But that's kind of his position, you know, and he's comfortable calling from the grave. That time around, of course, wasn't able to call for any adaptations that ended up working for Los, but keep an eye on that stat now because back-to-back opening deaths is a bad look for Dash. They do want him getting a bit more active in these early gunfights.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about the role that he plays and the position that he plays, typically those guys are going to be the last to die, not the first. So if you are dying early on high-value ops that also have active gadgets, for those unaware, an active gadget is one that you need to use yourself. A passive gadget is one that remains when you die. Goyo, passive gadget. Smoke, active gadget. If you're dying on an active gadget operator, which thankfully for Dash in this particular round is not the case on the Irish Thorn, then you die with all your value in your pocket. You basically afforded nothing for your team. That is a terrible, terrible spot to be in.
Just wait until the pocket Goyo comes out, Parker, and then he'll be silly calling Goyo the passive gadget operator.
I just don't understand why you can't throw the canisters and then shoot them out of midair. I think that would look spectacular.
That's the next Goyo tech coming.
Yeah, oh.
Ooh. Scary. Boss G isn't what it used to be.
No, it's not, and neither is limb damage, though, so I guess it kind of balances itself out.
True.
You get that foothold over towards electrical, and there's no way, right? Okay,
that is gadgets. Yeah, they don't know.
Outrageous. Cairo gets taken down by Nuxka and allows Perez to get away. That Monty was living on borrowed time. Look at this full court press for the moment. Enterprise is not hitting their shots with that Los with 2 minutes still left in this round. Very well positioned to tie things up in the first half.
Perez is playing this so well, Parker. Because of his gadget on the Vigil, they didn't know where he was. They didn't think he was so close to the closet door, and it allows him to create that panic, that distraction that eventually takes down Cairo. Now it's a man advantage for Los, and we start to get a bit awkward on the side of EP because they've dedicated 0 resources for taking top floor. They've dedicated 0 resources into the site so far. They have a lot of positioning outside the building. Great. They've got a lot of angles opened up, but they need something to start this push. They need a way to actually get into the building and get that plant down. Right now, they still don't have it.
All calm now as Enterprise scrambles to find a new way in. Without that Monty, you are spot on. This is a tough position to be in. They will go with this upside-down Skylight Rappel, which, by the way, works more often than you think, and Bappin gets the pick.
Nice.
Back to even footing with a minute still to go.
That's full top control too, Parker. That is something they didn't have previously. This wasn't the initial game plan, but they've had to pivot since losing their Monty, and now they can start to go for a vert play despite not having a lot of vert operators themselves.
He'll be very active on these main stairs as well, watching this position as he'll have the cross as Brendo gets closer to the bomb site. He'll give himself away, shooting at the soft wall, leading into the Teller's portion of this map. That's Daffo tucked in a position where he can't really do all that much. Dash pops up, down goes Brendo. Bit of a late EE1D, but used as a desperate attempt with 20 seconds to go. Los holding the advantage, but just like that, Bappin will trade things out. Nuxco with one of his own onto Tuhon. Jigsaw's down, and Bappin will need to clutch. Bappin with 6 kills. That's all he'll get in the first round. 1 per round, though. That's not that bad. We got a TeamSpeak listening for you.
It doesn't matter. Don't worry about it.
3-3, boys. All good.
Yes, sir. That's not bad.
Alright boys, everyone listen up. I need everyone right now to take 3 deep breaths, especially you, Cairo. Guys, we are getting way too flustered, okay? We just need to calm the fuck down, okay? We still have a lot of fucking options, okay? But forget about the attack. We're gonna go defense. Make sure we're deep breathing while I'm fucking talking, okay? For basement, guys, they're just gonna do a default, but we just need to be careful of the Nook lurking lobby or going garage, okay? On the CEO, we're gonna have Harry on Warden, okay? They're gonna sprint in with fucking Blitz, or we need also just need to care the quick plant on CEO, okay? Other than that, we're gonna be running our new strats anyway, yeah? For open area,
not new strats.
We just need to make sure we don't get pushed and pulled too much around, okay? But for now, guys, listen. We were in the driving seat for the fucking whole half, okay? We just need to calm down and play together, okay? Make sure on defense, we're picking our win.
Não, já bani mira, é verdade.
Bani mira? Então, perfeito, então.
Toma, dá.
Tá ótimo.
Valeu. Admira, ban.
A defesa TV, pra mandar bala.
Defesa TV, aquelas recuadaças deles, a gente ia fazer nossa caçada padrão com o Dafo, comigo de capitão, Dafo, você de green. E lembra que o cara passa pra trás do server, pra rodar atrás do server, então a gente vai zecar ele de capitão.
I was quite enjoying hearing what Mag and the rest of Enterprise were saying.
Yeah, I mean, definitely trying to calm the nerves a bit, eh? Like, you know that this is a young team still here on Bank, and particularly calling out Cairo to maybe dial things back a little bit, try to get a bit less in his own head. That's so important, especially for an IGL. You know, you're leading this team, you have to be the voice in the server while things are going on. He's still a bit of a young player, you know, this is only his second international event after attending the Montreal Major back in 2024. So it's been a while since he's been kind of at this level as well. I'm glad to hear that from Meg, you know, from a 6-year veteran who's been around the block, who has done so much for Australian Rainbow Six, to identify that and try to calm things down for the next generation of OCE captains. It is really important to hear that coming through from the TAC timeout. You heard beyond that, of course, focusing on new strategies, worried about some of these open area defenses, but still in control of this game. This is Los's map pick, don't forget. So if Enterprise can come out of that first half 3-3, if they can come into the second half with still some gusto, I mean, they're in a good spot in this series.
Yeah, I mean, you haven't gotten any closer or farther away from victory, which, again, is a bit deceptive depending on these maps. You know, if the defenders are supposed to win 5 of the 6 rounds, for example, and you come out of the first half with 3 wins as a defender, you're technically no closer to a victory, but that's bad. That's very bad because you are falling well below your expectations. So again, Bank is a tricky one because I feel like it has among the most volatility of all the maps. There are times where teams will look like juggernauts defending this, you know, cavernous map, and then you'll have times where the attackers are just running roughshod over them. When you've got a team like Los that has played this map a number of times, never really seen a lot of success, they're making their very first play here at Atlanta, and then you get Enterprise who, well, they're used to playing, OS Siege, which doesn't always match up well against Brazilian squads, doesn't really match up well against other international events. It can be a bit tricky to try to determine which side is better, but given that it was Los's map, Enterprise wanted to go on attack. That leads me to believe that they were hoping for more than 3 rounds. And I mean, 4-2 is usually the most common scoreline. If you're not achieving that, most of the time you're in bad shape.
Plenty still to do here on the defensive side, though, and I do think Bank is one of those maps where it can be quite 50-50, but different sites lean quite heavily. Like, this basement can be very defender-sided, whereas the top floor can often be quite attacker-sided. So just because the overall map is 50-50 doesn't sometimes mean that every round is likely to be a coin flip. We'll have to see what this Enterprise defense looks like. Again, they said they were bringing out new strats, and they certainly haven't lied about that. This is a really cool setup here with the Aruni trying to stall down these hatches. You pair that with the 2-brow, and getting the hatches open is going to be really tough work, frankly. And then you've got Cairo as well here on the Tachanka, but Tuhan inside a garage, maybe the most aggressive players. It's not a really heavy roam coming out from these guys, just a couple of open area players. Tuhong did get caught on a drone. I believe his foot was visible inside garage. Whether Los want to capitalize on that currently doesn't seem so, but just keep an eye out for that late round. If they do try to pivot to this garage side, they should have some intel working with the idea that Tuhong was down there.
Well, we've got another best of 3 awaiting us after this matchup. It's Shopify Rebellion versus Falcons. Falcons had some struggles against Daystar earlier. It was a 7-4 scoreline for Falcons when they ultimately persevered. Shopify Rebellion had some problems with their matchup. 7-5, I believe the scoreline it was, if memory serves correctly.
It's never easy for SR fans.
No, and I mean, again, Whether it just be that, you know, Troy with his ties to Dark Zero and never letting a single map look easy, maybe it just continues no matter what org it is. Obviously, I'm trying to, you know, make a joke here. But
yeah.
Maybe not the funniest of jokes, but either way, I mean, it wasn't an easy game for either of those, frankly.
Yeah. Intentional drone suicide from Nuxka to try to clear that out. You've gotten rid of it now. That's a tricky trap from the Aruni because you can stand below it on the little case that's down inside a server and you can unactivate it until some Heartbreak gets put on. Wasn't being played that way, but you do need to clear that gate out as soon as you can.
What do you think that frag grenade was for?
I genuinely don't know. I feel like...
I think he fat-fingered because he's playing a recruit.
Yeah. He might have thought he had EMPs. We'll have to get his thoughts on it after.
Either way, that's one piece of utility that's down, and I mean, you've still got plenty of nades remaining. Nuxka with 2 in pocket. Perez has 1, 2, so you've got some fallbacks here. Not the end of the world if you have to rely on somebody else to do it. You've opened up a small portion of the wall, and out goes the Goyo canister. Or rather, the flames from the Tachanka. I'm so used to that being a Goyo, but there's no Goyo present for Enterprise. They will just try to use those Molotovs as effectively as possible. Cairo still has 12 of them, now down to 11. So he'll be able to blanket that area. It doesn't do as much damage as you'd hope, but it can still be really good at disincentivizing people to push from that direction. A drop now in from Dash, a pre-fire, and he comes away. 2 kills, 3 kills now for Los. Only 1 answered by Enterprise. The second will fall. Cairo and Bappin on the board, keeping this one as close as it can be. Diffuse kit is planted, so Nuxka and Dash will now find themselves guarding that case. A nice play by Bappin to find his 3rd kill. And now it's all up to Nuxka, who plays this rat angle. Oh my goodness, this is a tight one to hit if you're the defenders. Firing away, giving his position up. Out goes the nade to dislodge them. Tachanka will take the engagement. Cairo goes down. Bappin looking to break 10 kills. He can do that if he gets Nuxka here, but Nuxka's playing the Blackbeard on the angle. There was no hope whatsoever. Los take the lead.
Yeah, really advantageous 1v1 from Nuxka. He's got the timer on his side, plays it really nicely there. A little scary because it got down to the 2v1, but ultimately works in their favor. Great little attack to come through from Los. It's not so worried about all the stall. You know, they got top floor for free. They saw what they were playing up against. They saw all of those Aruni gates and Zoto canisters and Tachanka fire. Like, there was a lot to stop that plant, but it didn't let them stall their pace. They were able to get things down relatively nicely. Whether there were some maybe misclicks with the striker or not, they managed to get the job done, and it's a really nice plant to come through despite the best efforts from Bappin. Good little closeout to come through from Nuxka, a player that we sometimes do worry about when it comes to the kill department, especially on the attack. Out of all the players attending the major here in Utah, Parker, Nuxka has the worst offensive KDR out of all of these players. The attacking stats have not been his game. He is a shield player, I want to preface that. You don't expect him to be getting a ton of kills on the offense, but when he needs to, he absolutely can fire back, and that was a good example of it here on the first attack of Bank.
Yeah, I was going to say, he could have fooled me there. Man went on a heater. I don't know if nerves played a part there for Enterprise. I mean, that was the big focus for Mag. We only got to hear a portion of the timeout before we went over to Los's side of things. But yeah, I mean, it's tough to diagnose what is going wrong. And I mean, not a lot is going wrong. This is still a relatively competitive series.
Yeah.
There's still at least one more map to play. Chalet picked by Enterprise. But if we don't end up seeing that 3rd map, then that means Los will walk away with both of them. It is possible that the side swap really does benefit this Los team. They don't have the best track record on Bank. We've said that a number of times now. It might come up yet again in one of the remaining rounds, but
yeah.
Los did look a little bit more comfortable with the way that they were playing around the entirety of this map.
And that is reflective of kickoff, right? 30% defense win rate on this map through kickoff, 42% on the attack from Los. So it's not great on either side, but it is better on this offensive side, which might be part of the reason why Enterprise wanted to start on the attack here up against the Brazilians. But in any case, you play both sides in a game of Siege. It's going to be the same one way or the other. Dafo's starting to work on this elevator wall, and it might start making the positions a little bit awkward here on the top floor, being spread out by Enterprise. With that wall opening up, the entire hallway is going to become a no-no zone for Enterprise to play around, and it kind of forces them to sit a little bit more passively, a little bit more steady inside of the bomb site. They can't get aggressive as they might have wanted to over towards lobby or over towards stock.
I understand that it's meta right now on this bank map, but seeing upside down repels are just so they're just so goofy for me. Oh my! He wasn't in the building, it wasn't on the skylight, but Dafo takes care of Brendo, and that might be an opening now for Los to get far more aggressive. It seems that will be the call as they assert themselves on that spiral staircase, heading now towards this top floor. Governed by Dark, looking through his scope. Down goes Perez at the hands of Tuhan. The Monty now spotted by Jigsaw as he's prone. Dark taking damage from places he's unaware of. Nuxka dies at the hands of Bappin, and there's another for Bappin from the same position. Now he has to deal with Dafo and Dash, one of whom isn't even in the building. Dash still outside. Not far removed from the Azami. An upside down repel from Dafo will come in, almost taking care of Bappin, who did break double digits. We'd mentioned that that was something that he was looking for. He repelled his entire way down that skylight, or that in main lobby. What an incredible moment from him. Dash and Dafo now, as there go the smart glasses, and they snap their fingers, and Jigsaw and Tuhan get the final 2 kills, and we are tied yet again.
We go back and forth and back again, Parker. It is Bappin, the hero of that round, to take a bad situation and turn it into something winnable. Really big moves over towards the main stairs from the youngest player here in the lobby, just 20 years old. Bappin has quite a lot of experience despite that throughout the years here on Enterprise. He's the longest standing member of EP, tied with Tuhan, joining in June of last year, and it really does kind of showcase in his gameplay just how comfortable he is with this roster. It's something I praised them for in their earlier game versus EDG. I'm going to praise them again here today against Los. The team play on the side of Enterprise is really sharp. You can tell these guys have been putting in the work together to be able to trade off each other's comms. They look really comfortable playing as a unit. If one guy dies, someone else is there really quickly, frankly, to come through and get that kill back. And I won't say it's a weakness of Los. Like, I haven't noticed any major mistakes where they're not playing together. But Los is a brand new roster of 5 players who were not playing together 3 months ago. This Enterprise core at least have their roots going back, even if they made a few roster changes. For Los, they're a brand new team coming in, and so you might kind of look at that and say, well, when it comes to the coordination, when it comes to the team play, Enterprise actually are the better team, and it's keeping them alive in this game.
Yeah, and again, this isn't their map.
Exactly.
So you've got Los playing on what should be familiar soil. It is a familiar map for them. There's no denying that, Jesse, but the familiarity doesn't necessarily net a victory here for you. It just simply means you know this map. But if you lose it every single time, you still know it. You just don't know how to win it. And I mean, Los's numbers really do speak for themselves. So Enterprise in the position that they're in right now, likely feeling pretty good about this. But again, I look back to that first half, and if you chose to attack, you probably want to take more than 3 rounds. So they are already behind where they wish they could be. Still have time to make up that difference, though, and it looks like that's the intention right now.
This could be a rush strategy from Los, Parker. They've got Dafo down below on the Amaru, looking at that hatch that he's going to pop up. It's not an immediate rush to the building, but Nuxka on the blitz is close. The nades are coming through. Here's the push.
And the slingshot in. Dafo looking for a trophy. He doesn't find it. Nuxka on the board with the shield now put away. As Bappin has died, Cairo will join him in the afterlife. Perez finds another. Jigsaw ends his reign of terror. A swing in now from Dark, as they are looking for additional forces to help out. Only 2 remain for Enterprise. Jigsaw and Brendo do not have 2 guns that you want to be holding in this position. A Roni and a UMP, that's not the machinery that works super well, especially against an R4C, especially against a DMR, and with a shield on the board, this could get mighty tough. Good news, though, for Los. You got plenty of time. You can wait this one out. 1.5 minutes still on the board. Jigsaw last man standing now, as Enterprise have been reduced to but 1. Nuxka getting defused kit down. Jigsaw looking elsewhere. That obscurement from the sends of Dash paying dividends. And now into a post plant we go. A nice kill from Jigsaw. He's got Nuxka with the shield still up. Dash will be the one that he will have to find next if he wants this to possibly work out. But Jigsaw doesn't have a lot of information. He's got an idea. He thinks there's one up at top blue. He'd be correct. Shield nearby, and Nuxka gets the job done. No hope whatsoever for Enterprise. Los takes the lead again.
That's a brilliant rush coming out from Los. Well executed, well crafted. I mean, they had exactly what they wanted to do in the back of their minds. 5 players pushing from 4 different directions. They had so many different angles that Enterprise had to work together. They had Dark playing the windows up on the top floor. Of course, they had Dafo playing the slingshot up through the hatch on the Amaru. They had Dash pushing in through the electrical closet, and then it was that duo of Nuxka and Perez coming in through the printer window that really dealt the damage as all eyes were in the other directions. Those two were able to step up and really cause havoc inside the bomb site. Nice multi-kill coming out from Perez in the midst of that, certainly the star of that push. And frankly, in the 3v2, with how much map control Los had over on that cafeteria side, there was no hope to win things out. The plant was free. Enterprise's position was really, really bad. From start to finish, that rush did exactly what it had to, and it gives Los the lead.
Perez has had a very quiet game. The depth on Los has been paying off. Dafo leading the charge here, as you can see. Perez finding 2 kills under the cover of darkness, while Enterprise was fixated on that shield, asserting itself over by break room and staff area. Ultimately, these teams are both really well balanced, which means that there is still a high likelihood that one of them will make it out of phase 1 and into phase 2. It's just a matter of who's next, right? Our next matchup is going to be Team Falcons from EML versus the NAL team of Shopify Rebellion. One of those 2 teams will clinch a spot in phase 2. We'll be saying goodbye to some teams tomorrow. It will be a bit of a sad affair, but we do need to start sending teams home.
Yes.
You seemed upset.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, the loser of this game plays the winner of Daystar versus 4 a.m. So not a free game, but I think the winner of this, or the loser of this, will still be favored to make it into phase 2.
Don't you think it's kind of silly that 4 a.m. has to play with only 4 of 5 players because of their name? Like, just call yourselves like 5 angry players.
No. It's 4 angry men, so that means just one guy is really chill.
Oh.
One dude is so relaxed. The other 4 are pissed.
4 angry men, 1 mildly perturbed.
Yes.
Yes. If I was funnier, I would have come up with other puns, but...
Well, it's okay, Parker. You don't have to be funny when you're pretty.
Let's see what lurks in the dark.
Oh, yeah, that's bad.
Really, just not anything of column A and not anything of column B.
Perez playing the Jackal for the first time that any Rainbow Six player has picked this off in almost 5 years, so really nice to see that coming out. It's Jigsaw taking the Jiggle Peek up against Dark with some long-range firepower going both ways, but ultimately Jigsaw's position does not have to be given up. This roam game has been really committed to sticking around, and so far it is successful.
Only person who's taken any real damage at this point in time is Dafo, who is leading the way in, as he's done many times now on attack. This is a good stalwart defense from Enterprise. Dafo, the only one on the board so far. Really consistent kills across the entire board for Los here, Jesse.
Yeah, I mean, this roam game's been working together. They've been playing off the yokai cameras from Cairo. They've been getting active. I mean, we see Tuhon on the top floor, ratting inside a CEO, still just activating the mines that he wants active. And whether they know he's here or not, Parker, this is going to be a huge threat. I think they're aware that he could be, but they don't really have the time to clear him out. 65 seconds on bank basement? Like, this is one of the most stall-heavy bomb sites in the entire map. The fact that Tuhon has been left on the top floor means they can't really think about him. He is going to strike at some point in the next 55 seconds, and when he does, it's going to be devastating for Los.
So what are we looking at here on the side of Enterprise? Lots of passive gadgetry still up. Some good guns in hands. Yokai drones likely positioned to assist Cairo. Cycling through where he wants to position this. It looks like blue is where that Yokai drone will go. And Dash just missing an opportunity. He'll find the next one. That's 1 fewer gadget for the defenders. 20 seconds remain. Enterprise still have time to get those yokais that were on the main floor now closer to the bomb site, as Dash will attempt to get the plant down with Dark and Dafo watching. Dash still a little bit outside of reach. Now there we go. Diffuse kit going down. Nice play by Jigsaw. Cairo getting in as well, but Nitro Cell will get them all except for Dafo, who's covering from above. 2 of the remaining 3 players of Enterprise now looking for this middle floor retake. Dafo wanting to break double digits. Nobody attempting to get onto that diffuse kit. Timer still running away. They don't have information on where Dafo is. Nice play by Brendo to tie things up. We're going to need all 12 rounds of this first map, as it's 5-5 with Enterprise tying us up again.
Beautiful defense coming through there. I was really excited to see what the Fenrir would be doing up on that roam, but he just came back to sight through the gold hatch, Parker. And to one extent, maybe you're thinking, well, he could have gotten a little bit more value on the roam game, but I think it's the right call from EP. Just playing it safe, not knowing that you're in the advantage. They've got very little time. You can deny that plant with C4s. They didn't quite deny it in time, but I mean, 3v1 post plant, 2 guys running up towards the top floor. That's losable, but it's still favorable for EP. So I like the way they played that in the end. It's good enough to get them tied at 5, as you said. Now all rounds of regulation will be required. And I think it poses a bit of an interesting challenge for Los, because if that's how EP are going to play the rest of this map, if they're going to be quite aggressive, they're going to be roaming around the place, what's your game plan to clear them out? Because EP have just tried a very aggressive strategy. It worked incredibly well for them. And now, as we enter the second last round of regulation, they will not go back to the top floor. They will not go back to open area. We have brought out archives and tellers for the first time here at the Major. So this could be a huge turning point. It's a bomb site that is relatively weak, especially if you're just going to anchor it. But if you extend outwards, if you try to play aggressive, just like EP did in the last round, it can be very tough to crack open.
Jesse, it's talking about opening kill time, my favorite time of the day, second only to round number 11, where, well, actually, this right here is round 11 because the team that wins this goes to match point. Yeehaw! The opening pick has been consequential in 8 of the 10 rounds. Only twice has it fallen short, once for Los and once for Enterprise. There's an extraordinarily high likelihood that if you can get that first opening pick, and it is not a trade. Granted, there's only been one opening pick trade, and that was back when Enterprise lost that round after getting the opening pick. If you do not trade, you got a really good chance of going all the way. So look for who can strike first. It's relatively even across the board. 5-5 for both of these teams, so would stand to reason. Even in the rounds where they traded out, the opposite won, and we're back. It's great. I love when numbers do this, Jesse. That's a beautiful thing, isn't it?
On all stats, it shows just how evenly matched these two teams are. It's been a great game of bank so far here in Utah, and we're hoping to see a little bit more of that through 2 rounds and hopefully some overtime as well. Dark gets in the building. The C4 rips, but it will miss quite a ways away, but that's okay. Just got in as fast as he could on the side of Dark to take that space and avoid the Nitro Cell. Job's far from finished, though, Parker. Great you've got top floor control, but most of this defense has been committed to the main floor. The hallway over by elevators has been absolutely filled with utility. I like the IQ from Perez. He's spotting out these echo cameras. He's spotting out some more information, of course, with the Mozzie as well. He'll find the Banshees. He'll find Jigsaw if he's activating his gadget. So it's a really high-value pick to come through from Perez. If he can use that to work a pick or clear out some utility, it might open the door. But for now, all the util still remains from Enterprise, and I think they're in a pretty good spot in this round.
I like the Oryx. I like how active we're seeing these intel operators from Enterprise as well. Don't see a lot of Oryx. Certainly don't see a lot of this bomb site. Yes, Jesse, you did reference the fact that it's archives tellers, but it does bear repeating because it appears as often as, say, I don't know, Jackal.
Or Oryx.
Or Oryx. The purple operators reigning supreme. First down, and it'll come in a pair. Cairo and Jigsaw both removed. Perez, the only one to strike on the side of Los.
I'm reloading.
Enterprise will get those 2 picks and immediately reposition. Jesse, that is huge. They took out the shield. They took out the ram. And the floor above their heads, the ceiling, is safe. Daffo will find an opening as Bappin, sitting at that front teller's desk, is punished from that position. Talked about how close this is. Enterprise struck first. High likelihood they'll carry on to win the round. Logic bombs will go off now. Running out of time. Dash getting defuse kit down. There goes Daffo. Dash manages to survive it for a moment. It's all up to Perez now as Enterprise is swept through what remains of these attackers. A really poor showing compared to what we saw domestically for Perez. He will have 3 players to find in order to win this round. He's not going to get a single one of them. The final 3 on Enterprise survive without barely a single point of damage done in the final moments. And the Aussies will go on to map point.
Really cool strat coming out once again from Enterprise. You can see how well they've prepped for this map, Parker. It sounds like we'll get attack time out here. Probably the one from Los. We'll see if we get a listen into this one as we are seeing Mag put his headset on. I'm hearing nothing. So
I'm not hearing anything either.
I'll take it as an opportunity to hype up how that defense was so strong once again, Parker. We talked about the Oryx, and it's really not a common operator, but he has two big strengths that no other operator in the game has. Number one, he can jump up hatches. Just a completely unique ability to defenders that can only be matched by Amaru on the offense. And two, he can bash those shields, so he's a really good counter to the Monty. And both of those factors came into play in that last matchup. We watched Jigsaw rotate up the main stairs on the Solus. He got a big pick by making that aggressive move halfway through the round to disrupt that push. But at the same time, Cairo jumped up the hatch from open area into stock, and he managed to make a huge play, killing the Monty in the midst of that push. And once they had that two-man advantage, it was so tough for Los to convert in the 5v3 deficit. It just became really awkward. I don't know if Cairo actually used the dash to kill the Monty. I think he didn't need it in that moment. But in any case, he uses the jump up from stock to be able to make that play, and then also comes through to be able to stop that Monty up on the top floor. Really impactful play coming out from both of those roamers. And if Enterprise can continue that, if they can continue to get aggressive in the midst of those rounds while Los are still setting up their execute, it could really set things up to make things difficult for Los. This is back-to-back rounds now where EP have played quite aggressive, and it has given them the win con. Los need to find an answer now, or they will be going down 0-1 in this series.
It's a tough one to be for Los. I would have loved to have heard what was being talked about by Enterprise, Jesse, but alas, it will remain forever a mystery. Do or die now for Los. You were right to point out how challenging this map has been, and it really does speak to their map pool if they have to rely on going to maps like Bank and ultimately fumble it, right? There is a glaring hole in your map pool. Either you got completely beaten in the map ban phase by Mag and Enterprise, or, I don't know, you think higher of a map than you should.
Yeah.
It is a bit of a mystery here, but you pointed this out. This is a newer team. This is a newer roster, all coming together to gel, so there will be growing pains.
Well, it's going to be tough to come back from this. This will be Los's third straight loss on Bank if they do manage to fall in this contest, round 12, up against Enterprise. So we'll see how it comes through for them. They've got to have a good plan to stop this aggressive moves. They've gone top floor on the side of EP, and they've brought out this clash from Cairo, which was first seen by Nuxka earlier on in this matchup. It was the call he brought out by Enterprise, which really shut down that play, but this time that isn't really being brought by Los. They don't have any great answers to this clash other than just playing Vert or trying to get behind her. If Cairo can survive, either by playing over towards Square or even over towards Elevators, he's going to be a real menace that they don't have a good response for.
A lot of it is going to hinge on this shield play. You are absolutely correct about that. Right now, on Repel, one of the slower rounds, opening picks have been happening in the 2s, which means they happen within the first minute of play when there is still a 2 in front of the timer. Right now, as you can see, we are after the halfway point, so time burning very quickly, and that is a problem for Los because Enterprise would be very glad to spend the next minute and 10 seconds not really doing all that much. Defenders win the round if the timer hits 0, so Enterprise is saying, all right, take all the time in the world that you need. They're trying to isolate the clash now. As you can see, multiple players are focusing on Cairo. Now Perez has his hands full down below. Tuhan to the rescue, punished by Perez. Perez finding kill number 8. Out will go the flashbangs. Bappin moved out of his position, now flashed yet again. Expecting a vault in. A little belated now here and an easy pick, but he's killed by Daffo. Perez also on the board. Enterprise, one player trailing in numbers. Jigsaw will survive that flash on the ground. Daffo finished off by Brendo. A 2v2, but Perez is still on the board. He's been awfully quiet, taken out by a Nitro Cell. Dark, last one standing in a 1v2. The Aussies just need a single kill, and they go up 1-0. Very limited time remains. Dark, with no gadgetry remaining, does not hold that defuse kit. He's being slowed as he now plods his way through the CEO office. Finding the Warden. Oh my goodness, getting away from it. Brendo just needs to hide. Do not overpeak. Do not overcommit. But Brendo finds him anyway. Enterprise takes Los's map and go up 1-0 on the series.
A statement for the Australians. What a game to come out 7-5 as the underdogs. They may be from Brazil, but that doesn't mean they're unbeatable. APAC stand tall here in their first map of the BO3.
At least one more map remains, maybe 2. We'll find out after this.
elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
All right, well, map number 1 was a grinder between these two teams. 7-5 the victory for Enterprise, taking Los's map. Yeah. And that sets us up for Enterprise now to possibly seal the deal with a quick 2-0 on their own map of Bank. Now, you can talk a little bit about Bank or Chalet, but before we get to Chalet, I want to talk about Bank. What happened there? Why does Los keep going to this map when they keep losing, Jesse?
It's a big question, Parker, and it definitely felt like we were a little bit more prepared on the Enterprise side than we were on the Los side. I mean, you even heard it in the halftime timeout. Mag talking about all the different strats that they had on Bank, the new things they were bringing, and Los, frankly, were bringing a lot of the same setups that we saw back during kickoff. Now we'll move into Chalet. It's again a map where the VOD advantage is going to favor Enterprise. We've seen it quite often from Los. They played it 3 times throughout the kickoff. They beat INTZ. That was great. Then they lost back-to-back matches versus FaZe Clan. Now, FaZe Clan is the world champions, okay? They're a very good team, so I don't want to overhype those losses, but it's still one that we've seen a lot more footage on from Los than Enterprise. Enterprise, undefeated, have yet to drop a single round on Chalet, 7-0ing the Barbie Boys back during kickoff.
Barbie Boys, FaZe Clan. Corporate is asking to see the difference between these two, and there is no difference.
More or less the same.
There's no difference here. I would love to be one of the Barbie boys. With a map like Chalet, though, on deck, Chalet is obviously going to play very differently from a map like Bank. Chalet significantly smaller than Bank is. But one thing that is going to remain the same between these maps is the amount of action that will happen outside of the building, right? Yeah. We saw round after round after round between these teams on Bank where there was somebody on a window, somebody on rappel, somebody on a skylight getting a kill before actually stepping foot in the building. The same can be said for Chalet. Big window, bathroom window, library window, all over the place.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough for those defenders. We expect an Azami ban to come through to make that even more powerful for the attack. Los will be the team starting on the offense, so that might give them a bit of the edge. That would make sense, given that this is Enterprise's map choice. But really, it's going to come down to how do you stay alive on the defense. This is one of those maps where sometimes as an aggressive defender, you can get shut down because there's so many angles that you have to worry about from outside the building. If you're trying to get a little bit more active, if you're trying to be out and about, it can be very awkward. And so you look to the more aggressive players Enterprise. You look to guys like Jigsaw, you look to guys like Bappin, who like to play those more aggressive roles, and you start to wonder, are they going to rein things in, or are they confident enough in their gunplay to just do it anyways?
And we were wondering where we were going. Why did stuff get banned? So here's the map veto for you. Los picked Chalet? Huh?
Okay. We might have a change up here. I mean, that would make some sense.
That would make sense.
Yes, that would make some sense if it was Los who chose it.
Would make sense. We were very curious as to why Bank was picked by Los when they have such a, I don't want to say such a poor record, but ultimately a poor record on it. Enterprise picking it would make a lot more sense. This going now to Los's map would once again make some sense here. But either way, we know that we're going to Chalet. It doesn't matter. We'll figure out eventually who picked this. And then, of course, we have Cafe as the decider. Yes. Should it arise? It is not our only best of 3 today. So if you like Siege, you got to see 3 best of 1s. And now we are in the qualification. And tomorrow we will be in the qualification and elimination games, which throughout this entire event will not be played on best of 1s. It will be played on best of 3s. So
yes,
the first team could potentially be Enterprise. If they go out 2-0 in this series, they will be the first team qualified to join of the 4 for phase number 2, which is that Swiss phase, which already has a whole bunch of teams that are just now starting to arrive. When I was leaving the hotel, I saw some of the wildcard guys arrive because they're just getting here now because they don't have to play today. So
yeah,
they got some time to settle in, get some flights, maybe stay with their loved ones, and then fly in for, the Swiss stage will be kicking off in just a couple days.
Yeah, and reminder as well, nobody goes home with this best of 3. It's only the first match the Los have played in the tournament because they did get that forfeit win over Wolves to start the day. So this is their first time playing. Enterprise got an earlier game against EDG. That was early this morning that many of the fans might have been too sleepy to watch down under. But if you're just waking up now and joining us, you'll be happy to know that Enterprise have yet to drop a map in a very comfortable position. If they do lose this series by dropping Chalet and Cafe, they will go down to play the winner of, I believe it's 4 Angry Men versus Daystar in the lower brackets. That'll be a best of 3 played tomorrow. The winner of that will be in phase 2. The loser goes home.
I mean, obviously the debut from these Chinese teams has not been the best, right? All of the CNL teams have looked like they're a bit behind the rest of the regions, but any ball knower will tell you that that's pretty normal for a new region that's coming into the game. I mean, it took years for Brazil to be in a point where they were regularly contending for these top 4, top 2 positions. With the exception of the odd bright spot here or there, Brazil needed about half a decade to warm up. APAC has never reached the heights that Brazil has reached now. There's multi-world champions coming from that region, Jesse, but APAC is still making some steady improvements. Daystar, an APAC team that will be playing later, they're one to keep your eye on, but let's keep our eyes on Chalet. Map number 2 underway. Enterprise versus Los. Enterprise enters up 1-0.
We'll get right into the operator bans, and for Los, you've got to keep your eye on these aggressive players for Enterprise. While it was a back-and-forth matchup for the majority of Bank, when we got to those last 3 rounds, Parker, it really was the Aussies running away with it, and they did it with an aggressive playstyle. They did it by maneuvering quite a bit openly on the map. I'm thrilled to see an Azami ban here. That is kind of the one operator that will enable those more aggressive playstyles on the defense. I wasn't 100% sure if we'd see it because it can go either way, but I'm so happy to see that taken out. It's going to make things a lot easier for Los. Often paired with a Mira, we see Denari, we see Clash ban sometimes on this map. There's a lot of different ops that you can pair with the Azami, try to take off the board. It will be the Clash this time around being removed by Los, and then the double shield bound from Enterprise. it was really something that Nuxco was doing quite well with back during Bank. He had some successful rounds, some unsuccessful rounds, but there's no doubt that Los are one of the heaviest shield teams that we have here in the meta, so seeing that get banned out twice, not a surprise.
No, and I mean, you speculated that we'd see a zombie ban before we even queued into the map.
Yes, I did.
You are smart. And that is the only nice thing I will say about you all day.
It is probably the single highest operator map ban that we see across any map in Pro Siege. I don't think there's a single pair of operator plus map that gets banned more often than a zombie on Chalet. It's a menace, Part. It's rare to see a game without it.
A very strong operator, and unfortunately off of the board. So now we go to Chalet Enterprise in the first position of any team so far today to potentially qualify. So could have an Aussie team in Swiss phase coming up. There are 3 phases to this event. The first one is the play-ins. We're in that right now. You see the teams competing from their practice rooms, and some of them will be going home tomorrow. Flew all the way here. Maybe your flights were far, maybe they were a lot closer. We do know that there are 2 teams competing in our final best of 3 of today. One of those teams will be just the second to qualify for the Swiss phase. That's going to be either Team Falcons or Shopify Rebellion. Remains to be seen which one of them will ultimately do better, but both of them having some challenges today, neither of them making their matches look particularly easy. It was 7-4 for the Falcons and 7-5 for Shopify Rebellion to get to this point. So how do they fare? What are you laughing at?
We're just already running out the building. I mean, this is the style of game that Enterprise want to play, isn't it, Parker? Very aggressive, and the C4 is coming through too. The Grim has got a good information onto Cairo, and there are 4 players, all 5, the whole team staring at his spots. They will eventually get the kill.
Down goes Cairo to Nuxca's utility. Tuhan on the Ella will now push up. He's going to lose some of the protection around him, turning and looking over towards Big Window. As those Grim Bees will fly on by. Perez now holding in this position. A beautiful shot to take down Tuhan. Oh my goodness. Out will go the smokes, and in the midst of that cover, Perez will walk on in. Dash taking a little bit of damage, but so far it has been a perfect entry for Los until Jigsaw blows up Dash with a Nitro Cell. Now Brendo swinging through that trophy window.
Sensor on.
He's got more work to be done as he and Jigsaw are the only 2 remaining for the Aussies. Nuxco was attempting to get that defuse kit down, but falls off. Jigsaw's gone. Brendo will follow. Perez the final kill. And that's all she wrote in the first round. The Brazilians sharpening their spears. And it's an incredible first round on Chalet for them.
Yeah, Perez comes right into second map here, and he looks pissed off from what happened back in map number 1. Jigsaw even just typed in the server, oh, he's mad. Yeah, I think Perez is kind of mad with how that first map ended because he knows how good this team can be. They don't expect to be losing to Enterprise and hit some really nice shots in what was a relatively basic push. I mean, Los had players on the trophy window, they had players on the Astro window, and that's it. They literally had 2 positions as they went for that push. They had really not very much map control at all, but they didn't need it. They had a guy on big window too. Okay, 3 positions. But even still, they really just used a couple of spots there to force these picks onto these players, hit some brilliant shots with Perez being able to be the real ringleader in that round. And it makes sense given his experience. You know, Perez was on that loud core. He was on Raza Company Academy, E1, whatever they were called at the time, but he's been to a number of international events alongside that core and was even on that old Black Dragons roster that went to Yongshiping way back in the day. So if you talk about players with experience on Los, of course Dash comes first, but Perez is absolutely one of the most experienced players in this tournament as well, and he's going to be expecting a lot more from his team than what we saw back on map 1.
Had a bit of a rough first map for him, right? He's now 12-11 with that series of Bank in the books. He did have some good moments in the final portion of that map.
Yeah.
You'll recall, but 9-11, oh my gosh. That was his scoreline for map number 1. And with 3 kills already, he's gone positive. So if Perez can have a monster game here and look a lot more comfortable and a lot more confident, then stocks for this Los team will continue to go up. Dapo walks in. Goodbye to Cairo. Nothing to tell us that this second attack won't be just as formidable as attack number 1 was, Jesse.
Yeah, Enterprise, really not the start they were looking for. I almost wouldn't be surprised to see attack timeout called from Mag after this if they do lose it, but we'll hold off for a moment. It's just so early that Dafo got that space. An attacker in piano like that is very rare to see so quickly, and then it's a brilliant shot with the DMR. Didn't have much of a target, but finds the head one way or the other. And it puts them into a really strong position where they have a lot of this top floor control so quickly, and they can start putting pressure towards mezzanine. They can start putting pressure towards blue stairs. They can put pressure towards library. All of these positions that Enterprise are actually playing, they're dealing with players a lot earlier than I think they would have liked to, and not even halfway through this round, Los are not far away from their execute.
What I say about the play outside of windows, right? Perez is holed up in that position, waiting for somebody to cross. He's looking over towards library, over towards that very top of blue on the second floor. The fire will go out. Dark now eliminating Jigsaw. Los not suffering through too much. They'll lose Dark at the hands of Tuhan. The only casualty, and it's the Deimos. That's a big one, though, for Enterprise.
Yeah, certainly you don't like losing Dark, but, I mean, they still have all the tools they need, Parker. Over a minute, and they've got library control attacking this. The flank does nothing from Bappin. Dafo's ready for it. They're expecting that play to come through. Tuhan and Brendo, frankly, have an impossible position. They've got a nice mirror window looking at big window, but who cares? That games window is not going to be where this push comes from. They're going to be vaulting over Mez. They're going to be walking down blue, and they're going to have all the time in the world to get this done.
I mean, Enterprise has had 2 players with their backs against the wall many times over, and this round is no different. Los looking for a very quick 2-0 lead, only suffering a handful of casualties along the way. They'll lose Perez. Suddenly, the guns from Enterprise come alive, but Brendo will need to clutch up in a 1v2 with Dafo still alive. 4 kills for Dafo as they've pushed Brendo off of this spot, harassing him with those bees. Now that they're fully gone, it's the Blackbeard charging in pursuit. You cannot turn the corner on him or else he will punish you. Nuxka gets the job done, and Los up 2-0.
Nice try from Brendo there, but just a really tough spot to be in with all that time left on the clock. The pace from Los has been explosive to start this matchup, and you got to wonder, for an Enterprise fan, what do they do to stop this? How do they stop this from spiraling out of control? Because they've been very dominant wins through rounds 1 and 2. It's only 2-0, you know, it's not a huge deficit in the scoreline, but like this is the point where sometimes you'll see attack timeout called to prevent things from spiraling out of control and getting to a scoreline that you're worried about. It doesn't happen. Mag is going to hold on to his attack timeout, deciding not to use it here after just 2 rounds, but there needs to be an answer one way or another. With how quickly Los have been pushing through the building, with how fast they've been taking space and clearing roamers, they're just left with too easy of a task when it comes to these executes. So I want to see Enterprise change things up. I want to see them find a way to slow down these pushes. We'll get to see a kitchen defense coming through from them now, and I'm looking at a Castle. I'm looking at a Kaid. This might be exactly what the doctor ordered to make that slow happen.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to slow them down, bring the operators that do that so effectively. And I mean, Castle is a tough one to get through. It will necessitate a response by Los to bring a bunch of explosives and soft destruction. The alternative is that you just bypass that entirely and go for maybe a more linear or direct site hit. But a big part of why you bring that Castle, Jesse, is because you want to force people into disadvantageous positions. Yes, you could slow them down, but there are multiple reasons.
Does that cover anything? I guess maybe the window from West Main, although it's castled up. It looked intentional. It didn't look like that was a
Yeah, I mean, he lined it up deliberately.
We'll keep an eye on it.
Maybe we are simply not good enough ball knowers. And there's something that it was accounted for that we don't know.
Very possible.
Entirely possible.
So far, though, I mean, this top floor clear has been slowed down dramatically. This is not the same pace we've been known to expect from Los. The Castle did get popped over towards West Main. This one, I think a little bit more clear. It's going to stop that Case's window from shooting anybody off of the bathroom window where we often see attackers try to post up on this top floor clear. That sentence makes a whole lot more sense, and it's Perez who strikes first yet again from the same position as round 1.
And there goes Brendo. The Castle is gone. Active versus persistent gadgets, and in this instance, you're going to have those still in play. Dark goes down to Bappin, who's holding this position now over by Kitchen. Sitting inside of Dining, will back his way towards the hallway. He's got coverage of the Kaid of Tuhan, not far removed. They're able to get the hatch here. Jigsaw, nice shot onto Perez. These two have been trading words in chat all match long and now trading bullets in that round.
Yeah, it's okay for Perez, though, because he got the hatch open. That's really your main job as the ace. After he gets that job done, he can be a bit more aggro, and then his teammate's there for the follow-up anyways. Jigsaw wants to get active in this game. He knows that playing passive is not really his playstyle. It's not what won them bank. He wants to be able to get aggressive, but Los has just done such a good job of shutting him and the rest of the roamers down on the side of Enterprise. 3v3, this is the best look EP have had all day on Chalet. They've got a good opportunity to stop this plant when it comes down, but they got to be careful. Nuxo with that diffuser is going to work his way down the trophy stairs and will be going for a plant around kitchen.
Nitro cell. Nothing.
Hive deployed.
Holding it.
He's still holding it. I was wondering if he'd be able to get two with it. Maybe a bit too belated. It goes off. No target to be found. Daffo yet to die. Comes to blows with Tuhan. Who wins this fight? Daffo does. Not before Nuxka's in the ground. It's Dash and Daffo as the last two standing. Dash yet to find a kill on his roll again. Not the end of the world, but you do expect him to frag a bit better as he'll pick up that case. He's used all those ROU projectors so effectively. Good patience now by Cairo as he gets one. Almost finds a second, springing up on them. He hits the deck, but the win comes from Enterprise. My goodness, very nicely played. And the Aussies are on the board.
It's one thing we talked about back on Bank, Parker. If there's one advantage that Enterprise have over Los, it's got to be their team play. And we saw that coming through in the 3v3. It's chaotic. It's messy, especially with those Sens walls. You don't necessarily know exactly what angles are open and what angles you won't be able to fire through. But in the end, it is that duo coming through at the end from, I believe it was both Cairo and Bappin, the hard support and the hard entry coming together in the late round to be able to make things happen in the 2v2, trade out their teammates when one goes down, the other is there for the response. It's really nice to see that team play coming out from Enterprise, and it wins them that first round on Chalet.
You've not slowed down their trash talk whatsoever in the chat, which is enjoyable to see, and I hope everybody here is enjoying these matches so far. Again, this is not to send anybody home. Winner moves on to phase number 2. That was the beautiful shot that we saw from Jigsaw. You got to imagine the Kaid wants that one back, right?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit of an awkward moment in the midst of that, but in the end, like, both teams had some awkward deaths in the midst of that early round, right? Like, Jigsaw sure gets a free pick up at the top floor and an ace, but then kind of gives himself away right afterwards by peeking the game store like 3 times in a row. So it's like, there are some messy moments on both sides, and that's kind of how you have to play in a game like this. You know, you've got two young-ish teams who have not got the most experience in the world, but who like to play active, who are known as more aggressive teams, and so you kind of have to play into that one way or the other. So far, it's been Los who have been a little bit better, I think, in the early game, but Enterprise have done a good job putting their foot down and not letting this spiral to something far worse than it could be.
I keep seeing Cairo's name, and I keep thinking it's Kino.
He'll be playing.
What are you doing there? You shouldn't be there.
He'll be playing in a few days.
Yeah, he's here on Dark Zero. For those that have not watched Kickoff, for those that are otherwise unaware, Kino no longer on that M80 team, so he's been playing on DZ, doing very, very well on that North American team. M80 failed to qualify for this event, but they will have a player at least here, as that's Hot and Cold is substituted for Adrian, who still might get his US visa at some point. We are awaiting information, but if Adrian is unable to play, Wildcard do have Hot in here as a substitute. I'm sure it's probably bittersweet for Hot and Cold to be participating, as he was just benched by M80, but hey, you'll take it when you can get it. Dark, the first one to die, Enterprise, picking off the Deimos yet again. A devastating loss of operator for Los. They'll have to trudge through the rest of this round. Perez, though, guns down Brendo, and we are back to a 4v4.
The Mission Impossible set up the Aruni, the Denari. It makes it so difficult to get in, but Nuxka's found a way. Use that nade to clear the Denari trips, but loses the fight. Jigsaw, with the Miro window, is able to take down that Blackbeard, and that diffuse kit dropped in the middle of the sights. They have to recover it, but it's not easy when Tuhan's playing these long angles, and he's not giving things up for free.
Perez has a premonition about them, but can't hit the shot. Tuhan will give him nothing, and now Daffo swinging on in. Daffo was 6-0 if memory serves correctly. He'll be 7-11, but oh boy, just simply too many from Enterprise for him to deal with. The Aussies will win another one, Jesse, and tie the game. The comeback beginning in front of our very eyes.
I think the adaptations have been really strong from Enterprise on this map, Parker. First, of course, it's to kind of take back control in the early round in round 3, but then in round 4, Los kind of go for a similar push, right? It's very focused on the Solar side. They don't want to take much map control. They don't have many players around the map. So what Enterprise do? They just stack up utility. It's a Mira window facing Solar. It's Denari tripwires facing Solar. It's all of this util that is specifically designed to make it so hard for Nuxka on these shields to make that entry play, to get that space, to enter into the bomb site. Even if they have Solar control. They don't fight for Solar. That didn't work for them back in round 1, so they said, fine, you can have control of Solar, but we're not going to let you into the site from that point. It's a really good read onto how Los were playing, and it ties the game for Enterprise.
Have we had confirmation as to the maps, by the way? As to who picked what?
As to who picked what? Not as far as I'm aware, Parker. I don't want to make a call one way or the other. I don't want to say one way or the other.
That's fine. That's fine. You don't need to speculate here. So we did just get confirmation that Los did actually pick Bank. It was reversed. Okay. It was reversed very temporarily on one of the assets shown on the screen, but we had some guesses as to whether or not Los had actually picked Bank, just because of their history and Enterprise ultimately winning that map. It was a question of, are we certain of that? And I mean, hey, the admins do a good job, but there are lots of times where I will see a team win their other opponent's map back and forth and go, are we sure we got this right? Are you sure? Either way, a swing from Cairo. Down goes Dash. Opening picks have been terrific through these last 2 rounds. They will continue to go better and better and better. Dash and Perez in the ground. Bappin, the only one on the side of Enterprise, gone. So the Aussies will have the lead by 1. Lots of information from Dark, who has managed to outlive the first minute of action, something he has failed to do in the previous 2 rounds.
Bit of a messy entry. I mean, they're not going to be happy with that going down in numbers after they take the space, but the time is still pretty good for them. They got in quite quickly. Now they've got to deal with these players up towards Library, up towards Mezzanine, and this is kind of where the snake comes in for information. Dark will have these players' positions. Losing Perez really hurts, because those Grimbees were your primary tool for clearing out these positions. They've got to be able to nade this shield out, and then once that's gone, they need to be able to push together, because they will not have the extra util from the pings that they were hoping to have when they clear top floor.
We switched off at the perfect time, and I was like, oh my, is he just going to keep firing forever? Has Daffo been sent into the void? Dark will take care of Cairo. I second-guessed the Nitro cell and ultimately dies because of it. Lead goes back for the Australian squad, who are looking for their 3rd round in a row. Los had a great start. Now it's all up to Nuxka, who's fighting his demons upstairs. A debilitating injury caused by that Razor Bloom, and now he will limp his way towards the site. A minute to go. Enterprise showing good restraint at this point in time. Nobody wanting to engage with the Lion of Nuxka as he makes an unholy racket walking down those library stairs. He does hold the defuse kit, but I feel like that's not top of mind for him, Jesse. He needs to get a pick or 2 for an opening. He'll get neither. Jigsaw sealing the deal, and that's 3 in a row for Enterprise as they take the lead.
What a response. Enterprise, despite looking lost through the first 2 rounds, have bounced back in a dramatic way. 3 straight, as you say, Parker, and it comes down to just really good play on that early game. Again, Los do the same thing as they did previously on that bomb site. They try to enter quickly. They try to take that map control relatively for free, and what happens? One guy walks into a dread mine, gets fried. One guy jumps into a shield, gets fried. They trade out one of those picks, but it's not quite good enough at the end.
We're waiting on the admin's call here for a potential rehost, but Enterprise are saying that I believe they called a timeout. And there was some confusion, and Mag looked a little confused as well. I don't know what the ruling will be. Maybe we ball, but seems to be some confusion coming from the side of Enterprise, who might have wanted to use their timeout. We do know that they will get a reprieve when this round ends. I mean, maybe that is actually a blessing for Enterprise, unless they feel like this round is do or die.
Yeah.
If they say we absolutely need to go into the second half up 4-2, then you use your timeout and you hope that you can translate that to a round victory, because you do get a timeout when we hit round number 7. So no matter what happens, you're going to get a timeout in the next 3 minutes. Enterprise just might be worried about what happens in that second half.
Yeah. I mean, they can absolutely pull ahead here and get that 4-2 split. That would be massive for them to be able to try to take things home. They've gone towards the bottom floor bomb site, Parker, not a site that we've seen from them so far, and it looks like it will be a tech issue that prevents or that allows the rehost to come through. So a little bit of an issue getting it through, but there we go. So that will be a slight reset to come through between Los and Enterprise. Nice to see that coming through again with the lead. That 3-round answer is so important from EP. You know, they looked like they were lost in those first 2 rounds. They were so dominant to start things off. And now you start to put the shoe on the other foot. You start to think, okay, well, the response to how Los have been playing has been phenomenal. The reads from Enterprise have been really, really good. The adaptation's been perfect. And you start to ask the question of, like, are Los a little bit lost? How do they respond onto some of these sites?
Yeah, they look a little defeated as well. I know that the banter's been going back and forth in the chat, but I mean, that's, you know, what's the crying behind the smiling face?
Sure.
If meme that everybody knows about, that could be what's really occurring here. Mag looked like he might have been having some headset problems. I saw maybe some disparaging remarks about Super in the Shopify Rebellion game, taking off his headset and talking directly to the teams.
Yeah.
There were some people speculating, and it was idle speculation, that they were doing that to get around the listen-ins.
Mm-hmm.
Super took to Twitter shortly before this series began and said that there were problems with his microphone, and because of that, he was just told to talk directly to the team. Mic issues between the coaches and the players are unfortunately a thing that has we've run into a few times here.
For sure.
Fabian had issues with it on M80 at Paris SI, if memory serves correctly. There have been a couple teams that have had to wait, and we've had to go to tech pauses before coming back into an actual tactical timeout. And right now, we are on a tech pause, not a tactical timeout.
So there shouldn't be any communication kind of between the players unless it is directly about solving the tech issues. And in case you were worried, you know, Los have been on a bit of a streak. Did they call the tech out of malicious? No, of course not. It was Enterprise that called it anyways. So we're not so worried about that coming through between these two teams. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see kind of how things do play out. I think an important note as well, you know, you talk about the headset that Super was having, maybe have it's a bit of an issues, but they're not sharing headsets by any means. Every team is in their own room. It's not like they're moving in and out between these games. It's helped us speed things up a little bit. You'll notice the break between BO1s especially was quite short, and a big reason for that is the fact that players are all in their own practice rooms playing, which makes things a little bit faster versus when you have to switch your PC, set up all the peripherals, set up all the stats, and the gadgets and everything, you know. Makes things a little bit nicer. Here's an Enterprise tactical timeout, and we'll get it from Mag here ahead of round 6. And I can't hear what he's saying, Parker, but the pointing is very aggressive.
Yeah, unfortunately, we've been unable to listen in a couple times now. Interesting.
So it's no listen-ins for the actual TAC timeouts. It is only the halftime timeouts where we will be listening to the players, Parker. So that's why we haven't heard anything in these timeouts called by the players.
Okay.
We'll hear from Mag soon enough. Give it 3 minutes or so, 3 or 4 minutes.
I would have loved to have known what he was saying. He was very pointed the first time around, but alas, that's the way she goes.
It's a really weird time to call your TAC timeout, right? I mean, you've just won 3 straight rounds. Sprabuni just put out a great graphic on Twitter going over the round win difference in 3 rounds before a TAC timeout versus 3 rounds after a TAC timeout. That was data from the 6 Invitational. And frankly, if he does the same graphic, that timeout's not going to do Mag any favors because they had a 100% win rate coming into that TAC timeout, so he can't improve it, even if they do win the next 3 straight. But I'm sure he's not calling it for the stats. He clearly thinks there is some issue going wrong with Enterprise, and he wants to get it fixed, even though they'll have just a single defense round left.
Yeah, I mean, if you're burning your timeout right now, this must be a very critical round in your eyes and in your team's eyes, right? Because you're certainly not using this timeout to talk about the second half, because you literally get another timeout in just a matter of minutes. So in 2 minutes and 55 seconds, both of these teams will be able to talk to their soldiers and align themselves for the second half, at which point Enterprise will go on to attack and Los will go on to defense. So far, things have looked good for Enterprise, as you pointed out. 3 straight round wins. The first 2 rounds were very dominant and seemed to catch Enterprise off guard, but there has been a recovery now from the Australians, and because of that, Los have been the ones finding themselves flat-footed.
Well, they initially were choosing to play on the basement. They had a cap can. It was a bit of a wild setup, but they will rein things back in on the side of Enterprise. Kitchen and Dining is going to be the only other site that is unlocked for them to play, so of course they will go here. I know in Ranked the meta is a bit different, but in Chalet you really don't see pro teams going to the bottom floor very often. It is the top 3 sites that see the most play by far. So very standard coming through from Enterprise, a standard rotation across all 6 defense rounds. They've given up a lot of this mid-floor map control. Dark inside of Games and Bar very, very quickly try to take this space. Worry about a player below. No such player exists, but there are a lot of guys playing inside of Master, playing inside of Office, extending themselves directly above the bomb sites. And if Enterprise don't clear those players out, they could have an issue. But look at this, Parker. They're just going to block them off as they start to open the walls.
And explosives galore. I think they might have got the Selma as well. Yeah. All of that expended by this Los team, and none of it really ends up working. They're going to try the exact same strategic setup. Door is already frozen back open. And they might have got the Selmas on the wall, too. There goes the exothermic charge. It's also frozen. Really good response here by Enterprise.
Yeah, Two-Brow playing in Office is one of the most annoying things to clear out in all of Rainbow Six Siege. Jigsaw's done a great job, but he's out of util now. He'll just have the DMR to try to hold on to this position. The wall will get open from Nuxka as well as from Dash, assuming his 3rd Selma does not get shot off. But the guns will start flying, and that'll be the critical moment where Lo's trying to take top control.
Jigsaw swings the breach, excuse me. Down goes Perez. A huge opening pick for Enterprise as these teams jockey to strike first. So far, the counts 3 for Los, 3 for Enterprise. That doesn't inspire much confidence here for this Los team, though, as they are down a man. They will immediately trade that one back, though. Jigsaw dies at the hands of Dash. Very critical of Dash's contributions, especially from some of these Enterprise players, but that's a high-impact kill.
35 seconds, though, Parker, and where's the map control? They've got the walls open, but this is going to be a chaotic attempt for a plant. They have no smokes to cover this either, so they've got to get in behind the bomb chassis, and they have to hold top floor control.
And Nuxka just took a bit of damage, as now they walk ever closer. Dark behind all the rest of them, a Congo line forming as they all want to head through this breach. Cairo playing over by Lobby, now rotating over towards West Main. He's good enough for 1, Tuhan on the ground. Diffuse kit getting planted by Dafo. The coverage, good, but Cairo just walks right in, guns them all down, and they'll win the round all the time. Enterprise calls their timeout, and it works wonders. 4-2 the scoreline for the Aussies through the first half. And we're going to get to hear from the coaches at halftime.
All right, guys. 0-0 again. We're resetting.
Yes,
let's listen up. Defense, okay? Their defense. They're going to be spawn peeking and running out. Okay, guys? I want us to make sure we're checking spawn peaks off spawn. Basically, they either have an extended setup and we go direct, or they have a fucking Qaid fucking tub setup, and then that's when we sweep. Okay? Remember, on Bar, they like to extend a lot of the time, and they like to run out big garage like Relays does. Okay? Let's make sure we're ready for those runouts.
Yeah.
On Master, we should just go direct if we do see Rios on fucking Games Wall and a heavy Mez setup. Okay?
Yep.
When they go Bar, they also extend, so we can either bring... they also go Denari and Big Garage to run out, like I just said. We should go direct if we see heavy setups. Okay, guys?
Okay.
They also did compact setup against Ints, and that's just when we fucking sweep.
Yep.
Remember on our kitchen...
Mag, again, coming in, Parker, with so much good information and so much prep work for the guys on Enterprise. Unless there's somebody who's working who has not been announced, they don't have any support staff other than just Mag working behind the scenes. And Mag has not been a coach ever, other than at the start of kickoff for the last month or two. So he really is not experienced in this position. But despite that, the info that they have against their opponents coming into the second half seems really, really strong. And that's been a consistent trend throughout both their first match against EDG and the first map that they played here, Bank, against Los as well. So I really want to commend Mag for his prep work that he's had coming into this series. I know it's been something I've talked behind the scenes with, Mingran, the former coach of Enterprise as well, that they don't have the same support that other really big orgs have from North America or Europe or South America. They work with a smaller budget, but despite that, the prep work seems really, really good on the side of EP, and I think it's a big reason why they're just 3 rounds away from the Phase 2.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting awfully close, aren't they? And we don't speak We don't speak Portuguese, so we're not able to know what Los is talking about. We can't give any credit to Hugzord as much as we might want to. I do know that he came under fire for some of his timeouts when he was on that old Team Liquid Alienware roster. But, I mean, obviously his involvement, his experience is going to pay off a lot and do wonders for a younger team, and that's exactly what we saw with Los continuing to steadily improve. And now top 4, and dare I say it, the most competitive region in Siege. Los are here for good reason, but was it Manchester was 2 years ago when we had E1 come in as the 4th place team? Now, I don't think there's a lot of comparables between Los and E1, if I'm being completely honest with you. But just because a team is top 4 in Brazil does not mean, and you said this before we even got into map number 1, does not mean you are one of the best teams, and it does not mean you are unbeatable. In fact, right now, Los is looking entirely beatable from the scoreline across both maps, but also here on Chalet with Enterprise leading.
Yeah, and I mean, Perez was on that old E1 squad, if you'll remember, so he kind of knows what it takes to be an underdog and make it to a big international event anyways. He's kind of going to be a guy that we look at to step things up. He was the main driver behind that 2-round lead that Los had to start this match off. He has really gone kind of quiet since then. 5-5 overall KD. I know it's been reset since the rehost, but trust me on that. He's gone back to even despite starting things off so strongly in those first 2 rounds. I want to see him roar once again. I want to see Perez get more active here on these defenses for Los. He's a player that they have relied on all throughout the kickoff, all throughout this tournament so far. And if they're going to go far, if they're going to make it to Phase 2, if they're going to complete this game against Enterprise and bring us all the way to Cafe and beyond, they need Perez to be fighting back.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he was their secret weapon through kickoff. And there's going to be depth on every single Brazilian team. Let's not kid ourselves here, but we need to see more from their best players. And if memory serves correctly, Perez did not have the best stats in Manchester either on that E1 team, but admittedly, nobody did. So, I mean, it's a tough one. You go back and forth. You can have a really terrible team and one guy just kills everybody that he runs across, or you have a terrible team and everybody's numbers look really, really poor. A good bounce back from Los here now in this very first opportunity of the second half. Technically, Enterprise struck first, but it's been a series of trades all the way down. Dash, Feld, Daffo joined shortly thereafter, not before Jigsaw and Brendo were picked off. You look at the operators that are lost, passive versus active gadgetry. This is a big loss for Enterprise when it comes to their execute.
I agree. I think definitely you'd rather lose a Goyo and a Denari than, most importantly, the Lion from Jigsaw. But getting a 2-for-2 trade 60 seconds in, it's not bad by any means for Enterprise. They have a lot of time to figure out this 3v3, right? And that's going to be kind of the difference maker, is there's still the clock, which is currently favoring Enterprise as arguably that 4th man to tilt the skills back in their advantage. Now, if they don't do anything with these 2 minutes that they've had on the clock 3v3, that's a different story. They've decided to use it to pivot, right? This initial push came over towards that solar side, and now most of these players have moved over towards Library. Nuxka, the only real player on this side of the map. Watch out for him, because if he gets fried on this angle, that could really start the domino effect for Los and make it an Enterprise round. But if he gets a pick, oh boy.
There's a world in which Tuhan hops in and immediately gets gunned down. That's Diffuser surrender. That would be devastating for Enterprise, and a great read from Los as they just need to sit and just wait it out. Perez and Bappin now doing battle. There's Nuxka to eliminate Tuhan. Our speculation came correct. And Nuxka somehow manages to get Cairo too from that position. It looked like his bullets were a mile away. Maybe he was bending them with his mind, Jesse. I'm not entirely certain. Bappin will have his hands full now as Los all but assuredly will take a position now. 1 round down of Enterprise. Bappin does have a death mark remaining and a nade, so he could dislodge one of these defenders, could work his magic and information, but he's running out of time. 20 seconds left. There goes the nade over towards top blue. And 2 separate players will look for the kill. Nuxka credit with that huge round at the end for Nuxka.
Yeah, Nuxka really standing tall in that round, Parker, has a massive read to recognize that rotation, right? We started with a really heavy focus downstairs on Kitchen and, of course, on Solar as well. Nuxka's that guy who sticks around over towards Library. He says, I'm not going to let these guys just take in the other side of the map, recognizing that there could be a pivot about to come through on the side of Enterprise. So really good read to come out from him. Has a nice little round there on the defense, and we will start to see that comeback begin from Los. that 4-2 lead, it's so deceptive, isn't it? Because it feels like a lot when you enter through the halftime. It feels like 2 rounds is a great buffer. But especially when you swap over to the attack with a 4-2 lead, the defense now all of a sudden, they get to play the best bomb site and the second best bomb site back-to-back before you've seen any of their strats. It's a really dangerous lead to play with 4-2 because it can evaporate in seconds, and we're starting to see that now, 1 out of 2 from Los.
We have a tech issue that seems to be an issue with something on the side of Los. They were quite late to all connect to the lobby. I mean, that could be just that they were selecting their operators later, but it is hard to say. And really, we can't gain much from looking at these bright white monitors.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not really certain about that one, but
it's definitely a Los issue. I'll promise you that.
Yeah, there we go. It might be a headset problem.
It's great detective work.
Thank you.
I also think it could be a headset problem.
They're dealing with his headset right now. I don't know if you know this, Jesse, but it looks like it might be a bit of a headset problem here. It just might be a headset problem.
Well, it seems like they might be getting it figured out one way or the other, though. So nice to see things playing out quickly here to get things sorted. It's been a very close game. I mean, the scoreline is 4-3. I guess it's been streaky is maybe the better way to say it, because we saw 2 rounds straight from Los where they looked dominant to win those first couple of rounds. Then Enterprise 4 straight, including attack timeout after 3, to make it a dominated position to win that half despite going down 0-2. And now Los seemingly have been able to flip the script a little bit. But I will say, you compare Enterprise's first 2 defense, or Los's first 2 defensive round wins to that round win there, right? It's a little bit closer compared to what we saw at the start of this game. Enterprise by no means back to where we were in rounds 1 or 2.
No, of course not. And I mean, there's going to be an ebb and flow, right? I don't think either of us saw these teams and expected one of them to walk away with it. No. I think after map number 1, with how back and forth those rounds got, we had a good idea of these teams' capabilities, and they are very, very similar now. Now, you can obviously talk about whether the best team in Australia being, as good as the 4th best team in Brazil is a good thing for the region, or what their potential. Look at like that. How did you get the kill there? I don't understand. Yeah. But I mean, Enterprise have always been quite a solid team, and to your point, yes, they did make a coaching change. Yes, they did get a new player on the squad. But the core identity of this team has largely remained unchanged.
Yeah.
They've got a lot of veterans on the team. They've got tons of depth. They've got good flexibility on attack and defense. Going up against a team that is on paper quite good, but is still gelling. Yeah, you've got a bit of a window where you might be the better team, but give Los more time.
Yeah.
Just give them a longer incubation period. Same with some of the NA teams that we cover.
Yeah.
Right? You look at a team like Wildcard. Kind of looked like, blah.
Sure.
No, they didn't look the best. And then the longer the kickoff went, they slowly started to look better and better and better. Sometimes it just takes a couple games for you to get back up to speed.
Well, we're back in the game, thankfully, and the tech pause wasn't too long, so thank you all for sticking with us. It is very close between Enterprise and Los, but the Australians remain just 3 rounds out from making it to Phase 2 of the Major. Loser of this will go down to the lower bracket to play tomorrow for their lives, but they can't be worried about that just yet. This is a great position from Perez. He actually just found a player who's pinching him in through Big Garage. He's about to get droned, and we'll know that now as he hears the drone jump past him. Pinched on 2 angles. One's a Blackbeard. This is so awkward for him.
I don't know if Perez was thinking he was going to nade or melee or what, but yeah, he's hunted down inside a garage, and they'll park him in there for the next 2 minutes. You mentioned Perez. You said he needed to be good. He needed to be strong. Well, unfortunately for him, he had a bit of a rough go of it. This round shaping up very effectively for Enterprise. Jesse, they've lost a little bit of HP on Cairo, but Dark and Perez are both in the grave on the side of Los.
Yeah, this is kind of devastating now from Los. They've got to find some way to get back into this round, and probably that means getting aggressive. That's why Dafo is going for such aggressive peaks down here in the blue hall. Did see a player just on the breach at the ends, and they are heavily droning this. I think Enterprise have read correctly that Los are going to want to get aggressive from this position, down 2 players. This is going to be an opportunity now for them to just use Cairo once again on the Blackbeard. He entered first on the BB, found that early pick, now can do it once again. Hunt down the player down below once more, and it's Bappin who finds the kill.
And Dafo is taken down. Dash now gone. We have not seen a flawless round, Jesse, until this moment. No flawless round between these teams on Bank. Definitely none here on Chalet. but they make it work, and only 2 rounds for Enterprise to be the first team to clinch a spot in Phase 2.
You know, Mag is running back to his headset because the enemy team just called attack timeout. You know, during the 25-minute stall that Ollie and I had before this major kicked off, before the first game that Enterprise played today, we talked a little bit about the meta and how the attacking meta has gotten so much more powerful over the last couple of months with the introduction of Snake, but you combine all the tools, the information operators like Deimos, like Dokkaebi, the shields like Blackbeard, like Monty, and then of course the disruption ops as well. You've got Ying, you've got Grim, you've got Capitao, you've got so many good operators, and it makes it so difficult to be a solo roamer on defense. That has kind of been the biggest position that has been hurt by the meta changes over the last few months, and I think that really did showcase with Perez there inside a big garage. What's he supposed to do? You know, playing alone by himself inside a garage, no way to get out, 2 players pinching you from 2 different directions, and he just got droned out, you know? I mean, all he really had in that moment was to not be there in the first place. And I think when you go back to things and you go back to the strat book from Los, maybe those are the types of positions that you just have to eliminate when you're playing against strong roam-clearing teams like Enterprise. It makes it so difficult playing in that position. His best case there is probably go 1-for-1.
Yeah.
You know, like that is ideal, and even then, that's unlikely given that there's a Blackbeard on the board, you know? So it just looks like a really good clear from Enterprise. Los, not much they could have done differently, I feel, in that round, other than just set things up differently from the get-go. You know?
We also ask the question quite often, if you're going to solo roam, what is the purpose of that roam?
Sure.
Are you there to waste time? Are you there to kill drones? Are you there to get away and maybe go for a run out? Having a Solus downstairs in garage is not unheard of. It can be quite commonplace. You can impact the garage doors. You can go for a run out if somebody's over towards that piano window. If somebody's over towards the blue window. If somebody's maybe playing over up on rappel looking into Solarium. There's lots of things that you can do, but it was read effectively by Enterprise. And I mean, you saw how much prep work Mag had done. Maybe they've seen Perez or somebody on Los solo roam there. And the biggest problem with solo roaming is that if you are not able to do your job at all, you have wasted your life in that round. He threw out an impact grenade. It did a little bit of damage to the Blackbeard, but beyond that, what else did you see from them? Pretty much nothing. So a complete blunder from Perez in that position, and if there was somebody there to support him, we never saw that materialize.
Kitchen coming out from Los for the first time here in this game. They'll run the same setup that they ran back during the SAL playoffs on April 19th when they played onto this site. We'll see if it works out a little bit better for them. Again, with Enterprise's prep work, they should know how to break this push apart. They should know where these players are going to be playing. Couple here on the top floor, quite a bit of an extension up above the bomb site, as you typically tend to see. Dark over on blue will get naded out, and you can see, I mean, the droning has been good, the intel prep has been good as well, and it'll be Nuxka the first to fall.
Opening bloods for this Enterprise team. There's now 6 in a row, but hold on a second. Perez is there exchanging most of his HP for 2 kills. If anybody can get the job done, it'll be him. But now Enterprise is up in numbers once again. Dafo and Perez, the last 2 standing, and Perez is on borrowed time, Jesse. Dafo 0-3, no kills since coming back from this rehost. The 3 remaining players on Enterprise, all at full HP. They've got utility to spare. They've still got drones, and they have case control. That's about as best as you can hope for the Aussies with a little bit over a minute left in this round.
Yeah, you couldn't ask for a better setup for the final 70 seconds. They've found now the castle on the drone. They know where Dafo is. Perez has come up to join him, by the way. Was in the basement, but he's rotated up solar stairs, so they want to play together. I think that's the right call. They've got Vert to play with as well. If they do just go for a plant, Dafo can use that shotgun to try to deny the plant with the verticality, but there are also so many plant spots here, Parker. They've got the Capitao smokes. They can fake one, they can plant in a different position, and that's why Perez is rotating back now. He knows that denying from above is not going to be their best strategy, so they've got to find some way to win on site.
Dafo's going to go for a long rotate. He'll join Perez in the basement as they've completely forfeited that main floor control. Cairo getting defuse kit down successfully allows Perez and Dafo time to get back towards the bomb site. Sight unseen. There's Perez still fragging. Oh, time will run out. Only good enough for 1 kill. What can Dafo muster? Dafo, to his credit, incredible over on Bank. He hasn't had the best run here on Chalet by comparison. I think the bigger issue, Jesse, is just watching this clock. 20 seconds left. Cairo and Jigsaw have completely fallen off. So Davo will hunt through this entire map. Really rude words being put in chat. Cairo gets the final kill, and Enterprise moves to series point.
Yeah, it's just not the defense they need in that 2v3, Parker. Perez and Daffodil. Vitor and Victor, the two Vs on the team. And I just feel like they overcooked it, man. Like, they have full top floor control, but they say, okay, we don't want to deny from above. Fair enough. So they go to the main floor. They have full site control. We don't want to deny from site. Okay, they both drop to the bottom floor and try to do a retake up West Main and Blue Stairs. It's just complicated. It's messy. And while Los are going through all these different rotations to try to catch Enterprise off guard, are we upstairs? Are we in the basement? Are we in sites? Enterprise just planted the kit. They just went in sight and planted, Parker, and Los are all over the map trying to find some unexpected angle, and great, Perez walks up blue and catches a player off guard, but he's insta-traded. It doesn't do him much good. Plant still went down. Just feels like the kitchen's on fire with how overcooked that final couple of seconds went. And now Los will have to be perfect for 3 rounds straight, or it will be Enterprise succeeding all the way to phase 2 of the major.
You have to imagine that Los will opt out of playing Bank if absolutely necessary moving forward, right?
Mm-hmm.
This will be their 4th time playing it in a month, give or take.
Yeah, they've played it 3 times. They're 0-3 so far.
And now it's a rough go of it. So now you come to Chalet, Enterprise's map pick, and we have a much more, I guess you could say, understandable scoreline for the Aussies.
Yeah.
So Enterprise now will only need a single round in order to move on. Los have only won 1 round of the last 7. They will need to win 3 in a row. Los sprung out to an early lead, going up 2-0, but it was Enterprise pretty much all the rest of the way, other than dropping the first round of the second half. Enterprise has been dominating. They've been striking first. They have 6 consecutive first bloods. They've been doing very good from an elim standpoint, trading each other out effectively. There's been good objective play. Neither of these teams are perfect, and I mean, there's a reason why both of these teams are here competing in the play-ins and not in the Swiss stage, but Enterprise have just simply been a cut above, which shouldn't be a surprise, but to many just might be.
They've banned out the Demos. They get 1 ban to try to make this 4th quarter all their own, but Demos only brought 1 time by Enterprise so far. That was by Bappin on this very site. He'll rotate over towards the Dokkaebi and immediately gets blown up by Dash. That's a nice frag outside the front door. Hungry for more. Little over-eager, though. Shooting the body right after, and there's the bot comm. Why not? Still plenty of round to play. I mean, it's an aggressive move from Dash, maybe ill-advised, but in the end, his team is still in a good position, Parker. They've got most of this map under their control. No one from Enterprise in the building just yet, but you gotta wonder yourself, you know, does Dash need to make a move like that? Maybe not, maybe so. Takes a risk. Sometimes you have to do that down 6-3, but it's up to his teammates now as the captain's in the grave.
Frags finding themselves quite easily on the side of Enterprise. Everybody positive in KD except for Tuhan. Enterprise could change that in a hurry as Los is suffering through this assault. The midway point of the round, both Dark and Nux now softened up in their positions. They know that Tuhan is fast approaching. They hear that proximity alarm go off. Brendo picked apart by Dafo. Los with something that's a bit rare, Jesse. It's a player's number advantage.
Yeah, pretty shocked to see this, but Enterprise, they've kind of just been playing this so passively. There's the opportunity that they've been waiting for. The passivity pays off. Jigsaw 6-2 since the rehost. Finds Watt frag onto Nuxka and now makes things really awkward with just 50 seconds to go.
Not a lot of kills remaining on everybody not named Perez on the side of Los. Enterprise need to manage this clock oh so effectively. Jigsaw takes down Perez. Dafo losing some HP in the process as he guns down Tuhan. Tuhan hoping to go positive. Well, if his team wins this, I don't think it'll be a concern, but he will not succeed. 30 seconds left, and it's a 2v2 with Enterprise still sitting on match point. That was a bit of a failure from Dafo to pop that Goyo canister. Now he'll just have to go for the direct gunfight. Missing his opportunity. Dark is there for insurance. And now it's up to Jigsaw to clutch with 10 seconds left. Los holding case control. Jigsaw with the pistol out, running out of time, and Los will fall back as fast as they can. No opportunity whatsoever, and the Brazilians will hang on for at least one more round.
Much better late round from Los. Much better, and they needed that. You know, the last round that they lost, the fashion in which they lost it feels really, really bad. This time around, different circumstances, of course. I would say far more advantageous for Los in those final 60 seconds, but even still, they just play it simple. They don't overcook. They don't crazy run around the map. They just say, we'll play in sight. We'll swing together on the solar player. The last couple of guys on Enterprise, a little bit disconnected. Something we haven't seen so much from them on this on day, honestly, since the major began. They played really well as a unit. That time around, not able to do it so much. Despite some, I would say, ill-advised positions coming through from Los, feeding some free kills over the way of Enterprise. They keep enough players alive. They play smartly for the end of that round, and they're able to lock things down, bring themselves to within 2. If you're Enterprise, and I don't mean to ring the alarm bells prematurely, but I'm going to be dramatic, you got to keep in mind, you don't have your TAC timeout here, Parker. They've already chosen to use it. So if this starts to spiral, if we start to see Los win round after round after round, there might not be a handbrake on the side of Enterprise.
Parachute, another thing that we often refer to as no ripcord to be pulled here. Nothing to slow the descent of Enterprise. It will just be a straight free fall. But I don't get that vibe right now. I don't get the vibe. Even that round was way too close for comfort for Los. The 2 rounds won by Los here on Chalet have been really tight. 3 players survived back on their victory in round number 7. 2 players survived the most recent round. These are not dominant, confidence-inspiring rounds. These are scrappy, hold on by the seat of your pants style rounds. And that is not the type of thing that should give anybody confidence that they'll be able to pull this one out. Enterprise still looks like the much sharper team. They've changed things up on this advance. If they can catch somebody from the side of Los off guard early, that just might be curtains for the Brazilians in this matchup.
Yeah, you've got to keep your head on straight, I think, if you're Enterprise. That's the biggest thing. Like, you've been playing better. You've been the better team. You just cannot get in your own head about it. They're going to enter in through Big Garage. Snowmobile. Very similar to what we saw
from them. It's a big garage, Jesse.
I think it's actually technically bigger than Big Garage.
As a Torontonian, that garage would go for $4,000 a month. So, I get it.
We got Big Garage and Bigger Garage. Maybe we got to get a rename coming through the comms. But in any case, it's a similar push from Enterprise. They try to work their way from the basement up towards the site. This is a surprise from Cairo, not expecting the Fenrir, and Perez not ready for the play. I think he's worried about a player above him, but the Blackbeard's the bigger threat, and he goes down.
I don't know if the silhouettes are giving me false confidence, but it looked like the Lion of Brendo was somewhere nearby, and he was concerned about that one.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so he was a little concerned about the Lion. Thank you very much to our fearless observers, as always. We don't usually say thank you to them. Yeah, they're fearless, all of them.
Okay. Yeah.
They've never been scared of anything in their life.
I don't disagree. I just thought it was an interesting word.
What would you call them?
Beautiful.
You called me beautiful earlier. Talented. 1 minute remains, and we are at a bit of a slow period in the round, as Brendo now will assert himself walking in Mudroom. Nuxka going for the ego challenge on a smoke. I mean, I suppose if you're worried about sitting too passively in the site, things will go bad. Nitro Cell goes out. Down goes Cairo. The brawl as Tuhon walks in. A hail of bullets. Dark emerges victorious. It's all up to Dark now in a 1v3, but Jigsaw will shut him down. And Australia will survive the play-ins. Enterprise's day is done. We'll see them at the Swiss phase, as they are the first team to make it out of Phase 1.
It's a beautiful morning in Sydney and across the country because the Aussies have just gone undefeated through 3 straight maps in Phase 1. Confidence over EDG and dominant over Los.
Well, we'll want to hear from our winners after this break, and then we'll get into our final matchup of the day, Team Falcons versus Shopify Rebellion. Sit tight.
Enterprise are now into phase 2 of the Salt Major. I'm here with Jigsaw, the MVP of this series. And you guys are now undefeated through kickoff. You still haven't lost a game here in SLC. You're undefeated on the year, essentially. What's the secret?
Good energy, good vibes from the fellas. You know, we're all like really, really good and close friends. So, you know, it's just like it makes everything so much easier, especially in person. Like everyone's so uplifted and just super happy to be here.
Is the trash talk a part of the strategy a little bit?
Of course, of course. I mean, there's a secret tweet that Kari deleted a while ago, but he said don't get into a shit-talking fight with an Aussie. So, you know, that might be the source.
All right, well, that is it. Enterprise move on to phase 2. Big moment for them as they move on in SLC. Back to you guys.
Very, very good performances so far from Enterprise, I think it's fair to say. Tim, we had the pleasure of sitting down and watching that game from behind the scenes, but very impressed, and who would have thought it? They've not lost down to the lower bracket.
They've let me down on my predictions. Make sure you're checking out the Ubisoft official predictions, of course. I did mine, and I had Enterprise going through, but in the lower bracket, they've surprised everybody. They've beat Lost. They've gone through. Honestly, they've been brilliant so far. I expected them to be nice and organised with Mag in charge. Great players across the board as well, and really impressing so far.
When I spoke to him before the tournament, he was saying the big thing they want to prove here is they're the best team in OSU. He's really got his eyes on beating some other local teams, I think it's fair to say, and of course establishing themselves, and that was certainly one hell of a way to do it. Next game we've got coming up, Tim, it's worth touching on real quickly. Falcons versus Shopify Rebellion. What a game that's going to be.
Yeah, it's a big one, isn't it? And honestly, with the way they've both played in kickoff, here, in the game we've seen, the best of one, I'm really not sure who takes it.
And the last time we were there, it took map 3 and all 15 rounds to decide who came away the winner back at SI 26. You don't want to miss this one. Back with you in just a few. Well, welcome back to the Salt Lake City Major, where we're going into our last game of the day.
Yeah, breath there, mate.
I tell you what, I went for a piss during the break. It is about half a mile away.
I said to him, 3 minutes says it's quite away. It's all right, I'll get a jog on.
I jogged there, and then I thought, I can't really jog
back. And then you remembered you've not jogged for 10 years. And it was a problem.
That was a big problem. There's a bigger problem coming up though, Tim, and it's a phenomenal game coming up, as we've already said before, the break between Falcons and Shopify Rebellion. Last time they played each other was back at SI26 in the first round of the playoffs, and it took to map 3, round 15, for Falcons to eventually win. Classic EU versus NA.
Yeah.
What more could you ask for?
Yeah, I think this is going to be an absolute cracker, to be honest. It's hopefully everything that we're wanting for the end of the day. We've got our map bans in there as well. And again, what a great... I look at that and I just, look, don't get me wrong, I love Fortress, I love Night Haven, I love our new maps that come in, I love our chances, I love Lair, but I look at that and I think, what a classic lineup. What a classic lineup of maps we've got there. Bank, Clubhouse, Border. I couldn't have wished for better for this game.
Really? Could not have all
well, maybe
the
I could have, but I think it's. I just like that it's a really classic lineup.
It is a really, really good map series, especially because what we saw earlier on, of course, was Falcons playing on at this very map where they were put to task by Daystar, to be fair to them. It was a very, very good game, but we heard at the halfway mark, Leakerfax saying, guys, something weird's going on here. I wouldn't quite call it we're nervous, but it's not quite at what we're used to. So hopefully they've had a little bit of time here to go away and collect themselves, ready for what could be bit of a preview of a game that you might see later in the competition, Tim.
I think the problem around expectations and Falcons at the minute is they've had the player switch, and normally we'd come in there and we'd be like, yep, they're going to need time, even just one player, it takes time to settle in and get used to everything. But they came out so strong at the beginning of kickoff, it was like, settling in? What's that? Like, they just came out so fast, and I think we've kind of forgotten that fight. That it's like, hang on a minute. Yeah, they've had a little bit of a wobble. They've ended up in phase 1 rather than going through the upper bracket of kickoff and everything else. And I think that, realistically, they've got a new player in there. They're going to take a little bit of time. There's a little bit of unpredictability coming out of them. Like they say, like Leakerfax said there, maybe a little bit of nerves, a little bit of, they're just not quite familiar with the situation as a 5. And we'll see how they get on. But I think Shopify Rebellion are really going to put them to the test here, Des, because I thought, although it was run close, there was times on Border where they just looked really good as a team. Really, really nice as a team. We saw some real good interplay between them, and I think that's probably going to continue.
We saw a lot of good interplay from Daystar, and it wasn't quite enough to overcome Falcons. We'll see if that is the difference maker here. Rebellion haven't played this map, it's worth starting, for over half a year. Haven't seen them play it. The last 3 times they did, M80, Dark Zero, and SSG, all 3 games went 8-7. So fair to say, I think we could be in some fireworks if they want to keep up that streak that we've seen from them before. And it is Falcons starting down on the defense. Bans we're touching on real quick as well, with the Monty and the Ying being taken away on the other side. I'd say it's pretty stock standard, Tim. We saw a lot of tuber around the game earlier on out of Falcons. So I won't be shocked if Super and the rest of the Rebellion team have looked at that and said, well, let's take that off the hands then, because it's been a bit of a nuisance.
Yeah, we saw some great tuber play out of Shopify Rebellion as well. It wouldn't surprise me if Falcons don't ban it to see them bring it along. Because, yeah, we had a great play where an air jab was frozen out with the Zoto canister and it allowed Spoit on a run out. And, yeah, some really good, again, interplay, some really good team play. But having a look at the position of the defenders at the minute, we've got almost everybody downstairs, but Leakerfax is going to be the one tasked with holding onto that top floor. He's on the sort list. We've got Solotov and Doom in and around the usual sort of cafeteria staff. They will drop away when the pressure gets too much, but Leakerfax, he's here to try and make a difference, but well droned and well dealt with by Shopify Rebellion.
They're pushing aggressive here, so one's finished off droning, the second player's got on drone, then looks to push him down here as well. Can waste a bit of time, but has to be so careful not to lose his life. The more time that they can waste, though, as we saw in the game earlier on against Daystar, the more success both teams were finding in the dying moments of the round. Finally pushed away as the challenge comes on through. And now Spoit's the one, of course, rounding off towards the right-hand side here alongside Ambi, trying to ensure they've got this main stair cover. The Solotov is still hanging around inside of open. There's about 1:45 left, though, Tim. It's around this time you want to be looking to drop away so they won't feel too beat up about it. Rexon going down by June. That's not looking good. June's got himself two. Gone aggressive on towards Archives, looked towards that top floor as well, which you would assume the Rebellion was safe. Turns out, no, it is not.
And look at who he's taken down. Capitao and Hibana, two huge operators there. Hatches are going to stay closed. We've got no hard breach utility there. So now, Shopify Rebellion on the back foot here. They need to think about their alternatives, and they need to do that quickly.
They know they can say pre-fire onto him here. He know that he's stuck on the other side of smoke. If he pulls back, he dies, so he can't afford to move his feet, and Canadian falls down. Nice early aggression overall, I'd say, out of Falcons. Brid onto the blue stairs. Doom, as we spoke about, around square. It's just completely shut down what looked like a really good round start for Rebellion.
Got to be critical of Canadian there, unfortunately, that gunfight. He can't be losing that to Smoke, just sort of taking a swing with the SMG. Brede cutting him down. Brilliant stuff from him. Falcons looking very solid down on this bottom 4. It is all up to Spite. He's going to get taken out by Users, and that is going to be the round. And that was comfortably Falcons. A big play from Doom in the middle of the room, and it was looking really nice from the EU team there.
Extremely comfortable, I think. Yeah, like more than anything else, it was Doom upon square on square that really got the damage done, because on Rebellion side, like I think actually it was game planned as well by the side of Falcons. Rebellion, once they know they've got control of top main, they start thinking, cool, all right, we've got main stairs, no one's going to come and hit us on the side of square here. We can just start getting ourselves ready to open up hatches, for example. But that is when Doom has then struck onto square, brought down the 2 key players that we mentioned in Rexon and Surf, the Capitao and the Hibana respectively. And that has just completely shut the round down. So although, yes, everyone got a bit involved in that round, it felt, at least especially across Users, Brede and Doom, it was Doom's play that got them that one done. Up to the top floor we go, Tim. So if Rebellion can finally get themselves on the board.
I think they could, I think getting themselves on the board now would be a very good thing. The last thing they want to do is fall behind to Falcons, because I feel at the minute, and I could be completely wrong in this, it is just a feeling, but I feel like Falcons, they're a confidence team at the minute. And if they get a couple of rounds, if they start building that confidence up, I think they do just run through games. I think it's the ones where they do get pressured, where they do lose a couple of rounds, that they have that wobble, and I think there's maybe that nervousness creeps in, like Leafback spoke about. So I feel like they are a team that are really benefiting from confidence at the minute. So yeah, if you let them get 2-0, 3-0, they will just snowball then and run away with it. So yeah, Shopify Rebellion, I think, wanting to get themselves involved in this pretty quickly.
Fair to say we've cast them a few times to win grand finals over the last 18 months or so. Falcons this is, and silence is the enemy. It's the best way that I can summarise what has been their problem. I was speaking about with Ollie earlier on the cast and saying, you look at the dropped heads, you know, the only real people making noise in the team were ever Leakifback, and halfway towards Solosov, the other 3, mute. I'm really keen to see if that changes with Doom on side, of course, when they get themselves in towards these higher level games, up towards the back end of the competition, assuming, of course, they can get there. Got a long road ahead of them, and that, of course, first means getting through this best of 3. A smoke coming out, but not quite in the spot I'd imagine they want. It's more for Spoit to try and get an angle through, I think, on towards those that were slightly below him, but gets rid of absolutely nothing. Bit of a bait more than anything else, but now they've got the full info. And this isn't the first time we've seen Brid pull out this double setup with the mirror inside of Janitor as well.
Have the utility being thrown in all ready to start putting pressure on from these windows. In comes the repel shield in front of the face. Damage is taken by Surf. Users manages to find a nitro onto Spoit elsewhere, and this isn't going all Shopify Rebellion's way just yet. They do lose the shield as well. They still have Rexon available on the Raura, so they can play with that utility, close off areas that they might have planned to do so, but having lost the glass and the blitz, that's really tough.
That's kind of what you're looking to make use of the Raura for, right? You know, Blitz's weakness is that it's very exposed to the flanks. If you can get a couple of Rauras down and then have the shield charge through these corridors that you've established, that's when he's most effective, facing forward, flashing out players, and going forward from there. But even with it looking like it had fallen apart, Tim, they've managed to recover. They're in a 3 versus 1 at this point. Doom all by himself, 2 players on the window, 1 down towards behind him. It's going to be rough, especially with 60 seconds still to play, and Ambi rounds the corner, and a single shot is enough to get Rebellion on the board.
Yeah, I think the other important point to remember about the Raura there is, of course, it's carrying that DMR, and Rexon just doing fantastic work with it in the middle of the round when Shopify Rebellion desperately needed it, really, because it was a round that looked like it might be going in Falcons' direction. As we said, having lost that blitz, having lost that glass, a really tough combo to see go from the board. So Rebellion get themselves 1-0. The North Americans fight back, and it is 1-1.
Okay. I don't know that C4 out of you. I don't think anyone would. Straight down towards bottom lobby. Spoit thought, cool, I'm working my way up here. I'm going to start getting some kills. And then no, there's a C4 straight to the face. It was a great read. And one of the things that suggests Falcons know how Rebellion are going to play this. That was beautifully played because they knew what an execute looked like in the same way they were spraying through the smoke on towards where the blitz was coming in. They had a good read onto it. That doesn't mean you can still overcome and stop them, unfortunately. So at 1 apiece, we'll see how the quarter ends out. Looking in towards the Mozzie coming out from Solosov here as well. Of course, looking to deny away the information. On the other side, their response, Tim, shock horror, is let's go towards a solid snake.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Of course, there's always value in the solid snake. It's just interesting to bring it along in round 3. I just want to have a look back to round 1 and see if we saw it, because it's one of them that I think you might actually attract the ban onto the solid snake for the next part.
We had one in our game earlier.
Yeah, you might now attract the ban in round 4 if you do particularly well, and you've only got that one use out of it. So it's one of them, do you maybe keep it in the bank until round 4? So you think, oh, they're not playing it, don't ban it out, and then you can bring it along and get 3 solid rounds out of it. I don't know. But look, we know the value of the operator. The scanner, enables him to be able to clear large areas quickly, solo, doesn't really need too much drone support, especially a player like Ambi who can go in and win those fights as well. Up on top floor, something that Falcons are going to have to be very aware of, but they also need to be aware of the push in, and it is Solitov this time, in from Archives, manages to find himself a beauty to take Canadian down. Spoit having a rough game, that continues, the glass is lost, but here goes Ambi on that solid snake, uses there for the trade, 3v1.
They just seem to know everything Rebellion are going to bring at them, Tim. It's almost like they've sat there at the start of the day ahead of the tournament and said, oh, fair chance we face Shopify Rebellion later. We know we want to qualify. Let's prep everything we could possibly come into. It's a brilliant read, a brilliant swing coming out as well that's done all the damage they need. Rexon left in a 1 versus 3. I don't think even he can recover this one despite the strong end to the round that Rebellion had in round 2.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough ask. They know exactly where he is as well, of course. That sound cue from the barbed wire will have told them that. Playing into mirrors, everything is stacked against him. Not impossible, but unlikely, it is fair to say. Well, I think at the minute I'm loving what I'm seeing, because we're just getting good rounds from both teams. That's why we've got a 2-1. It's not been down to mistakes. It's not really been down to big problems. It's just that they've both come out and won rounds, and we're getting a really competitive matchup. I think this is largely kind of what we would expect. Falcons, Bank was their map pick. It's not one that we see Shopify Rebellion necessarily excel on. So the fact that Falcons have got a good grasp of everything that they're going to throw at them, I think it's just a good understanding of the map and a good understanding of how it's going to be played. So yeah, I think, all's kind of even at the minute, really. I know Falcons are 2-1 up on the leaderboard, but on the scoreboard, but I don't think Shopify Rebellion will be too concerned.
I think Falcons have just done really good counter prep from what we've seen so far. Those last 2 rounds especially, looks like they were ready and prepped for anything Rebellion were trying to do. But let's see how banned, see if the snake does get taken offline. I imagine the blitz could come through here as well. It's been, I wouldn't quite say a massive headache for them, no. Going to be the DKB that we saw in those first couple of rounds. On the other side is going to be the Solus that we only saw in the first round, Tim. But clearly they know, as we all do, that Leakafak is a bit of a beast with that operator.
Yeah, exactly that. Can be a serious problem, so wanting no more of that. Solid Snake will still be available with the Dokkaebi going. We're not going to see it, well, we might see it, but we're not seeing it picked out immediately yet. And it surprises me a little bit, because I feel like Solid Snake is actually, given what happened in the last round as well, with the movement from June, we had Leakafak up on the top floor with the Solus. I feel like Solid Snake could actually be a really solid pickup. It'd be such a good pickup for this site. It's perfect for it. Just get him straight in. Through maybe CEO windows or something. If he repels across CEO windows with his scanner, he can see that the majority of CEO meat and janitor are clear. Get in there, take top floor quickly, move down, pressure onto staff very quickly, and I feel there we go. We're gonna have Ambi bringing it along actually. So I'm glad that he's done that after I've gone into 30. I was chancing my arm. I was chancing my arm as I thought they are gonna re-pick into it here. I thought it might come along. So we'll keep a little bit of kind of one eye on Ambi throughout this and see exactly how effective he is with that solid snake. But otherwise, keep an eye on Rexon as well. He's going to be on a little crouch walk in by ATMs by the looks of things at the minute.
It's really interesting seeing Ambi being the one running around on snake. I wouldn't say it's common that we see entries being the ones that run around and play on it. It's more, as we see on the side of Falcons, it's Leakafak as the IGL making good use of the operator more often than not. I think part of it comes down to the gun, the fact that it will be a great entry with the F2, but also because you're quite at the front line of what's going on inside of a round. Of course, being able to make use of that gadget at any moment is 100% going to let you move forward with more confidence, but also get you into better positions to make use of that gadget in the first place. Now seeing things being opened up here. I think off towards inside, there's some actually very, very close inside of elevators. Not quite sure he knows about it, though. Maybe have seen him on a drone, but maybe not at the same time. Leakerfact hoping to find someone, but so far being given nothing.
Leakerfact needs to be cautious here because Rexon's actually got himself inside of Archives, and I think that's actually the cutoff. There you go, he's moved into Tellers as well. That's the cutoff that he was looking for. He doesn't manage to find his man, but he did get in there. There is an option for him to drop this hatch as well. They are going to, I think, be aware of his position now, though, so they will be cautious over that vault drop. They're not just going to allow that to happen for free. Although, saying that, I'm having a look. There's not really anybody in this position. There's only a Users on the Echo that is there and ready to fight back, and he's going to be chased down by Canadian on the Blitz, who manages to get a big kill. This is a great attack from Shopify Rebellion, creating space in main lobby with the knock and then using it.
But then there's the problem, Tim. It's Doom. He might have let the shield go past him, but he'll still pick off 2 lives afterwards. Rexon, who drops him behind Canadian, finished off. And, of course, the Blitz has gone at the same time. That was their investment in this round. This was what they really wanted to work out for them. And, yes, they've got 2 kills, but they've lost 2 key players at the same time. So now down in the 3 versus 3, we've got to see Rebellion find a way through.
Yeah, that's it. They're in danger of stalling out a little bit here, I think, and just being held at bay. It's going to be Doom who's doing it.
They had the bees on him, Tim, and he still swings for the kill and gets it.
Doesn't matter. Doom will find them one after another. Make it 4. Could be an ace. First ace at Salt Lake City, I think. Goes to Doom. There we go. Phenomenal performance from him in the round. And it's a shame for Shopify Rebellion because that was a really solid. I like what they did there. Rexon got in, tried to cut off Leakerfact's movement. They then dropped the hatch. They recognised that the space was in vault. But what a response from Falcons.
Wonderful stuff, honestly. And again, Doom barely having to move his feet there to get that ace in the round. Spectacular stuff. With those 5 kills, puts himself at the top of the leaderboard, surprising no one after only 4 rounds have concluded so far. Rebellion calling their attack timeout because I imagine Super's thinking, it's probably time we sort this one out because it has not been going great. Don't think we get to hear this one, Tim.
No.
Unfortunately.
Doesn't look that way.
No. Not for tacticals, just at the half, just at the half. There we go, there you go.
We were both very expectant there. Super's got a headset back. I believe his headset was faulty earlier. So I was like, Super's got his headset back. Cool. We can't listen into this one. But we will be getting the chance at halftime, hopefully. Yeah, look, that was, like I said, I actually feel for Shopify Rebellion a little bit there because I feel like the attack was well worked. It was something a little bit different on a site that gets attacked a lot, through server, through square. Didn't go into that, recognise the space in vault, got down there. Canadian did a great job of getting the kill onto Users, taking the Echo out. But how do you legislate for a player like Doom? That's the problem. He's just got that superstar power where he's able to kind of turn it on. Like you say, he's getting kills whilst he's tracked by the Grim Bees. It's such a difficulty dealing with a player like that. And Shopify Rebellion, you could you could forgive them for coming away from that round thinking, this should be 2-2. This should absolutely be 2-2, but for Doom.
That damn Doom, Tim. That damn Doom. It's almost like they picked him up for a reason.
Imagine that.
Just maybe. Well, 3-1 to Falcons. And Rebellion, as you saw, have had their attack timeouts. Not too surprised there. Super, I imagine, thinking, well, if this carries on the way it's going and we go down 4-1, 5-1, it is going to be a very miserable second half. We saw how Falcons attacked earlier on against Daystar. This map will be over and done with. So they desperately need to find, ideally 2. You'll accept 1, but really they're looking for the 2 here. They need that 3-3 split.
Immediate attention towards stock from Shopify Rebellion, but it is going to be that man once again, Doom, that they will need to deal with. It's going to be Spoit's job, I think, to open the wall inside of stock onto his position, just to try and prevent him, because otherwise Doom is going to sit behind that deployable shield for as long as they let him. So need to think about getting those Selma charges out, which they do. So good, fast progress, and we can see that is Doom's call to just back it up a little bit.
He's played Thorn 3 times throughout this game as well so far. Lamar and Azami, the other 2, but of course in this round, Solotov is the one running around on the Azami, so he's back on Thorn duty. I'll have to ask him later on if it comes down more to choice of weapons and it's his personal choice to play the operator, or if the team just need it and he'll play whatever they need. We've already spoken about the trap meta being in full force, at least so far at Salt Lake City. One piece so far as Leakerfact falls. Surf on the Deimos going down, not ideal, because I was thinking at the start of the round, Surf would be great here to get a track on towards Doom and try and punish him, given he was playing in such an aggressive spot. You'll take that. Him being gone is massive.
Nothing too wildly unusual being done by either team here. Ambi's got a definite concern about archives there, but there is nobody underneath, as we can see at the minute for Falcons, and this is very much that the battle lines are drawn, Des, and they are shaping up against each other. You've got Ambi and Spite trying to work stock and top square, and then you've got Canadian and Rexon both on the rappel. As I say that, Canadian actually has got himself in through the window towards top square, diffuser in hand, and he's looking for the breach, so that is going to be the push. They need to deal, of course, with the mirror windows as well. One of them has been taken out, so Brede's position is now a little bit more precarious. There could be an opportunity to get this diffuser down.
I was about to say Brede inside of Janitor is the problem, but that is why Ambi has been the one to come in from behind, shut him down, and remove the ability to deny the plan to 4 versus 1. Much better round coming out of Rebellion, very execute focused, making use of all the gadgetry, and that was sublime. A brilliant attack, and they get their second on the board.
I really like that from Rebellion. They didn't do anything, this isn't meant to be critical, they didn't do anything like wildly special. They just did everything they did really well. It was, you know, it was pretty much one-sided push. There was no pressure coming in from spiral stairs. There wasn't really much pressure from the windows. They had Rexon on there, but he was on his own on the windows most of the time, and they didn't ever really get kind of active control of stock until the end of the game. But Ambi was just able to walk down, pressure Janitor. It was all about timing from Shopify Rebellion. It was all about, right, have they got enough problems to think about elsewhere that I can now exploit that space? You know, where's the key positions that they hold in? Doom in hallway, and he's dealing with. Spite does that with the Selma charges. Just really good stuff from them. Just, you know, solving the few problems that Falcons had set them and finding the space that they needed. Really, really solid siege.
All right, and now we get that big question that we had after that tack timeout. Can they get that 3-3 split they're looking for, or do Falcons rally and get themselves back on top? We'll find out as we're in staff and open area for the final round of the first half. On the attacking side, Tim, not too much changes. We've seen an awful lot of Nook in this half. We've seen a lot of Deimos, seen a lot of Snake coming out, and it looks like they're leaning into exactly the same again. You know, for a long time, it was Dockerby that was the sort of go-to intel operator. It's starting to feel like we're seeing Snake taking that spot in the lineup now for a lot of teams. Deimos just a bit too good to let go.
Yeah, exactly that. Especially on Bank, there's a lot of opportunity. So long as you're not playing onto basement, there is a lot of opportunity for verticality with that Vendetta. So definitely not going to hurt. And it's going to be Surf bringing the solid Snake along this time. Ambi is the one that's kind of got my eyes lighting up at the minute. On the knock, where is the sneaky play going to come from?
You got Leakfat playing out on the air quotes roam here above. It's not really a massive roam, more just the ability to drop down that hatch and be back inside a site is nice and easy. Normally it's Brede that we see playing on the mirror, but that change over here, I think is because it's Leakfat playing out on the roam, and he's got both of them set up around Janitor. One, interestingly, from long desk into Janitor, one from Janitor itself in towards CEO. So from there, can of course observe the windows, but has that ability to step back as and when required. It will make it hard to push him from this side of the map in a way. Rebellion needs to come from the other side here in order to be able to shut him down, but they've got rid of one, a trade back the other way, and that has led to Leakfat immediately dropping back in towards site.
Falcons well aware of the possibility of the knock pushing through main lobby, dealt with it quickly, but Spite was there for the late trade onto Solotov as well. 4 versus 3 advantage now to Shopify Rebellion, and that is doubled down as Rexon manages to pick up Leakfat. 4 versus 2. Falcons in trouble here, and despite looking at times like the better side on the defensive Bank, they are now facing an even split of a half. And that is not going to suit them down to the ground, to be honest. But how about this? Brede gets aggressive on site like we've seen so many times before.
Yeah, I love that from Brede. You have to go aggressive here. You're sat in the 2 versus 2. You know they'll overwhelm you in a 4 versus 2 if you give them time. So being willing to identify there's an opportunity there to get an isolated kill. Could die to a player on stairs if he ain't careful. But because there was no one there, gets a freebie, makes it a 2 versus 3. And we saw earlier on, I want to say it was Brede and Doom. I could be wrong. Both on 1 HP managed to win out a 2 versus 3. This is another 2 versus 3 they find themselves in, but you are against stiffer opposition, Tim.
Brede just still holding this same position inside of sight at the minute. Rebellion are setting themselves up there towards that triple wall and looking to get it open. They do that. Unable then, Falcons, to do anything. As soon as that wall gets open, Brede is in serious trouble, and we can see it's actually the Solid Snake of, I think it was Surf who was on the Solid Snake. He's just going to wander in and manage to get himself that final kill.
Well, let's have a listen. And then, Tim, how we see what they're saying at the halftime. Not a lot, apparently.
Okay, good guys, same thing as the other match. They play kind of similar, no? In fact, even that result info.
They do the exact same. Like they showed you what they do, but I swear, even on defense, if they play turtle, they're gonna turtle. Like they usually show everything. Like
they don't bait.
The main thing is this: check how is their setup, you know? If they wanna fall back, if they wanna play aggro, and watch out that they can play tellers as well. But besides this.
The only thing they changed on Bang, guys, compared to before, they play just more meta. That's it. Like the phase attack, the solid snake every round, trying to go for gaps when they push fast. The idea was the same, but they just play more meta, you know. That's just so maybe on basement when they full turtle, they maybe will not put like 3 edges for Tachanka. We're just going to see maybe play more default. I would just play like it's a scream, you know. If they full room, we go map controller, we push fast around like default. If they go turtle, we just take exec, clear them. Just going exec backside or server side.
And adapt as we go. Okay? If we have a really good defense and they show that they don't, it doesn't seem like they have an answer for it, I'm okay running it back and not swapping to a different thing else. Okay?
Willie, if basement clashes up, go top, okay? I'm gonna go
question, do we want to ban the Monty first so it doesn't look like we're changing our bans?
We're not going to do Monty. We're going to do Monty third. We're gonna so
but do we want to do Ace first then?
Do Ace. We'll do Ace first and then Snake. And then assuming they leave Clash up for us, we'll try to run our Clash stuff in the first half. We'll third ban Monty and then we'll just go to our other stuff, okay? That's all we need to do. Guys, we're playing great. That was a great recovery. They got a couple rounds because we were a little sleepy. It's okay, right? We're locked in the fucking game now. Remember, every round on these defenses, guys, we're making plays to win, problem solve, talk about win conditions. I don't want to at any point at the end of these rounds not having a plan. Whether it's playing off info, retake, let's go.
Use your teammates. How can I help my teammate? How can my teammate help me? Use
Exactly. Let's fucking go.
What's right?
I ask myself that question all the time, Tim. How can I help my co-caster and how can he help me?
I've never heard you ask it.
In my head. I haven't actually found an answer to the question yet, but
they're sleepy, Des.
I ask it.
They're sleepy. They've been a little bit sleepy. I'm a little bit sleepy.
Yeah.
The jet lag's kicking in.
Oh, is it really?
Well, it is a little
bit.
bit.
Catching you? Oh, no.
Yeah,
what time is it? It's 4:30.
4:30, 11 at home.
Oh,
I'm usually heading for my bed by now, you see. So I feel you, Rebellion. But
we heard
if you're going to wake up, now is the time.
Falcons are saying it a little bit earlier in their timeouts as well. They were speaking of, well, Likafat was the one to say, like, look, again, we're not nervous, but something's happening there. It's first game, shake it off. It's first day. This is the blessing for them, I think, is they will come into the next few days quite warm. Not forgetting that after tomorrow, when we'll see a few teams sent home, we'll go into the next day where all the other teams then start playing. And all the ones that have qualified from day 1 and day 2, whichever the winner of this game is, they will already qualify. They're in a spot where they're warm. They're ready. They've had their little warm-up. They've had a chance to play around, of course, in a couple of games and figure things out and get themselves in the groove. They could come out really hot on day 3. Either of them.
Yeah, I'd fully agree with you. I'm very much enjoying this game so far. The fact that it's 3-3 at the half as well, I think is testament to how close it's been. Both teams have had good rounds, that they've won. We've had some really solid siege on both sides. No sort of glaring or wild mistakes or anything. Nothing silly. I think this has been a great game so far, and I think both teams are looking really good. I think, to be honest, history is going to be very kind to these two as well. That you will look further in and be like, how were they both in phase 1?
Yeah.
Like, I think you genuinely are with the way they're playing at the minute.
I had to blink when I first sat to prep for the tournament, and I was like, hang on a minute, is this really right?
Yeah.
Couldn't believe it, yeah.
I think genuinely with the way they are both playing and the way if they can continue doing this, they're going to have at least reasonable runs into the tournament. I don't want to get carried away yet, but I think we will look at it and think, how on earth did they end up in phase 1?
Very interestingly, relying solely on the hard breach gadgets in their back pocket of Monty and Sens here from Usus and Bride. We saw and heard the speaking from Rebellion around banning away the ace. It does, of course, leave the Habana up. For a long time, saw those as a pairing coming out. But maybe now with the changes that are coming around, the flexibility that a lot of teams are finding and saying, no, you ban those 2 away, we'll just run this instead. It's not like you must ban 2 hard breaches, you must ban 2 shields. Today already, I've seen quite a few teams mixing and matching the types of operators they take away. Ooh, that was cheeky, Tube. I rate that, Baiting almost out the clash, we're looking in towards Copy and then trying to swing in with a shotgun at close range. Gets a cheeky couple of shots onto Canadian, who's down to about 70 HP now, but I like it. I rate it. Very cool.
This is good quick work from Falcons as well. They've taken a lot of the map over. We're only a minute 15 into the round. They're now going to start pressuring onto server as well. There's Canadian has relocated to the bottom of blue stairs. You can see the bottom of your screen there, the silhouettes. He's just trying to support Rexon inside a server. We see the first of those toxic babe canisters being deployed and going off as well. Second one has, I don't know if that's the second one detonated or the second one has now been thrown out, but he's got one left in pocket. So still holding him at bay, but it doesn't really matter too much for Falcons because they've done all that early stuff so quickly.
Canadian is in a really frustrating position, I feel, for the other side to deal with. And look at that. They acknowledge and say, right, rotate off. This is going to be a nightmare to break through. They've already lost a lot of time, so in a way, Rexon has kind of got the benefit of the smoking, wasting time, and then they haven't had to worry about them fighting without utility because the rest of them have just backed away and gone for a different hit instead. Really the one I'm looking towards here, really, inside the lobby. Watch where he goes because, of course, with the diffuser in back pocket, he's the one most well-positioned to make something happen.
Yeah, nobody's really focusing on that area at the minute. He drops down, and the couple of kills that come in for Surf and Spite, that actually really frees Rebellion up to be able to focus towards that rear side. And like you said, they've just got nothing to deal with the clash at all. Brede does manage to find one Canadian onto Solotov. Users brings it back to a 2v3, 30 seconds left to go.
Man.
This is still doable, Des.
They've managed to recover this, something spectacular. I think Solotov missed the memo there on the rotate away, but they've got full control of the other side of the map here, and now they've got to try and push their way back through. No idea this was going on, but they pulled off an absolute blinder, Tim, into a 2 versus 2.
Brede has gone into the vault, and like you say, it's just an absolute heist, isn't it? He's managed to get himself 2 kills and put the diffuser down, and now they've got Canadian, who has to flip to his weapon, does so and finds the kill, and all of a sudden it's Rebellion with the advantage. And they managed to secure the round, Rexon with the final kill. And it is a solid, solid defense. I love what Falcons did, but it always felt like more of the Hail Mary, whereas Rebellion were solidly in control for a lot of that round.
Just a wild round overall, wasn't it? I thought. Like, we started out with what looked to be a pretty standard take, but the presence of Canadian on the clash just forced Falcons to scatter. They sort of said to Solotov, sorry, mate, got to deal with the clash by yourself there, I'm afraid. And Canadian did a great job of wasting time. He got the kill, converted it into a second once he rotated in towards Garage. And I just think, for Rebellion, brilliant recovery, because I really thought Falcons would have that one nailed down. They're now ahead for the first time in this game, Tim, up 4-3. At what point do Falcons start panicking?
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Like I said, so long as it seems like, through kickoff, so long as you can stop Falcons kind of building that confidence and getting themselves too much breathing room, that's where you start to get your opportunities against this team. And let's not forget, this was Falcons' map pick. It's not one, that Rebellion are necessarily known for playing too much or that we see too much of. It's not a high preference map for them. So this is going to be huge for them if they can come away. And it just feels at the minute like the vibe in the team is just seems brilliant. Like they seem very calm, very collected, very focused, and I think it's showing in the server. I really like what I'm seeing out of Shopify Rebellion.
100%. Certainly can't count Falcons out yet. Again, it's only the one round there that came down to it, and that could have been an either way 2 versus 2. It's just that Rebellion played it far better in the moment. Now we're going to find ourselves, not starting out on the top floor, but that's where the defense is going to get set up. We are inside a staff and open area for this round, but more than anything, it's about the players up on top floor. 3 of them, to be precise, looking in towards the Castle, the Ella, and the Thorn. So we saw this again coming out of Falcons earlier on against A-Star, wasting a hell of a lot of time. A good 2 minutes have gone by. They got 2 kills while they're up there. It was the stuff of dreams, and of course the nightmare for the other side. And now Falcons have got to face off against the same setup, but they're not the ones defending it, they're the ones attacking it.
Going to get that long angle open. That's going to give the option to control the elevator's position for users. He'll be able to do that from the windows, but I don't think that Shopify Rebellion are going to be too worried about that. Ambi's playing a little bit deeper. He's with Rexon inside of meeting. We've got the Dockerby just looking to maybe move in from the basement. Leakefak looking for a little bit of a play up blue stairs maybe later in the round, but it's going to be Solotov picking up Ambi. It's that top floor clearance coming in from Falcons. Rexon now all alone. He's in Janitor, and he's going to have to try and hold his position for a little bit longer, I think.
Supporting him from the outside, and really it's onto how much more can they get away with here. Like, you've wasted a good chunk of time. Rexon's dropped, and now Spoilers, but no, into the waiting arms of Leakefak, who was there and waiting for him. Another freebie picked up, and it's a 5v3 with half a round to play. Surely this is where Falcons can find themselves taking control of the round and seeing it over the line.
Yeah, we didn't know whether Leakefat would be a blue stairs or a main stairs push. He's chosen perfectly. Gets himself up marble, manages to find an easy one onto Spoit. 5 versus 3. Falcons need to convert this round. This is a great opportunity for them now. And we can see that Rebellion have pretty much been pushed back to site to try and hold on to it now. They're just going to have to hold their angles and bide their time, but there's a minute left. The clock is against them, really.
And not really much utility for either side available to play with. Like, Leakefat's gone through both of those phone calls and clearing out the map. It's something that Falcons have always done very, very well, even pre-Snake. Make really good use of Deimos and Dockerby together to clear their way through the map here, swapping out the Deimos for looking in towards the Grim Bees instead. Fantastic, of course, for controlling parts of the site, but also for forcing players to move up on that top floor, and that's exactly what they have got away with. Know there's one inside of Archives. You can see the yellow ping coming out on your screen. They know that he's there. Doesn't mean you can always get the kill for free, though, Tim.
No, absolutely not. You can know where they are, but it's whether you can find the line. Canadian manages to take down Doom. 4 versus 3 now. Shopify Rebellion holding on, but it's maybe just a little bit too little too late. Surf manages to find users, but it's a 1v3. He's got about 8 seconds to survive. Can't do more than one as Leakefat cuts him down. And that's going to be Falcons leveling things up. And this one continues to be close at 4-4.
Leakefat playing that round beautifully. I can only imagine gelling his team through the whole thing as well. Both of his kills prior to the final one on towards Surf came from him just patiently waiting, holding angles, waiting for players to drop into his waiting arms and collecting them when they were forced to move by the rest of his team. So very, very well thought through. And I think after they got the first 2 kills upstairs, there was very little chance they were going to see that one slipping through their fingers and giving another round over to Rebellion. That breaks their 3-round loss streak as they get one on the board, as you say, Tim, up to 4 apiece. I'm getting a feeling about this one that it might just be seeing us go all the way.
Yeah, it's certainly giving that that energy, isn't it, that we might just get a few extra rounds out of this one. And I think, to be honest, Shopify Rebellion will be happier with that than Falcons will be, given, you know, sort of past histories on the map. Like you said, a lot of overtime usually the case for Rebellion, so it would be kind of par for the course to see them go to those extra rounds. But right now, I don't know if it's kind of back to the wall. I had to pick one team that was going to win this one. I still would land on the side of the North Americans right now.
Yeah. I'd say after the first, maybe first 3 or 4 rounds, I was more in favour of Falcons. I thought they started out sharp, but since attack timeout, Rebellion have just had something a little bit extra about them. They're really starting to shine, really building into the game, and just feel like they've got a good game plan in the back of their heads. Now, Leakefat, nice and early. Last time round, it was on the Dockerby. He came in through Garage and worked his way up from there. Here, straight in towards basement site, and now trying to move his way up on towards Square. Doing so quite successfully. His team taking quite a lot of ground off the back of this one. I think off the back of him being in a great spot here, he may well catch a couple of players off guard if they're not too careful. One off towards his right, able to drop the hatch if it comes down to that Surf that he's got sat nearby, who I'm pretty sure has no idea that he's here.
How long is this going to be persisting? Because there's only Surf that can really win in this situation, because Leakefat is watching that clock tick by. But the big key factor is limiting that Solis's movement underneath, but I don't know if he knows that Surf has moved away. Breeder does manage to pick up Rexon. That's going to be the smoke off the board, so a lot of loss of utility there as well. Just having a look at what's going on with Surf at the minute. He's got himself back upstairs and into the elevator, so he's not going to be able to play below for that denial that he was hoping for. Leakefat is still underneath, and I think the plan here is Leakefat stays there to prevent any impact from that Solis.
Well, this is the thing. Surf really wanted to be downstairs, right? You want to try and play for plant denial if there's an execute coming on through. But I think Falcons have approached the game very much more around, let's get a couple of kills on towards the Roamers here. And of course, they've got rid of one. Getting rid of Rex on the smoke is absolutely massive. And now we'll try and collect a couple more. I don't think this is going to be strictly a very heavily focused plan. We've got Breeder in the windows when the opportunity strikes, but now they've lost Doom. That's a bit of a stinger.
Solotov's just moved up spiral stairs and managed to pick up a kill onto Spoit. He's on the backside. It's a brilliant backstab as he takes down Surf as well. Leakefat onto Canadian, and Falcons, it's all down to Solotov, undoes them with a 3K from the spiral stairs.
What I love about that was that hit coming in from the lobby stairs was delayed. He didn't go up at the same time as everyone else. It would have been so easy when June pushed forward on towards Janitor to say, oh, that's my time, that's my go sign. But he held. He was super, super patient, and then managed to get Spoit, who was just none the wiser to what was going on. He thought lobby was clear, as you would when you've had no pressure for the last 20 seconds or so. So that delayed little moment really set up the rest of the Falcons team to also push in, who now find themselves up 5-4. As we heard Super speaking about at the halftime, Monty coming through as the third ban, the castle being taken away from the other side.
Yeah, Rebellion really just taking their eyes off the ball a little bit there. They got themselves convinced that much like their attack, all the pressure was coming from Square and Windows and from that side of the map. Solotov and Falcons spotting the opportunity, taking full advantage of it, and it worked absolutely beautifully. They get themselves back into the lead again, and this one continues to flip-flop from one side to the other as to who has got the advantage. But in round 10, we're going to be heading down to the basement again. It was something that we saw Rebellion defend really, really well last time. This time they're going to be moving more towards, rather than the Clash smoke setup, it's going to be the Warden Tachanka smoke setup that no one loves so well at this point.
Oh, you love it. You sat and went through the absolute depth of how to do it, Tim.
I did, you're right.
Got some little fun knowledge facts you could drop on us about that?
Well, we've seen it done well once recently. So the big difficulty with this defense, for anybody who doesn't know, what you try and do is you'll play behind a deployable shield inside of lockers with Tachanka, roughly this position. And what you want to be doing is, at about a minute 30, a minute 20, you can start burning out the entire rest of the round. He's got a phenomenal ability to be able to burn out that default plant spot for much longer than smoke can, but in this case he's actually backed up by the smoke as well, so they can do even longer, or they can do multiple positions. But the big difficulty with this is keeping Surf safe, so you've got to keep that shield in front of him, so it's no surprise to see the Keeper barricade being put in that position, because it helps keep that shield safe as well as the Tachanka. It's about keeping main stairs and garage under your control, elevator under your control. When you're that Tachanka, those are the areas you're worried about. You're focused on server, and you've got to know that those other areas behind you are dealt with and are taken care of. And so a lot of utility and a lot of focus from Rebellion will go into protecting Surf.
Right now, the big focus from Falcons is to make sure they get these hatches opened up. You can start actually looking in towards server downstairs, and then start worrying about what's going on with the Tachanka. Commonly, you'll see the pressure coming in from garage, as you referred to, Tim. Not seeing anyone yet put the focus on that for Falcons, but I imagine they've got a plan in mind on how to deal with that. We've seen teams before just go all out and drop really aggressively down hatches and try and push them towards the player that way. There are options available to them as the first phone call comes out from the DKB.
It is a little bit one-sided, is this attack so far. It's not to say that they can't get it done, but that would be my concern, because they are allowing the Tachanka to be able to focus. There's no alternative pressure here. I'm looking across the utility. There's nothing that's going to easily remove that shield from in front of him. The Capitao could maybe do a little bit of work to prevent him going in behind it, but here comes the server control. A big double there, taking down both Spoit and Rexon. However, they still have the Shumika launcher to deal with, but Leakafak is on a backstab. He's looking for marble stairs, I think.
Don't even need him at this point, and they've managed to chew their whole way through. Yes, Surf can burn a lot of time down, Tim, but they can aggress onto him just as easily. Ambi getting rid of Yuzus, though. That might give them a little bit of pressure relief, but the plant is still going through, I'm sure. Maybe not, just going in for the kills instead. Jumon for a double in the round. Traded out by Surf, but Leakafak is there for the close. Beautiful play from Falcons in towards server itself to get that clearance out, taking down 2 players. Wonderful stuff.
I was a little bit concerned, as I said, partway through the round there, that it was a bit too one-dimensional, but in the late round, Leakafak just rotates, recognises that fact, down marble, picks up the final kill from there. Great stuff from Falcons. It's like I say, just dealing with those parts around the Tachanka. You don't need to worry too much about him, because as soon as you get the other kills, he can't do what he wants to do anymore anyway, and he has to come out fighting, and that's when you take care of that final sort of step, which is the Tachanka.
So it's beautiful how they execute server, especially. Again, like it's very, very risky, because you've got Spoit playing really... This is why a lot of teams will leave the player that's on blue stairs in Narnia by himself. They know they can't really help him, so they'll let him just play his life, burn through all of his smokes, try and use the shotgun to get whatever kills he can, and hope for the best. Spoit there by trying to play so aggressively, and to be fair, with the right idea, playing in behind the keepers to give him a bit more security. Right idea, just couldn't quite punish, because those Candelas, once they ripped through from Doom, left him staring at a white screen, and before you know it, a very, very grey one, as he was finished and punished by the other Falcons players. Beautiful set piece from them to get that execute moving, and now they're at 6-4. It's 2 rounds in a row that Rebellion need to find, or Falcons will take map 1 and Clubhouse we will head to next.
Yeah, it's certainly looking like Falcons have found another gear in the last couple of rounds. And we'll see whether that is enough to propel them forward and give them the advantage here. I think a lot of people expecting to see Falcons qualify through to Phase 2 today, but I'm sure there's North American fans that would argue Rebellion are just as capable, and it's difficult to suggest anything otherwise with the way that we've seen them play. Both teams putting up good performances so far. So let's get into round 11. Falcons, they're going to want to get this done here and now. The top floor clearance from them last time was really good. We've got Ambi and Rexon up there again on that top floor. Falcons had no problem whatsoever dealing with that and then pressuring on towards site. So that's going to be one area to watch for. Are Rebellion able to just get a little bit more value out of that top floor?
I'll say it's a great recovery from Leakifak as well. I'm pretty sure he was 0-6 when we got to the half. Since then, hasn't died. Don't want to jinx him, Tim. He's going quite low here in the challenge, and no! Manages to win out against Ambi. 2 more kills out of seemingly nowhere. Falcons moving at quite the pace and have punished the 2 players up on this top floor. This could already be done, Tim.
Yeah, the top floor hold just ineffectual once again. Solotov and Leakifak on a pinch. Solotov comes in through CEO window. Leakifak up spiral stairs, and they just get them either side. Rexon and Ambi taken down. Beautiful stuff. Falcons in control of the top floor just after the first minute had passed, and that now leaves a situation similar to the last time we saw this site, where Rebellion are just defending from within the site, and Falcons now have time above to try and work these angles, to try and push Rebellion into bad spots, but that is going to help. Surf manages to take down Doom. That's the glass off the board, and Rebellion can just breathe a little easier, not completely easily yet, but it gives them something.
Yeah, a bit of a freebie being given over onto Doom, really, isn't it? I don't think he was aware that Canadian had pushed outside and was inside of Archives itself, and this is where a lack of intel could come to bite Falcons. However, I can't help but look towards, again, their bread and butter operator in the DKB with that call in back pocket and a couple of drones still to play with for them to make this push happen, but they need to make sure they're stacking up for a 2v1. You've got these numbers advantages. Look to punish the players that are playing aggressively, and sure enough, there's a freebie from Solotov. This should now be far too easy for them in a 4 versus 2.
Yeah, 30 seconds left to go. That's the one element that Falcons need to be careful of here, is the clock. They don't want to give an opportunity over to Rebellion by waiting for the last 10 seconds for that push. The drone is going to see Spite inside a site. They'll know that he's playing the bomb chassis, but they are being held at bay a little bit here, Falcons. However, the Candelas come in. Leakifak manages to find the kill, and now it's all up to Surf to try and hold on. He can't do it. Reloads at an unopportune moment. Final kill comes in, and that is going to be Falcons taking the first map.
I feel so bad for Spoit. So many times this game, he's died to a C4 coming out. He's died with a full white screen. He's just had the tough end of things, I think it's fair to say. But Falcons up at 7-4, a dominant first show. Fair to say, I think they're shaking off a lot of the nerves they had in Game 1 earlier on today, Tim.
Yeah, 23 kills from Doom and Solotov. And I'll tell you what, it's not just the players that are going to need a break. I think we need one as well, Des, before we get into that next map. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, guys. We'll be going into map 2 very, very shortly, but we hear, much like my loo break before map 1, toilet break, if you don't know what the loo means, that the Falcons players are going to what? Do you think people around the world say loo?
No, I don't think they do.
Exactly.
That's what made me laugh.
But loo break, I don't know, whatever. Falcons players have gone for a quick break as well, so when they're back, we will get into the game. So it gives us a chance to have a conversation about what went down on map 1, because it was a game of ebbs and flows, really. It started out strong from Falcons. We saw a brilliant fight back, 3-round win streak coming out from Rebellion. And then in the second half, it all fell to tatters.
I feel like the Falcons just had a little bit of an extra gear. It was like the 2 times that we saw Open and Staff defended, for example, like the top floor clearance from Falcons was just brilliant. They were just clinical. They went in there, quickly got them dealt with, got a couple of kills along the way, and then just had a major advantage through the round. So, yeah, I think being that it was Falcons map pick, it's kind of exactly what you expect. But obviously that leads us to think about the maps. And Clubhouse being the second pick, I was just looking at the stats in the break, and I think, I'm not really sure about this from Rebellion. It's like, I get it that it's not a map that Falcons play, generally speaking, but they played it twice at SI. I know that was with Shaiko, not June, but they played it twice at SI. They beat Furia and they beat Wildcard, 2 good teams on there. And then you look at Rebellion's record and it's 4-5. And I think, I don't know. I look at it and I'm a little bit concerned for the North American side here.
We can talk about, of course, the implications of what happens after this game. We'll take a quick look at our bracket so you can see exactly what that looks like and how things are currently going. In case you have missed all the games today, there's a nice little recap for you at the top. But tomorrow, Tim, got some fun games coming up in Daystar versus 4 Angry Men. We've got Edward Gaming coming up against, I believe, the loser of this game as well, and then Lost coming up against 1 as well. So lots to look forward to, I guess, on that side of things. And for 1 at least, I don't really know which way you can call it, because we've seen some of those teams in the lower bracket actually playing pretty well. Daystar, as a reference earlier on, I've been really impressed by. So I think there's probably a world there where they could beat Lost if it came down to it.
I would say my sort of takeaway from day 1 of phase 1 is I'm actually pleasantly surprised by, and this isn't to down talk anybody, but I'm pleasantly surprised by the high bar that has been set by a number of teams here in phase 1. I think it's actually been really good, and it's setting us up for a brilliant phase 2 as well.
And potentially some upsets tomorrow as well, because the loser of this game, they drop down, they've got to then go and play against those in the lower bracket who'll have a bit between their teeth and a point to prove. Just quite know which way to go. It'd be really exciting to see. Either way, that'll be tomorrow, and then we have 3 days of phase 2. Yep. So when we go into our Swiss stage. Swiss is fantastic.
I love Swiss.
Because for those who haven't seen it before, you have to get 3 wins to make it out. If you lose 3, you're done. But your elimination games are always best of 3, so it's pretty exciting.
Yeah, it's always brilliant. I just love the chaos. I love that. That's where you really start getting the upsets, is when you get into Swiss.
Absolutely. And I believe we've got something else we can show you here as well, if producers got me right on this one. There we go. Let's take a look at our veto to remind ourselves where we are going. You speaking about Club a second ago. Border is waiting for us as map 3. We'll talk about that if we get there. Club, as you were saying, it's not a map that Falcons like to play. It's one of their most banned maps. If we look at their preference, which is based on when a team bans it in the veto, is it banned against them? Does it ever be a decider? Do they ever pick it themselves? They've never picked it themselves, Tim. It's always picked against them. But like you say, they've won it both times that teams have gone, yeah, they don't like that map, at least based on their banning history. We'll play it and beat them there. It's one of our favourites. And no, they've shown they can throw down on that map and put on quite the performance.
Yeah, this is it. I look at Shopify and the defensive and attacking win rates aren't great. We've got 36 and 48%. So on both sides of this map, over the last 6 months or so, they are winning less than they are losing on both sides. And look, I don't know. I'm sure they've got a plan. I'm sure they've come in there, and they've picked it for a reason. We're about to find out, I guess. But I think with the way that if Falcons can carry that energy and momentum that they had in the last couple of rounds of Bank, particularly with, I'm thinking like the Solotov backstab up Gold Stairs was brilliant, and then the Leakerfax Solotov pinch on Rexon and Ambi up on top floor. If Falcons can continue with that kind of momentum and energy, then I think this could be tough for Shopify Rebellion. But on the flip side of that, I don't want to make it all doom and gloom for them. They've impressed me so far. I think they've been very structured. A lot of the siege has been solid. We've seen, the vibe in the team seems to have been very focused and relaxed. And so, they absolutely can come out here and take us to a third map. But it's not going to be easy for them, I don't think.
No, I mean, based on the first map, again, they've shown that they can fight their way through. Might need a little bit more of a guiding hand by Super, their coach. On the other side of things, at least for what we've seen so far, Falcons look far more comfortable. What?
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I think that
Tim was gesturing, and I was like, "What's he on about?"
Don't worry about it.
You're just pulling funny faces, mate. I'm used to pulling funny faces.
I think the Falcons have looked more the comfortable team. And yeah, at the minute, I would I wouldn't give them a huge advantage. I'd go maybe 60-40, but I fancy them to take it. I think it all comes down to how much and how specifically of Shopify Rebellion prepared for a clubhouse against Falcons. Is that why we're seeing it brought out? Because they're just very confident that we've got their number here, we see what they're doing, and I think we'll know within the first few rounds whether they are coming in and just like really taking advantage of it or not.
I think a big one will be really down to the prep done by both sides. I spoke about it like back on Bank, and as you were referencing a second ago, we watched a few moments there where it felt like Falcons just knew what was coming out of Rebellion. They'd recognized the attack. They've seen it before. They're like, cool, here's how we respond. We spray it out. We throw a C4 there. We do this. We do that. They always had some idea about what was coming at them. And I'm really hoping we see a similar level of prep coming out from them on this map as well. Again, given that we've seen this map played 9 times by Shopify Rebellion over the last 6 months or so, there's a lot of tape to go and study. And admittedly, not tons on the other side. Only from back at SI on Falcons is what they'll have to work with. So it does feel like at least the European side might come out on top. And, of course, you'll see the players now on your screens. They're just getting themselves a little bit prepped up, a little bit of chat before we dig into things. Coaches stepping in and having a few words and comments before we do get ourselves into game. So thanks for bearing with us. We shouldn't be too far off. Tim, you know what? We're at that point where we've talked enough about the game and about Siege at this point. Let's talk about Salt Lake. It has been beautiful.
Salt Lake is absolutely beautiful. I said this morning, we got up and we were in an Uber on the way to the venue. We were, heading over it, and we sort of came onto, like, I don't know, it was a road. I think it was like a highway. We come on, and like the mountains were just laid out like behind you. I think another thing, XR Troika was talking to me earlier as well, that we were very surprised about. We didn't realise the level above sea level that
4,000 feet, wasn't
over
it?
4,000 feet above sea level, which, where I come from, it's like 400 feet above sea level. It's so absolutely, I just didn't even realise, coming out here. But the city is absolutely beautiful. It's
on a bit like a plateau surrounded by mountains, realistically, aren't we, I guess?
Yeah, it's fantastic.
But it was very weird waking up where it's like 25 degrees Celsius outside, and you look at the mountains and they're snow covered still.
Yeah.
And I was like, what? It's crazy.
Yeah.
But then also know Salt Lake's like a really big ski place as well. Like during the winter, loads of people come here to ski. And I'm like, take your pick of the mountains. There's about 20.
They had the Paralympic Winter Games here.
Yes,
I think
they did.
They've done that. They've got. I think the Olympics are coming here in 2034.
Ooh.
I think again they've had them here before, and I think the actual Olympics are in 2034 as well. Very there's sort of diversity with lots of different stuff going on.
What did surprise me a little bit was actually like how small the city is. Like from being outside and I was driving around and looking around, I was like, wow, it looks absolutely massive. It turns out there's only like 300,000 people that live here.
Okay.
Which surprised me. Like I was in Vegas a week and a half ago. That was like 3 million people.
I was going to say, what's New York? I think New York's like 8.5 million just on Manhattan, I think.
Don't know.
Something like that.
But the weird thing is, because obviously in the UK, we have our biggest cities being like London, Birmingham, Manchester. They don't, I've got to get an idea in my head of like what does a couple of million people look like. Over here, this is like 300,000 people. It feels like bigger than what we have in our cities in the UK. I don't know, maybe it's land spread, it's just bigger here and we like being all cramped up and cozy in the UK to stay warm together. But Tim, let's get nice and cozy and stay warm together inside of Clubhouse. We're ready to get into it now. Falcons versus Shopify Rebellion. If Falcons win, they go through to phase 2. And if Rebellion lose, they find themselves dropping down to the lower bracket where they'll have to fight for their place in the tournament on just day 2 tomorrow in a best of 3.
Let's get into these bans then. Let's see what we get. Anything out of the ordinary? Or is it going to be nice and stock standard, what we would expect? We're going to have the Monty and the Kaid, so no surprises there. And I don't think... I'm interested. I think we'll maybe have... Could be the Bandit alongside the Kaid just to make that upstairs as difficult as possible to defend. Yeah, there we go. So it's always, I think it's always an interesting double ban is this. Obviously, we know the reason for the Electro Bros being taken out. It's about speeding up that entry, and it's about making it more possible to breach. And, for the top floor, for example, here, it makes it a lot more difficult to defend. But, of course, there is always a trade-off in Siege. And the trade-off here is you're now playing with 3 rounds. Azami is available. Mirror is available. You know, you've got these big operators that can be real sort of problems. You've got Thoen, you've got Goyo, you've got so much denial and traps that you're going to have to play into. So something to watch for on the attacking side. Rebellion have taken the choice to take those, you know, wall denial operators away. So now, in order for those bans to be successful, we have to look at their attack and say, how quick are you able to be here? Are you able to take advantage of that? Or are you losing all your advantage by the rest of the utility that you have to play into? So if you're going to take Bandit and Kaid away as your bans, you've got to show a good ability to deal with that alternative utility that you're going to be playing into.
There's a lot of utility to run into up on this top floor, Tim. We've seen the mute jammers going down, rotations set up, reinforcements going down up there. They're looking to burn as much time as they possibly can while Brede gets those final couple of Goyo canisters down inside the basement itself, ready to hold off any would-be aggressors from pushing their way down dirt or any potential rushes that might come on through. On the other side, we've dropped away from Solid Snake that, of course, we've been very used to seeing throughout this series so far. Instead, going back to ye old faithful, Deimos and Dockerby both coming along, and the Sens once again makes a return. Very focused on the use of that on Bank on the top floor. Here, of course, looking to make use of it on the downstairs as well. But they need to clear out this top floor first. I'm seeing here, 3 different players all hanging upstairs. You've got one in Solotov out towards Garage. It's not quite what we call an SSG hold back in the day or a full map hold, but it is certainly intended to waste a hell of a lot of time.
Users present just outside in logistics. Needs to be dealt with, needs to be cleared. There's Leakerfack. I mean, we've seen Falcons do this so many times, and Leakerfack wastes so much time, but we need to be careful here because there could be an opportunity for Rebellion to just kind of speed things up and get very quick towards, you know, getting aggressive. And seeing if they can just kind of catch them out on site. That's why we see users transferring back there to help Brede. Doom has dropped down from Garage as well, and on his way manages to pick up Ambi. That's going to be the Deimos gone. 3 versus 3 as we get a flurry of action.
Yeah, Ambi's gone a little bit too keen there, I think, in the reverse track onto him, giving his position away. It was a freebie for Doom. Leakerfack finally makes his descent down from the heavens and gets 2. And Surf is all that is left alive, does not have the diffuser. It is over on the other side of the bottom floor. Looks for what he can and gets rid of at least 1. 2 to go. Uses a Leakerfack. Still stood in his way. He's got loads of time to work with Tim. As long as he's coming out these 1v1, suddenly things start to look very interesting. As one comes down main stairs, off towards his left. And they get the crossfire they need. Round 1 goes to Falcons.
A good start. A good, solid start. Exactly what we'd expect. Falcons on defence. Church and Arsenal, one of the most defender-sided and favourite defensive sites in all the maps, I would suggest. So we would certainly expect them to be picking up on it and getting it their way. But I think Rebellion here, if they can come away with a 3-3, I think that would actually be a great start for them on the attack. Given that they've chosen the map, I would expect them to have serious plans for the defence. So I think that's kind of the threshold in my mind that I'm setting for them here. If it goes to a Falcons 4-2 half, it would be understandable, of course, given that they're on the defence. But I think that's when the alarm bells sort of start to ring for the North American side. Then if it's 4-2 on the half, you're kind of looking towards at best maybe coming away with an overtime, and then it's kind of anybody's.
It could well be. Clash from Doom being wielded in this round. Sort of being employed quite an awful lot back on Bank, to be fair, and I imagine it's going to be somewhat of a similar story here while it's available. Could even see it banned away at the end of round 3 when we get that 3rd operator ban for the half coming on through. No second. Well, as I said, there was no second. We saw the KB being dropped away, but instead we've got Spoit coming. What am I saying? Spoit, not Spoit. Rexon coming along on the Snake, so they have got that double intel operator again. I think because they've seen such aggressive roam games so far coming out from Falcons, there's that acknowledgement of, well, if we're going to clear the map, we're going to need utility. We're going to need our way to get the information that we need to sniff our way through to pick off these players that are being a little bit of a nuisance. And sure enough, in this round, the one to keep an eye on really is going to be Doom, currently down on that first floor, just working his way through Garage, no doubt backup Catwalk as well. But that's a bit of a headache they're going to have to work their way through, because although they've got a ton of nades, they're going to have to make him dance, try and pick him off and at least get a bit of pressure going.
Well, I thought Canadian was going to drop logistics then and get really aggressive, but he hasn't done for the time being. He's going to drop himself away and get onto the drones instead. But this is actually really quick progress from Rebellion. We've got walls being opened, we've got pressure being applied, we've got defenders being moved around. The only thing that I would say that I'm a little bit concerned about in terms of the North American side is there's no pressure whatsoever over to CCTV and Cash yet. Solotov is able to play on that window. He's looking down. It could be a bit of an issue for them. Canadian does manage to get one from Logistics, and it could well be that Rebellion manage, so long as they don't want to use those windows, they should be fine. But saying that, Ambi is actually heading across here to try and pressure the Goyo now.
Yeah, taking a massive risk there by not having control of Cash CC. You really need that on side to be able to play on the south balcony, but sure enough, keeps himself alive, drops down from there. Now in a kind of weird stalemate where all they've really got to work with is Jacuzzi. They'll need to retake control of the east side of this top floor if they want to make effective use of it. There's a couple of players actually on the side of Falcons still scattered out there. So it's a weird one. Like I said, they've got to fight for it, and sure enough, Ambi steps up and gets one. If he could convert onto the second, it would have been a dream, but I'm afraid on the other side, Solotov's a bit too wise to it. Backs away and looks to rejoin his team.
Yeah, more importantly for Rebellion, they've got control of the Cash and CCTV side, so it now means that Spoit is opened up to be able to play on those windows. I'm just hoping for them that they haven't left it too late to do that. There was a lot of pressure early on towards the breachers. They are looking good at the minute. 45 seconds left to go as they find themselves now in a 5 versus 2. I think that kill from Surf was really the one that turns the round and, you know, stops you worrying about those little things like the timer. Users does manage to find one. It's actually the Razor Bloom that does the job. Ambi backing up the shield, manages to find 2. Really nice attack from Shopify Rebellion.
What I really like about it was they didn't actually then make use of the Cash CC side. Once they cleared it out, they rotated back under to main. But everything came from Ambi. He was the one who pushed up red, got himself the freebie on towards top stairs, forced the Goyo to run back towards site, then regrouped with his team. That's the crucial part. Regroup with the team to play for frags off each other and finds himself 3 in the round. Wonderful stuff. And just like back on Bank, we saw 1 round go to Falcons. Now 1's gone to Rebellion. All things square after 2.
Yeah, keeping it very close and both looking good for the round that they won. And so it goes on. We move to Cash and CCTV next of all.
Well, he's so wonderful.
So good. He really is.
Played off the shield for both of those kills as well.
Absolutely
wonderful.
Brilliant stuff. Like I said, I was a little, when it was 5 versus 3, I'm thinking, you know, maybe Falcons hold on here. There's only 45 seconds. But then as soon as they get that first kill to 5v2, you think, no, it's too much to do now. And Rebellion, they smelt that and just applied the pressure massively and got it done in 10-15 seconds after that point. So we're going to have quite a setup as well over on the master bedroom side. CCTV and Cash is going to be the hold, but we can see we've got Jacuzzi wall reinforced. We've got some reinforcements, partial reinforcement between Master and Jim. There's rotations opened up as well. And then we've got Doom, who's going to be playing out on the balcony. I think he's the Azami, and he's got support from Leakafak with those ADSs as well.
Now getting themselves focused onto the actual site wall. That being opened up gives a lovely little, it's only like a Monty-sized hole, I'd say, but of course Monty's banned away. This means they've got full coverage there to be able to sprint in, if so required, in towards that default plant spot. And a second one opened up to give them a better angle in towards red. So there's no one playing super tight on that angle to give them a spot of bother. But with that done, now it looks like the attention is turning towards Garage, because we've got, what, 3 or 4 drones all racing around. Getting a lay of the land, sniffing out on where players are, who is playing where, and it is going to be the Azami up top with the support, of course, of those ADSs from Leakafak. Haven't got tons of frags to work with, admittedly, here. Looking towards Ambi when I say that. A lot of flashes to burn the ADSs, but then they've got to be able to make sure they capitalise and get rid of the Azami after fire up top. Doom forced to move away, and they get him from the breach. Wonderful start from Rebellion, converting it into another. A swing on the breach from Leakafak gets one, but again, there is another trade waiting. Rebellion really showing up here in round 3 and pulling off what's been a beautiful attack so far.
Yeah, textbook take of Garage there. They get control. Canadian now using that space, moves along with Diffuser in hand, and he's going to be ready to get in and try and put that plant down. But they do need to worry about Lounge, and worry about it they will, as Rexon manages to find Solotov. So pressure is now released from Rebellion. They can think about going in and getting a plant. They can think about finding the final kill. Breedy going to take a ton of damage there. Droned out as well. Flashbangs coming in. It is all stacked up against him. 1 versus 4. Not going to be pressured from red stairs yet.
Oh, man.
Shopify know that they don't need to. Instead, just apply the track and try and create a situation for a bit of space where Canadian can put the diffuser down. Rexon manages to pick up the final kill, and that is a very solid round of attacking Cash and CCTV. If you're not sure how to get it done on that site, go and have a watch of that round back.
You've half stole what I was going to say. Yeah, I used the word in the round there, textbook. It's how I can best describe it. It was a textbook attack. At least for those first 3 kills. They found the last 2. Of course, we started to see Falcons moving around, figuring things out a little bit there. Okay, how do we get our way back into this round? But it was absolutely sublime from Rebellion. Completely with you. If you want to see how to attack that site with your stack, that's one to go back and watch. The crucial thing, Tim, is they're up 2-1. Falcons have an attack timeout here because this game has not started the way that I imagine they envisioned.
No, I would agree. I think, look, it's, as we've said, not to give them excuses, but it's a map that they don't usually play. I've said it countless times. I think any good team needs to have at least, functioning clubhouse. I don't think it's a map that you can really completely ignore, and hasn't been for years in Siege. But Shopify Rebellion, I said as well, if you remember at the beginning, they must be coming in here with a clear plan. There's a lot of confidence behind that pick, given their recent record on it, 4-5. It was up and down for them in kickoff and at SI. They certainly look like they have done exactly that. They have come in here. They know what Falcons are going to do. They know what the setups are. They've got the answers. They're moving around the map really fluidly. I love what I saw on that bedroom attack, where it was like, right, we've actually still got a problem with Solitov and Cash, so we're going to take the time now to deal with that. We're going to then come back to what we were doing. And it's just that sort of fluency of getting around the map. Absolutely loving that from Shopify Rebellion.
Also, our bands come through as you get these replays from the last round playing out before your very eyes. We've had Solid Snake banned away and Mute, interestingly, coming away from Rebellion. It was only really in the first round I thought that we saw the Mute have a massive impact because it was wasting so much time upstairs. It's the beauty of the top floor of Club is there's so many single doorways you have to work your way through. Drop a Mute Jammer on the other side of it, and the attacking team kind of struggle to work their way through. You can toss nades in to destroy out those Mute Jammers if you want. Otherwise, your drones are a little bit impeded, and maybe you've got to try and push your way through with a shield instead. So that being offline should mean that Rebellion can move that bit more fluidly. At the same time, Falcons have slowed things down there by getting rid of that Solid Snake. It does mean maybe you'll see more Dockerby being brought out here to pair up along with the Deimos, but not at least in round 4.
Now Leakerfact just setting himself up still on that top floor. We've seen it countless times from him. He knows every angle between Garage and Jim, and he will make as much of a nuisance as himself as he can. But this is a big question for me from Shopify Rebellion here. They're starting to pick up a bit of momentum on Clubhouse. How well can they deal with Leakerfact and that top floor? How well and quickly can they track him down and get him cleared out? They know that he's going to be there. He always plays in this position. So what is the plan here? What is the method by which they go in and deal with him? At the minute, kind of surrounding him a little bit. They've got Spite towards Jacuzzi Wall. He's opened himself up a little bit of a hole there, and they have managed to force Leakerfact to drop away. So this is good. It's good from Rebellion. They've done that without really exposing themselves to too much danger.
Yeah, I also like how the approach has come out from Falcons here. Like, you can see one, they had the double barricade inside a bar off towards his right, but also had one off towards the left as they dropped down from Moto in towards bottom main, so they knew they weren't going to be exposed. It was quite a safe avenue back in towards site, and of course having a player there also looking to support is a big part of it too. But it has been relatively handily dealt with now. We're about halfway through that point in the round. And as you can see, Rebellion are inside the building. They're spreading through it like rats, Tim, getting a full lay of the land and making sure they've got this first floor to control to start thinking about what an execute might look like.
Nitro ready in hand. I think just waiting for that little bit of noise, that little bit of sound cue that they can get something done above. Surf is just waiting to get himself into kitchen. Will proceed now. Needs to be careful because the Nitro, of course, is primed and ready to go. That soft breach is going to help him actually considerably because it makes it more dangerous for Brede to play under that position. Ping comes out. That's actually just setting himself a pre-place, but I don't know whether they're going to have too much more attention back into kitchen just yet, as they are working elsewhere. So it's important that Brede keeps himself alive here if they want to be able to make use of that utility later in the round.
And we're looking to work his way through blue. Of course, you get that wonderful long angle on towards the church wall, where we currently have the mirror window set up. Imagine that will get dealt with at some point soon. It's Rex in here, as you can see, who's got that angle sorted out. Once again, running around on the sensors. He has done quite a bit throughout this series. He's isolating something through a player off towards the left. I believe it's the smoke of users that's tucked in tight there. Needs to force him to move, and look at this. June looking to go aggressive. In there for the trade! nade! No! Ambi finds 2, finally shut down, but the damage has been done. Spoit exploding forward into a 2K as well, and Brede is all that is left. Rebellion rising up here and looking to put themselves up with a 3-1 lead.
Yeah, Diffuser was going down there, but Spoit decided they didn't need that. He would find the final kill. Spoit with 3, Ambi with 2. And as you say, Rebellion really getting these players online now and functioning, and it's looking a little bit dangerous if you are Falcons. They've already had their tactical timeout as well. They find themselves now 3-1 down, and it is looking a little bit rough for them on Clubhouse. So it just goes to show results and past history don't always tell the full story.
It's definitely down to the micro moments there. Like, that was a big one from Ambi. He should be dead to rights as a player who's swinging in from Gen. Has got a player inside a church and then immediately flicked onto the second at very, very close range. Granted, this kill here, oh, June will be kicking himself. That should have been a kill every day of the week. But Spoit capitalized on the chaos as well. Yes, Usy's got the trade and got rid of Ambi, but that was when Spoit exploded forward as another problem for Falcons to worry about. Same as we said all day about a number of these teams, Tim. The team play has been phenomenal so far today.
Yeah, it has. I think particularly from Rebellion. You know, I'm looking at the way that they are supporting each other. We even heard it, didn't we, in the half-time in the last map. You know, what can you do for your teammate? What can your teammate do for you?
What can I do for my co-caster? What can my co-caster do for me?
Exactly that.
You get me a coffee anytime you want, to be fair, mate.
Can I? Yeah, I bet I can. You know, and it's that mentality, and you can see it in the server as well, and it is translating really, really well for Rebellion at the minute. Very, very impressive teamwork.
All right, onwards we march. Falcons, it's not looking too pretty. Yes, you didn't choose to come here, but you knew it was going to be a reality. And as we've seen, Tim, they've got a pretty good record on it, despite never really wanting to play it themselves. But Rebellion have just come in and look like they're a level above. Their executes have been absolutely fantastic. They've dealt with all the problems before them. Textbook was used to describe them a little earlier on. Falcons might find themselves in a very, very bruising half here if they can't turn this one around. There are a few players to deal with out on the extended hold inside of Cash and CC. Very used to seeing this coming out. And here we go, Rexon trying to round his way through. If he gets this cut off, Tim, and gets even a single kill, the other two players are in major jeopardy.
I would agree, the Shield is going to start getting aggressive. Canadian trying to take space.
Good Lord.
This is just, it's uncomfortable to watch, let alone be on the receiving end of. I'm certain Falcons just having to scramble and do what they can to try and keep themselves alive here. Doom is going to get taken down. Users taking half health as he tries his best to escape. And that is going to be a successful push into Cash and CCTV for Rebellion. Spoit with a double 4 versus 2 as Leak of Fact manages to find Surf. But you just have the feeling that nothing is going to stop the North American side at this moment in time.
It's just overwhelming, isn't it? You looked at how much was being tossed inside of Cash there. The 3 players from Falcons that were present, they had a pretty miserable time. But to be fair, Solitov and Leak of Fact, they've planted their feet here. This could be a freebie. No, you had to get the kill. Between the two of them, they finally managed to secure it down and now can try and double back. But like that, Spoit has hopped inside of sight. He's on for a 3 in the round. His second 3K in a row and could yet look to make it 4. Leak of Fact into a 1v1 against Ambi, who has not stopped hitting shots all day. Today, won't be able to quite find any, but on site itself, Spoit and Canadian are getting the business done. The diffuser's going down, and this one is going to be a hard recovery effort for Leak of Fact.
I like this rotation from Leak of Fact. Just tries to change up his angle of approach. They would have known that he was going to possibly come through that construction door, so decided not to. In the shower, he knows, but the cover is there. Canadian had managed to get onto the window just in time. I think Spoit stood in the shower thinking, come on, get into place, Troy. I need you there. I need the cover. And he gets it just in time. Leak of Fact taken out. Shopify Rebellion getting themselves another attack. I said 3-3 was the bar for them here on attack. That's 4-1. They've improved on that. They could go even better now with a 5-1 half. And if that happens, I'm not sure there's a way back into it for Falcons.
And there's been 3 separate players on the side of Shopify Rebellion that have been working absolute magic. Ambi with a 3K, Rexon with a 3K, Spoit with a 3K, Spoit with another 3K. It's just a little bit of heartbreak for Leak of Fact, who hits a quad kill in the round. But the one kill that you needed was the one you could not find. 4-1 to Rebellion. Up and singing. And as you said, Falcons have got to find a way into him. It's starting to feel already like it could be a little bit too late. I'm always a big proponent of 2 halves to a game of Siege. Things could be very, very different. Falcons could be brilliant on the attack. But as it stands, I feel like it might require Border to see this one over the line.
What a bloodbath Border's going to be as well
phenomenal.
between these two. It's just going to be, we saw it already from Shopify Rebellion earlier in the day, but it's going to be absolutely chaos if this goes to map 3. A reminder of what is at stakes here as well. We are in phase 1 of the Salt Lake City Major. This is a best of 3 match. Anybody, whoever wins this, qualifies through to phase 2. That's it. They're done in phase 1. They don't have to play again until we get into that Swiss stage. So it is all on the line. It's exactly what both of these teams are going to be wanting. Nobody wants to go down into the jeopardy of that lower bracket.
Perhaps, can you imagine? Oh, like I said, against some of these teams that, I think everyone looked at this bracket and saw Falcons Rebellion. Oh, those who are making it out of this easy. Is it going to be that easy? Both are playing really well, but I equally don't really fancy dropping down to play against some of the teams down there. In Falcons, Daystar earlier on today is a great example. Daystar played really well. They just lost a couple of 3v2s that, if they'd won, could have seen them getting over the line against Falcons. Now, I think for both of these teams, they'll be fully warmed into tomorrow, so it is a big ask for these teams in the lower bracket to be able to bring them down, but I certainly wouldn't count them out. Doom bringing down Canadian to start things out as the call rings on through. User's literally fighting for his life, making use of the impact to remove away the sense. That is beautiful because we've seen Rexon using it so much throughout this game that why not find a way to deal with it at the same time? A 4v2, make it a 4v1. The Spoiler's got it all to do, and he will not get away with it. Solotov collecting the closing 2. Round 6 going to Falcons.
That was a Church and Arsenal site, by the way.
Yep.
All the fighting done up on the top floor. And an impressive defense from Falcons.
Cool though. They were sent and I didn't even have like good headholds, so he couldn't beat me.
Yeah,
you
started wallbangers and headholds, and then I impacted the wallbang. So guys, it's what attack, 2 defense, but they're really boiling on defense, so just go around, okay? The main thing is just check fucking clash plays, you know. I think it's really easy when you are able to just check their comp, you know. You check their comp, you check their reinforcements, like it's so easy to play against them like this, you know. So if you can,
in my opinion, their clash pace was boiling. Like
their defense is really boiling.
Clash, if he's playing clash, I would actually love that shit, by the way.
Just for us to know if they have, you know, like.
The thing is, if we play like too slow, too default, we're going to lose because this is what they want. So in my opinion, like I said during when I did the prep, we either go fast to cut the rotate on the map control on basement, or we do the phase. On gym, we either fast around and try to find gaps, or we go default, but the early round, we make it like the early round is for the late round. Open jacuzzi wall, open this.
To fight, okay? Don't leave people behind. Make plays to win the rounds. Make plays to win the game. That's the biggest thing. Okay, I don't want anybody left behind unless we've got that advantage. We're helping each other as much as we can. Talk, especially for these basements on the fakes, make sure that we're identifying how they're trying to finish the round. Does it look like it's an armory? Does it look like it's in Moto? Does it look like it's like dirt? Like, make sure we're calming that, okay? Expect Monty, expect Grim, play our game. That's all we got to do. Make plays to continue to put pressure on them and to continue to win. That's all we need to do. Try to make plays to win. Don't play scared, okay?
Heard that.
Yep. Go, boys.
That was a great half. Yeah, great half, guys. Now we reset and we have another one.
Yeah. Overall, though, like, keeping in mind, they're not great at executing. Even if they have the cheese stuff, they're still not great at it. It's actually pretty clunky usually.
Yeah.
They're very reliant on, like, getting the picks and making you move and hitting the lurks and all that shit.
Yeah, don't.
Some really interesting comments coming out throughout that, to be fair, Tim, for me. Like, especially they're saying, have the confidence to make the plays. Often it's about reining players in and saying, no, don't try and be the hero. Like, play as a team and play off each other. But no, the kind of permission there from Super was get up in their face, disrupt them, slow them down, do what you can.
To quote Demo, make the play, or the play makes you.
Indeed.
That's it,
Timeless classic from probably 2018 I first heard that line.
Yeah. Sometimes you've just got to take that front foot, and especially when you are already in the driving seat, when you have the momentum, that to me is a mentality of a top team. And we can get into discussions, about where Rebellion will finish in the tournament and everything, but I'm talking about mentality-wise. That is a top team mentality, and it's the shark smelling blood in the water. It's we are on top of them here, we are better than them here. Go and make your plays, go and win your plays. You're gonna roll over this one, and it is that mentality of sensing that a team's on the ropes a little bit and going for the big knockout. And I love it.
We'll see if that carries over to the defensive half. That's exactly what we're jumping into. Surf up on the top floor, getting down those mute jammers that we've spoken about already. I don't think he realized he caught a jammer inside the hole already from June there that had just come crawling in off towards his side. But you'll take that. It's one drone out of the round. So it's very similar to what we saw coming out of Falcons. It is playing up on the top floor. It is wasting time. It's forcing them to play through you and have to come to you rather than focusing strictly on the site itself.
We can also, of course, follow through, you know, what Seth has said there in that timeout of try and decide what the execute is going to be. Let's try and recognize it, and then let's play for it. Let's help each other, and let's make sure we set for it. And, you know, of course, we're uniquely positioned here watching the sport to be able to see both sides of that, so we have a good idea of what that setup is. So you can keep an eye on that at home. Watch what are Rebellion doing. Once we've got a sense of what is that execute, where are they shaping up, where are they softening up, you know, you can then start looking at what are Rebellion doing, how are they reacting to that, are they aware of it indeed.
It's a bit crazy, the ambi there. I think just seen through the drone hole on the drone, of course. Could have lost his life there if the shots were just a couple of pixels off to the left or the right. Would have found his head, and it would have been like a how on earth did you kill me there moment. But he gets away with his life, drops back down towards oil, and can then look to rejoin his team on site, or potentially look to go aggressive once more. Only one player left really upstairs here for Rebellion. It is Rexon, who's dancing around inside a storage, holding tight with the shotgun. Otherwise, everyone's back on site, and that means 2 minutes of Falcons to get themselves set up for we hope it's going to be a pretty convincing execute.
Yeah, that's it. They should have plenty of time. So now they can, as soon as they recognise, I think they are comfortable at this point that they've got everybody chased away. They just see the man there on stairs, but Surf is going to get himself back down to the bottom and more towards site. So Falcons can now confidently start moving through. Surf does go back, take the drone out, but then he's going to say that's enough for me. I'm going to look to just get myself back on into site. So looking at the way that Falcons are shaping up at the minute, it's very much towards those main stairs, bar and kitchen. So the question now is, do Rebellion recognise that? How do they start looking to counter that? We can see that we've got one playing out into dirt. Spite is doing that because, you know, we're looking at, there's a bit of pressure on main stairs, a bit of pressure towards Moto. Maybe they'll come for kitchen hatch. They could try to pressure dirt. They're fairly confident at the minute that there's nothing coming towards blue, and so a lot of the focus from Rebellion has now shifted towards this other side.
Again, bearing in mind they had 2 minutes to work with here. It's a little bit of a slow setup overall, I think, for Falcons. They weren't 100% confident the top floor was clear. We saw a lot of those jammers that were placed down by Surf earlier just impeding drones. They weren't 100% confident, but once they got to this stage now, of course, they know for certain this is where the utility's going to start doing work on the other side. Still a C4, still a smoke, a bunch of impacts they can work with. A lot to play behind here. And shock horror, Tim. We're seeing Falcons trying to go for a drop execute. We've seen it so many times, and they were ready for it. Smoke perfectly placed. Rexon with a shotgun at the ready too for the push coming in from blue. But it's down to a 2 versus 2 with 20 seconds to play.
I like this from Falcons. They haven't allowed them to just watch that one side. They've moved in and actually got their success from main stairs. And Moto side manages to pick up Rexon 2 versus 1. Canadian in that final position, trying to hold on. Plant is going down. Nitro goes out. Shot out of the sky. Will not be successful. Breedy with the final kill. I think a few bullets land in there from Canadian, but just not enough through the soft wall. And Falcons, I like what they did there. So it kind of plays in. They don't know this, but it plays in perfectly to almost counter what Super said, where it was try and recognise where is the plant coming from? Where is the final execute coming from? Let's play towards that. Falcons, they really mixed it up. There was a lot of pressure towards that bar hatch and main stairs, and then we saw the rotation away, 2 go down blue. It wasn't successful, but it did mean that Rebellion had to shift focus, and then we have pressure from kitchen hatch, so Rexon and Spike deal with that, but that creates the gap for Breedy to walk in. Really nice, like triple face of an attack there from Falcons, and it just made it so difficult for Rebellion to do what they wanted to do, which was recognise where are they coming from, and let's focus on that. There was no possible way to focus on everything Falcons were doing.
Bit of a heartbreaker, I think, for Canadian, who was so close there to forcing out the 1v1 onto Usus, and with the plant going down, a very good chance that he comes out on top. There were only a few seconds left in the round. Unfortunately, just couldn't quite collect the closing man. As I said during the round as well, they knew that that was going to be the plant coming out of Falcons. That drop through kitchen in towards the default plant. They do it so often. I've seen them pull it off dozens of times at this point, and they just looked ready. Still can't get it over the line, though, and that opens the door for Falcons to close that gap to just a single round. They get this one done, Tim. I'm starting to feel nervous for Rebellion then, because if you're down 2-0 on your defenses to kick things off, after having such a successful first half, you're going to start to feel a little bit nervous, I think.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I would agree with you. They certainly don't want that kind of chipping away at. Breeder going to be getting very aggressive on that breach there. They're going to be looking, of course, to get towards cash and CCTV. The site is bedroom, but it's about that top floor clearance and about getting control of that so that you can use the balcony and the windows to pressure directly on site. Now then, I'm not sure that drone was aware of Surf. Nitro goes out. Solotov was fleet-footed and managed to get himself out of the way. No damage taken. We're going to see Surf just disappear off into the bowels, but that's again something that Falcons need to deal with here, and they're going to do that by way of a Deimos track.
Yeah, it's going to force him at least to move away, which is the crucial part there, but they're still going to know he's in the basement. They're going to have to keep an eye on him. Spoit with a freebie on towards Jimo. I think just trying to pull off a bit of a play there. A solo pushing towards VIP, in towards construction, sorry, through the single wall. Not quite the play his team are looking for. Didn't quite manage to capitalise on the back of the info that Snake was giving him. A second kill coming through as Spoit, really warming into the series. He started out quite rough to him. I think he was 0-5 back on map 1. Grew into things, really started to shine, and he's doing more of that now. Canadian getting Solotov. It's a 1 versus 4. This is much better coming out of Rebellion.
Yeah, really good defense from them this time. Like you say, Spoit just absolutely alert and alive from the very first second of the round, and he's cut down 2 really important paths of attack for Falcons there to give them now Shopify a really good advantage. Going to try to get something going with the Deimos, but Canadian is there to shut it down, and that is going to be another round going to Rebellion, and they can play this game now. They've got themselves that advantage already. They can go for 1-for-1. Doesn't matter. It leaves them with a win.
We've got Leaky Fack in all chat being like, yo, Canadian. Oh, okay. I wonder what was going to follow that. I thought he'd have a question or something, but he just said no. Yo, Canadian, you are terrible, bro.
Canadian's laughing. I don't think he's too worried about it.
I don't think he's too bothered. I think it was more about the gunfight itself that was just a bit of a whiff coming out from Canadian. He was like, okay, my bad. He's laughed in response. All is well and good, as you've probably come to expect by now. These guys have seen each other many a time. Admittedly not played against each other as much as you come to think, but only twice have Falcons and Shopify Rebellion faced off. I imagine back in the old days of, maybe not quite back in the SSG days for Canadian, but the DZ days and the BDS days, a bunch of times they've faced off as well. Either way, we're into that crucial round now, Tim. Round 9. Rebellion take this one. They've got a 3-round lead, and it's hard to see how Falcons can battle their way back in, given they'll have lost 2 rounds back-to-back. If Falcons win it, well, they're only 1 round behind, and suddenly you start thinking, well, could they bring this one back to OT? Could they potentially even jump over Rebellion and get the map win? It's a tall order, but it's very, very possible, Tim. So for me, at least, the winner who comes out on top of this one, I think will determine whether or not Rebellion take the map or if we find ourselves going to OT in a few rounds' time.
I think Rexon just wanting to see if he could put that DMR to early use there. Isn't able to, but might still yet get the opportunity. Falcons need to be concerning themselves with that catwalk position. We saw a really good clearance from the North Americans when they were trying to deal with this. So are we going to see a repeat in the reverse as the Europeans try to show they are just as capable? Interestingly, lower garage wasn't reinforced. And the reason for that is this extension that we're seeing out in towards master and bedroom. So if you sat at home thinking, why on earth have they not done lower garage? They can just open it with soft breaches. It's because they've reinforced Jacuzzi wall and because they've done 2 reinforcements between master and gym with some rotation space in there. So the commitment to the extension out there has weakened the garage hold a little bit.
I was trying to C4, but the player had moved away, so not quite going to find what he was looking for. Solotov, if he heard that shotgun blast, saw him go down and thought, what's Canadian up to now? Aggression onto the wall, 2 players stacked up on each other, and Canadian's the one looking to go aggressive. Swing moves. Hello? No! They must have known! They must have known there were 2 players in their team, but that was definitely a massive miscomm that's only come back to bite Falcons. And this looks to be that 6-3 scoreline that we were talking about.
Yeah, that's got to be a mistake there. Surely you're aware of the players inside a bathroom. They're moving about. You're going to be able to hear them. They're trying to challenge you with the shotgun. Not good from Falcons, really handing an opportunity to Rebellion here, who are more than happy to take it. As I often say, a mistake is only a mistake when the other team capitalizes on it, and that's exactly what Rebellion were able to do. We're going to have users just managing to recover that diffuser, but now I love this from Rebellion as well. They know that the damage is done, so what have they done? They've dipped themselves back towards site. You're not going to get anything easily here, users. Spoit is there ready on the door, finds his kill, and Shopify Rebellion move themselves up to map point.
I think from both teams we've seen one very dominant map so far, and I really can't call which way Border would go. If Rebellion let this one slip now, it's an absolute disaster. I can't see a way it happens. They've played this beautifully. As you heard Super saying at the half, brilliant first half, just keep it going, and that's exactly what they've done. Yes, they lost round 7, but those last 2 have looked absolutely sublime. Now we find ourselves with our extra little ban coming on through. I don't really know if there's a ban here that's going to really help Falcons out of this hole that they find themselves in. They take away the Bandit. The other side, they remove the Ace. Don't think it's going to be too much of a bother, but we have seen it for 2 of those 3 rounds. Otherwise, it was the Habana that we saw in the previous one, which I imagine now Brede will be stuck on for the remainder of this game.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think the remainder of this game could be short-lived, as it wouldn't surprise me at all to see Shopify Rebellion get this done here and now, given that they're in Church and Arsenal.
Yep.
You know, one of the strongest defensive sites that we have. That's where they're going to look to close things out.
And what must have happened there? They had, because one player swung on the jacuzzi side of that bathroom wall and knew that there were 2 players in there. They had loads of bullets flying at him. Surely the call must have come, 2 players in bathroom. But clearly it wasn't. Like, the call wasn't made. And it was just a little bit of a collapse. And I won't be surprised if Falcons in their own minds here are already writing that map off. That's a big error if you wanted to be able to get this done in 2. So for me, it is going to require the 3rd.
I like the changes that we see. You know, we don't often see too many changes or kind of innovation on Clubhouse. It's been played out a lot of times, and it's, been refined and refined over that time. But just that extra commitment out to the Master and Gym hold with the reinforcements there, sacrificing lower Gym's reinforcements to allow you to hold that with greater strength, certainly seems to be proving problematic to teams at the minute. And it's something that really worked out for Rebellion in that round. So let's see how we go here. Church and Arsenal is the site. We saw it won on the attack by Falcons back in round 7. So Rebellion going to need to find a way to try and stifle the Falcons attack. If you remember last time around, it was about being multifaceted. It was about keeping Rebellion guessing, not letting them focus on any single point. There was 3 points of attack from Falcons, and I think that's something hopefully that they recognize was where the success came from, and they will try and repeat it this time.
I've got to give a nod towards Spoit especially. I know he's had a bit of stick lately in some of his games where he hasn't really had a great performance, but in this game, 3 3Ks he's walked away with, and every single round his team have come out on top, even in the one round where Leakifat managed to net a 4K. It's a big performance from him overall. I'm not saying it's the only reason they're winning, but at 12-4, you really can't deny the impact that he's been having.
No, he played well earlier as well. He's having a good day, and I'm sure that Rebellion fans will be hoping to see it continue. As it stands, we are halfway through the round. Falcons have got themselves control of the map. Shopify Rebellion are all pushed back into sight now. They're going to try and hold their positions. Ambi's going to take some damage inside of Memo. Needs to be careful that he doesn't get too aggressive. The hatch is still closed above him though, so that's only going to be a matter of time now as we hear the Habana pellets being applied. But he just needs to be careful. He does manage to just get himself across there. Back to safety, but still, it's all progress for Falcons.
The key difference this time around for Falcons, by the look of it at least, I imagine someone will rotate over, is no one is trying to push down blue. If they want to send Doom in through dirt, which is very, very typical, it's either the drop in towards kitchen or it's someone getting on towards the doorway itself of dirt, you need someone coming in through blue. So someone's now rotating over by the looks of it and looking to make sure they've got that sync up. It'll be Solotov.
Leakifac's taken a drop into Memo as well. He's currently holding that position. Ambi manages to take him down. That's a massive kill there for Shopify Rebellion because it just removes completely one of those angles of attack for Falcons. It means they can focus up elsewhere. Users does manage to find Surf. 4 versus 4 as it stands, and Solotov is on his way down blue, Des.
Yeah, that was towards dirt. I think Surf, he was trying to be aggressive on towards Jum, who's now going to capitalise off the back of his teammate finding a kill to push on through. At least one goes the way, but 2 fly back. Ambi on for a double. Spoit finds another. Is now down his backside, and Diffuser is going down, Tim. It's a temporary 2 versus 2.
Yeah, I don't see how Rebellion are able to do anything about this, especially with Jum on the cover. He's going to circle around. The comms will be there because Spoit was in position.
Hit that.
We'll just see Brede looking to try and get something going with Doom here. They've separated themselves well and might just be able to fight their way through. Brede finds one, but it's going to be Doom to find the last. Falcons, another successful attack onto basement, and Rebellion really struggling with that site.
I thought they started out really well too. Yeah. Like the play from Ambi inside the Moto, escaping users watching on main, then doubling back with the shotgun to get the kill onto Leakifat once he dropped in. It was going great for them. just a thing in that close there. They didn't expect a plant to go down so quickly when all the focus, admittedly, as well, came down in towards dirt. June being on that Blackbeard, pushing his way through aggressively, even without full blue control or kitchen control, they still managed to make it work. Problem is, though, Tim, as you said, that's the only site that we've seen Falcons able to make work for them so far. They've won both attacks down there. They lost the other 2 off sites relatively convincingly, only getting 2 kills, in fact, across both rounds 8 and 9. So you forgive me for being a little bit pessimistic about their chances here of keeping this going all the way to OT.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I still have the feeling here that Rebellion managed to get it done on one of these 2 sites up on the top floor. But like I said, who knows? Falcons, they've been a little bit of a confidence team at times over the last month or so. And that round might just help to build them back into things here. We're going to see quite a strong lineup coming out of them. The Blackbeard does get picked away. Oh no, we're back to it. June is going to go with the Blackbeard. I was going to say Blackbeard, Grim, Deimos and Ying. It's a heck of a lineup.
Quite terrifying, isn't it? Looks for the execute, I think, more than anything else as well, especially looking in towards the Ying, in towards the Grim more than anything else. And of course, the Blackbeard, as we saw in the last round, can make a hell of a lot of pressure and a lot of noise on his charge on through. Otherwise, on the other side, I'm looking towards Canadian on that Clash. Now, we've seen a lot of castles so far today across, I want to say, pretty much every map that we play. Granted, I've seen 2 maps of Bank, and then on here we're seeing it coming out again. But I think more than anything else, it's just the fact, again, that it makes life that little bit more frustrating for the attackers when you've got to work your way through the Kiba barriers, you've got to worry about the castle barricade, you've got to worry about where the Clash is playing. There's just a lot of flexibility here that it gives to the defenders to be able to respond to what they see coming on forwards.
The mute has been brought along for the wall denial, but of course that's going to be ineffective now against those hard breach charges, given that they are the secondary hard breach charges. They're not affected by mute jammers, so that is going to speed things up for Falcons a little bit as well. Now you need to start dealing with these castle barricades. Nade should do the job for them. We'll open it up, and that's going to give a little bit of access. We can see the Nade going in, trying to force the Clash out of position.
It's done just that, but at the same time, I think it's also opened up for another player to slip back through. So there's 4 of them all dancing around site here. They're very much given up on their extended hold and said, right, we just go back in towards site here because they're trying to hit us pretty hard. And sure enough, they get the down on towards Spoit. Down goes the Azami. A man advantage for Falcons. Tim, surely it's not the start of some kind of comeback, is it?
Here comes the fight back from Falcons. There's a Solotov, manages to find Rexon. Leakerfax slips through the net and picks up Ambi. 4 versus 2 now, and they are starting to lose control of site as well. Surf being forced back onto the bed, dealt with by Doom, and it's all up to Canadian. Little that he can do on the Clash. Nearly finds 1, but it would have been no more than a consolation as they were swarming around him for that final kill, and Falcons keep things alive, taking us to round 12.
Is there a chance they could take us to OT?
Confidence team at the minute.
This could be pretty magic if they do it, but understandably, Super wants to step in for attack timeout and just get his boys over the line. They've played this map so sublimely well that it'd be a massive shame if they find themselves falling just short here and letting Falcons back into things. Once we get into OT, all bets are off.
Yeah, I think this could be a really effective time for a timeout. I'd often be, one of the people kind of calling for it at an earlier point in the game rather than that round 12 where you kind of feel like the damage might be done at that point. But I think in this situation, we've got different strategies for tactical timeouts from coaches. We've heard it, we've spoken about it a lot, and one of them can often be just trying to give your team that next round, coming in with very specific advice. This is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to play it. This is why it's going to work, and giving them a blueprint. We hear Amalio do it for G2 fantastically well, coming in and giving that blueprint for the following round and how it's going to be won. And I think that's exactly what Super's likely to have been doing here. It's not, I don't think, going to be too much of a vibe check of like, come on. I think it's going to be very much like, this is what we need to do. This is how we're going to get this over the line.
Being more prescriptive with the actual round itself, because really that's all that matters right now. They get it done, the map is over. But he's just watched his boys slowly start to crumble here across a few of these rounds. Yeah, they got a couple of wins in the middle, but it has been 3 attacking wins to Falcons and 1 more, and they matched that 4-2 half we saw out of Rebellion. And we have 3 more rounds to see who comes away the victor in OT. We're going to set things up down in the basement, Tim. They haven't won here across either of those 2 rounds that they played on it. Definitely feels like a bit of a roll of the dice, but maybe not quite backing themselves in Cash CC or inside a gym bedroom and feel this is where they can come away with the win.
Church and Arsenal going to be, got to say, it's a bit of a gamble. They've
Massive roll of the dice, mate.
Played it twice, lost it twice so far. You know, my question is, Rebellion, how are you going to deal with things differently? They have put, you know, a lot of the stakes here on Spoit, I think, on the Vigil, and having an impact, getting out there in the map. I think what they're trying to say there is, you know, we've been hit from these multiple angles, multiple directions each time they've attacked here. Let's force them to waste time. Let's, you know, maybe get on their flank. Let's cause them a problem.
That's the key thing. Like looking at this round versus others, but you know, Spoit's being aggressive around storage. Rexon was up on the second floor just a second ago. And I think what they've tried to do, rather than playing behind Goyos, because Surf equally has stepped away from playing on the Goyos, playing over with the DMR right now. I think they want to try and challenge a bit more aggressively and take the gunfights rather than trying to hide behind utility, because they've realised that just isn't working out for them. And sure enough, Solotov has the right sort of idea. It's one of those grim bees coming out over the top just to check there's no one sat in behind the Kiba, and the answer is no, they have all fled back in towards site. So once again, Falcons have got 2 minutes to get themselves set up for an execute, Tim.
Yeah, exactly that. I think Falcons have actually dealt with this sort of new idea, this new defense from Rebellion pretty well so far, having forced them back in, give or take, the same amount of time that they have done previously. Ambi on main stairs could be one to watch. I'm going to need a move from someone. It feels like they just need that moment where they completely break one of the legs of this attack, because you know that it's going to be pressure from Moto, pressure from main, maybe Kitchen Arch, a bit of blue. You know that it's going to be absolutely everywhere for Falcons. 1 minute 20 left on the clock, and Doom is starting to pressure down the main stairs.
Almost being C4'd out, but keeps himself going, and like that as Ambi tries to get himself down under the cover of that C4. No, finished off by leaking back from above. 5v4. Solotov once again starting his march down blue. We've seen this one before, Tim. With 60 seconds to play, this is theirs for taking.
Solotov manages to find the kill as well. We've got pressure on main stairs, so right now, Rebellion being spun round on their heels a little bit. Leakafak is going to grab that diffuser, and they are starting to pass it around and think about exactly who and where is going to go for this plant. June just relocating on that Blackbeard at the minute out towards, I think it's sort of blue and garage side, but it seems like there's a little bit of indecision from them at the minute. Doesn't matter though, as Users manages to pick up Canadian, and it looks, with 30 seconds left to go, like this could well be headed to a few extra rounds, Des.
They're all dropping down around them, one towards Moto, one towards Blue, the shield pushing on through at the same time. That is another wonderful round from Falcons, and Tim, I think you can say the line.
We're going to overtime, Des. Falcons fighting their way back into that beautifully, and now it really puts Rebellion on the back foot. So far, it's been the attackers that have had the advantage. 4-2 in each attacking half. And guess who starts on the attack, Des?
Oh, if I had to guess, Tim, I'd say Falcons.
You'd be absolutely right. Not because you can see it on our second screen.
Oh, we've got a second screen? I never looked at it.
What a guess that was then, Des.
I could obviously see it, guys, just so we're clear on that one. This is...
I think everybody knew that, Des. I don't think you needed to clear that up.
That's not true. They don't know if we've got a second screen necessarily.
We do.
We do, but they didn't know that. That's bringing the curtain up here a little bit. And we've got two screens, a camera in the middle. We've got our little desk with our little talkback boxes on and our laptops. Either way, what a game this has turned into. I think after we saw such a good lead coming out from Rebellion, I really thought, right, border's going to be where this goes to. That's going to be the decider. Boy, was I proved wrong. Another 4-2 half coming out, as you say. And it's Falcons on the attack. Now, they're going to abandon playing downstairs. I don't blame them. They've lost it 3 times now. It would be absolute insanity to think you can now make it work downstairs. You've tried the dug in turtle comp. You've tried a bit more of an aggressive start with things like the Vigil on side. You've absolutely crumbled. Falcons just look far too good at attacking that site. So I think we'll see Gym and Bedroom here. And if Rebellion win it, probably Cash CC in round 15. If we go back downstairs, I'm done. I'm out. I'm just, yeah.
Yeah, you've got to ask questions at that point, don't you, really?
Can't do
it. It'd be a bold strategy, put it that way. It'd be a bold strategy. So Falcons, so far, have been really good in the early rounds. I've loved watching them clear these positions, put pressure on Rebellion, force them away. Rebellion have done well in response to that often on the defense, but Falcons ultimately have been able to overwhelm. Drone is going to go through, doesn't see Surf. If he manages to beat the drone to it and gets the kill on the drone before it picks him up, they might not be too aware of his position overall, but still, good quick work being done as the jacuzzi wall gets open and they move on to other locations.
I referenced it earlier on in round 10 that in round 8 and 9 when we had Gym Bedroom and then Cash CC being defended respectively, Falcons only managed to find an individual kill in both of those rounds. It was shocking. They could not get themselves into the round at all. Rebellion were absolutely dominant. And so I'm looking here to see where that entry comes from. In both of those rounds, it was Rebellion coming out with the entry kill. They have yet to find it here. And it's around about this mark. It was 154 and 153 when they got the entry last time. Things have been a bit more composed from Falcons so far.
Just aware that Canadian is still over on that side. June's going to be holding the CCTV
There's
window
the entry.
for now, but it's Surf. I picked up on him. I said I wasn't
He's been
sure
there for so long.
that the drone had seen him, and it obviously hadn't. Manages to find Leakerfact. June does take down Spoit. Canadian's been kind of forced back into construction as well. Does still have access to that CCTV window should he want it, but for the time being, Falcons are going to start playing on the windows with June.
Surf sniffed out below and handily dealt with, at least pushed away from playing on the piano. Elsewhere, it's Rexon getting rid of June. That's the shield gone, Tim. June's played it pretty much every single round in this half outside of a couple. Interestingly, the ones that they lost, they've won every single round that he's played on this Blackbeard so far. This round's starting to build up to be one that they will finally see themselves losing, though. 3 players left. Basically everything being sent in through the Jacuzzi breach except for 1 player on that south window. It's looking a little bit ropey.
Yeah, to say that they're kind of shaping up almost like they're going to push in and get aggressive here. They really haven't done enough work to soften up this gym position. Rexon has taken a little bit of damage, but with 30 seconds left to go, is still in position. We hear the explosives come out. That was from Ambi underneath, I think.
Right.
But it is not going to be enough to get the job done. Here come Falcons, Des. 3v2. Don't look away. They could get this done.
Another player on 1 HP picking up big kills. Tim, it just keeps on happening today, I swear. Surf underneath, hoping to find someone just walking in blind. But I think now they've got a good idea on where he is. Diffuser going down. Canadian has got to make an impact, but Breede's found him. This should have been a Rebellion round, but Falcons, they rose up. They're in a 3 versus 1, and they're going to take round 13.
Who would have thought it? It looked at one point like Rebellion were just going to get this boxed off, send us through to map 3, and we would have had an absolute cliffhanger finish on Border, but it might just not be the case as Falcons have dug deep 4 rounds in a row now, not only to bring themselves back into it, but Des, to put themselves in the lead since the first round, the first time since they were 1-0 up.
Wow. That is all I can say. Just wow. I'm shocked, one, they've had such a dominant lead on this in this game. At one point, we're a single round away, but they've now lost 4 defenses in a row. Shopify Rebellion have left the door wide open. And Falcons have said thank you very much and strolled right on through. They're going to go for their defense down in the basement. And long ago, back in that first half, they defended it successfully twice. They lost it once in round 4. And it came down to the player that I heaped praise on earlier on, in Spoy, a big 3K to see his team over the line. Can he do it again? Or do Falcons see this one done here and now, take the 2-0 and secure themselves a spot in phase 2?
10 seconds left before insertion.
2 out of 3 they won previously on this site, so the odds are certainly in their favour. We're going to have, I would imagine, top floor presence. No, I was going to say from Leakerfact as usual. It's going to be Doom up there on his own this time. Leakerfact brings along the Clash. So this is marking quite a big change for Falcons in terms of the strategy that we've seen them using to try and hold on to this basement site. Doom has dropped himself back to blue stairs as well. There's only Solotov now remaining up on that top floor. He's moving back down main stairs. So Falcons certainly not wanting to engage too heavily to begin with.
Why would you, right? Can disappear here away. They got the ping on through, but no, Solotov can't find his man. Spoit's good for 2, Tim. I mentioned it was a 3K last time, but you know what? I'll take 2. You've got a Clash, you've got an Azami, 2 massive operators to remove, and you've lost a striker in the process. Canadian good for another. This is looking pretty good, Rebellion. It really is an attacker-sided clubhouse, Tim. Only 4 defenses have been won out of, at least assuming this round goes the way that it should, 14 rounds.
Users really going for a big risk versus reward play there, and it was risk that won the day. He didn't get away with it, thought he could close down the Surf. It was Surf on the Hibana, couldn't get it done inside a kitchen, and now It's up to Brede and Doom to hold on. They've got themselves back to site, but look at the clock. 1 minute 45. All this has happened in the first minute and 15 seconds. Rebellion have got a ton of utility left available to them. I know we've already given him a shout out, but Spite, 2 big kills, 15 and 9 so far on Clubhouse. Having a great game for Rebellion and really keeping them in this one to take us almost certainly to 15.
All right. Let's see what you can cook up here then, boys. This is surely the one to see out and over the line. But as that clock wears down, of course, it's just sort of said Rebellion, this is theirs for the win. They can't be losing a 4 versus 2 like this, but we've seen them lose a big man advantage prior. In fact, it's basically how we got here into OT in the first place. I'm really hoping that they can just see it over the line, send us to 15, and see how it concludes. Not least because the last 3 times they played this map, it's taken all 15 rounds to get over the line, and it looks to him like we'll be treated to a 4th in a row. Brede all by himself. A track about to come online for Ambi in case it's required. This one feels done and dusted. There we go. Canadian with the close. Now you can say the other line, Tim.
We're going all the way to 15, Des. We've got an absolute humdinger unfolding in front of us. It's been beautiful to watch so far. Great siege on both sides of the table. And now it comes down to just 1 round. Falcons have the opportunity to here and now close it out, send themselves through to phase 2. Swiss, done. Go to bed, nice and easy. Not a good night's sleep after that result. But Shopify Rebellion are going to do everything in their power to prevent that. They want map 3, they want border, they want their opportunity to be the ones with that restful night after knowing that they've done what they needed to do here in phase 1.
Okay. Where are we going? Sight is what I'm most interested to see. No. 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 Really? Really? Tim, I don't know about this. I don't know. This feels like it could be a disaster waiting to happen. If not maybe, just maybe, for the fact they're hiding Canadian. A mute jammer down on the triple wall. Canadian tucked in behind the boxes. They have no idea that he's there. That clash could be a bit of an X factor for them. It depends how the other side responds to that and what they do when they see it. To me, at least, they are lacking a few tools to be able to deal with it, but nades have been plenty effective at forcing clashes to move so far today. They got 6 of them in back pocket, Tim. I feel like they're well equipped to deal with it, even though Rebellion successfully hid it away.
Yeah, I don't think it should cause them too much of a problem. 3 times Rebellion have tried to defend this site. 3 times they have failed, and now they risk everything. The difference here between winning and losing is qualifying to phase 2 or dropping to the lower bracket and having to play for your survival on day 2 of the Salt Lake City Major. So Rebellion taking a serious gamble here by going back to a site that they've lost 3 times. Falcons' success has come from how much pressure they've applied to multiple angles when attacking onto this site. We've seen them at main stairs, we've seen them at blue, we've seen them on kitchen hatch, we've seen them on motor hatch, we've seen so much pressure against Rebellion, and will Falcons look to continue that trend?
And we're following the same trend that we've seen before, Tim, where after 60 seconds, everyone is back on site for Rebellion, no matter what they brought along that might be able to roam off. It's been forced back downstairs. Admittedly, this time around aren't going quite as gung-ho as they were before when we had the Aruni DMR coming out, when we had the Vigil on side. They have gone for much more of a dug-in setup that we saw back in round 7 and in round 10. In both, they came closer than they did in round 12, so we understand why they've gone for it. Managed to bring down 3 players on the side of Falcons in both of those rounds. They have come close, but just didn't quite manage to get over the line. Really keen to see what it is they change with this time, because Falcons have kept them guessing every single time by attacking slightly differently. The drop down through kitchen hatch, as we saw. Also, of course, the push down dirt that we saw in round 12. They've always had an answer, including the one that was an absolute bloodbath off-site itself.
Canadian currently keeping an eye on him. He's stationed inside of Dirt Tunnel at the minute, I think, just wanting to prevent any pressure coming down there. Toom had a little look, but has now moved himself back into kitchen. And you see Church Wall getting opened up with the nade going in to clear the mute jammer. Did not get the job done, as you say. So more work is going to need to be done here, Des.
And now they've got to clash up nice and close, which is a little bit of a problem. They really want to try and get rid of him. For now, tucked in and has support from the second player, but it's an easy round from Liquefact, who gets rid of Surf. The mute falling down. Not the end of the world. but a bit of a stinger. No smokes left, no C4s. This is Falcons for the taking, Tim.
Yeah, Falcons now pushing with a shield of their own. Doom gets the job done in blue. 5 versus 3, pressure mounting, man down. 5 versus 1 though, as a couple of quick kills come in, and Falcons are the victors. They fight back with a serious second half on Clubhouse, get it to overtime, take the win, and qualify themselves through to phase 2 here at the Salt Lake City Major.
And I imagine for many of us, Seth's words will ring in our ears. It was a great first half, just keep on playing our game. But Falcons brought their own 5 attacking round wins in a row. Absolutely phenomenal stuff, and we'll talk more about it when we come back from a short break.
We knew it would be a big game, but I don't know if we knew this would be over in just 2 maps. Team Falcons take the win, and I'm here with Leakafak after this big one. 6-3, you're staring down match point. What changed as you guys then made this crazy comeback in the back half of Clubhouse?
I think like both teams couldn't defend Clubhouse. We could just like win attack. And because we had the OT attack, I think the defense was just there.
When you saw that they picked the basement site to defend after you guys had won 3 attacks on that same site? Did you guys smile and say, "Oh, we got this"?
No, because basement is actually the hardest one to attack. Because like if you do one mistake, someone take a die early, you're not 5v5, they play full turtle, so that's the hardest side to defend. But lucky we just play perfectly, and I think they just relate on the last round. They just relate on us to make the mistake. We didn't, and we won. So yeah, I'm happy.
You guys did the same thing to SR at Invite not too long ago. You guys took them down. It seems like you guys have the edge over this team right now. Do you have a specific read on them? What is it you know about this team that means you can so consistently find the edge over them?
I think firstly we have a better veto. Like the 3 map we play, we are good on it. They don't play it. So basically we have first easy match, first map. And then after it's always hard. Like in SI we lost Fortress. It was 8-7 on labs. This time they pick club. We won 8-7. I think we are kinda like on the same level. Just the veto like for our pick, I think.
Well, Shopify Rebellion, they go to the lower bracket, and Team Falcons, they move on to Phase 2. SR will play EDG, Noah, and the boys tomorrow in that game. But until then, for the final time today, we'll go back to the casters to close things out.
Yeah, thank you very much. And it seems to me, Tim, like you can summarize that whole interview as map veto diff. Their map pools just sound a little bit different, and in this case, Falcons is the better of the two.
I mean, we said coming in we were a little bit concerned about the picks that we'd seen out of Shopify Rebellion, and I think, you know, we kind of see that come to fruition. But I don't think you can put it just on the maps. They have to win that second one at Clubhouse. They've got themselves a good lead. 3 back-to-back. You know, you can't keep going to church like that and losing it. So, tough one for them to take, but...
Take Leakabac's point, it is the best site, but when a team can also attack it extremely well, you saw the outcome, unfortunately. Let's take a look at our bracket, though. You just heard a little bit there from over on the interview what we're going to be expecting tomorrow, but this just cements it for you. We're going to kick things off with Daystar versus 4 Angry Men. The winner of that goes on to play Lost for a spot in Phase 2, and the other game that I imagine many NA fans will be very keen to tune into is Edward Gaming coming up against Rebellion. We set out the 2 teams that we've just cast in Rebellion and Falcons. You can see whoever loses going through tomorrow because they've just been very, very good throughout that series. But there's just that thing in the back of my mind. I'm just thinking, can it be a real opportunity for Edward Gaming to shithouse the win here out of Rebellion and knock them out? It would be amazing.
I don't remember a time where we haven't had an upset in the first stage of a major of S. There's always one team that you come away kind of scratch your head like, wow, we didn't expect that.
Yeah.
And look, I don't know. Maybe it's set up for that tomorrow. It's definitely not one to miss. I know that.
It's kind of the upset of today, I'd say, probably was Lost losing to Enterprise. Yeah. Not to say that Enterprise are a bad team, but...
hit today, by the way.
Yeah, like Lost, as we know, are a very, very capable team. We've seen them at event after event, but here we are. That's how things have shaped up, and tomorrow there has to be a surprise in there somewhere, as Tim says. I can't wait to see how that one boils down, but that is all for day 1. I hope you've enjoyed watching. Back again tomorrow for another exciting day, and we'll see if Rebellion can make their way through along with a bunch of other teams competing with them. Have a good night, and see you tomorrow.